Chapter 277. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "That's me." "You?" Murong Jian pointed at the gray-haired man in disbelief and laughed as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. Qin Shiyue didn't refute and only smiled at him. After laughing enough, Murong Jian said, "Uncle Qin, don't play with me. You already know your destiny, so why are you still going against it and flaunting your love affairs with the younger generation? Although you're good at maintaining your appearance, you're still young. Why bother?" Then he looked at Lord Su Jiao unhappily and said, "Uncle Su, I came here sincerely. You're rejecting me again and again. Are you looking down on our navy? Are you looking down on our city's garrison?" Qin Shiyue was still full of smiles as she said, "My good nephew, your Uncle Qin has just married 6 wives and concubines, one less than you. If this delicate girl follows me, she will be on par with you. You and I, uncle and nephew, will both have 7 wives and concubines. Isn't that wonderful?" "Are you serious?" Murong Jian was furious and Qin Shiyue immediately turned into a pile of cow dung. He scolded, "Qin Shiyue, I respect you as Uncle Su's guest, not because I'm afraid you're from some sect. Jingyue City is the Lord Garrison's world and the South Sea is our Navy's territory. If you want to cause any trouble, you have to ask me first. Don't think I don't know how to bully others. Uncle Su is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a white-haired dog-tail flower and you want to win Jiaotong's favor?" Then, he smiled brightly at Su Jiaotong and said, "Jiaotong, don't worry. I'm here and I'll get you out immediately." Not to mention Su Jiaotong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua saw it and immediately bent down to vomit. That smile was too disgusting. Out of Murong Jian's expectations, Su Jiaotong stepped forward and walked in front of Murong Jian. She bowed deeply and said in a sweet voice, "Commander Murong, thank you for your kindness. This concubine has a short life and cannot serve you. I hope that Commander will be magnanimous and let this concubine go. This concubine is willing to follow Lord Qin." At the end of his speech, his neck was dyed red. Murong Jian had never seen this kind of shyness before. His heart itched even more. He slapped the table and stood up, saying, "Jiaotong, don't say any more. For you, I am willing to sacrifice my life. This Qin Shiyue doesn't have any respect for her elders. I will definitely take care of her. Today, I will definitely save you from this disaster." After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Jiaotong's furious expression and turned to Qin Shiyue. "Lord Qin, since you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what you want and I'll accept it." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What Dao? Love between a man and a woman is human nature. Me and Jiao Tong are both willing parties. Can a commander like you control us?" This was what Murong Jian had said to General Liu. Now Qin Shiyue was returning the same words back to him. Who would have thought that Murong Jian would say, "As a commander, I naturally can't interfere. However, I also love Miss Jiao Tong, so I naturally have the right to interfere. What do you think? Just tell me what you want." Qin Shiyue was still calm and said, "I disdain to tell you what you want. Miss Jiao Tong has already made her attitude clear. She won't marry anyone other than me. Why are you asking for a rebuff? I can see that you sincerely love Miss Jiao Tong, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should go back early, wash up, and sleep." Murong Jian said angrily, "You coward. If you don't dare to tell me what you want, I will set a rule. If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently go back to your sect. Don't make a fool of yourself here. This Jingyu City is the territory of real men." Qin Shiyue's heart moved and said, "All right, then tell me. What rule do you have?" Murong Jian was overjoyed and said, "You're prepared to accept it? If I say it, you can accept it. If you can't, then leave Jingyu City as soon as possible." Su Jiao King said anxiously, "Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King and then at Su Jiaotong and said with a smile, "Watch me." Then he said to Murong Jian, "You tell me what you want, I will accept it." Murong Jian's fingers that were as thick as radishes pinched his chin. He pretended to think and said, "How about this, Lord Qin? I know that you are a martial arts expert and I am not your opponent. This guard of mine has been in the martial arts world for a few days. Now that he has ascended to a high position in my navy, why don't you compete with him? If you can win against him, then I will do as you wish." These words were unreasonable. Everyone in the hall was angry. Who was Qin Shiyue? He was the representative of everyone present. This Murong Jian did not only humiliate Qin Shiyue, but also the entire Dragon God sect. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was Zhang Xiaohua, who was not involved. He was not like the others and was not humiliated. Naturally, his mind was clear. He felt that this ugly man's actions were too arrogant. He actually came to someone else's place to cause trouble. It was very strange. Even if this person was powerful, he should not be so ignorant. The other was Qin Shiyue, who was in the middle. If it was someone else who set up a trap, they would definitely use their strengths to attack the other party's weakness. However, this Murong Jian was able to become the Navy's commander. Even if he did not have a brain, how could he not have seen a pig run before? How could he do such a thing? In an instant, he became vigilant. Qin Shiyue smiled as he looked at the complacent Murong Jian and said, "Good nephew, you really understand your Uncle Qin. Let's do it this way." Uncle Qin's old arms and legs should also move a bit. After speaking, Qin Shiyue slowly walked to the front of the hall. He crossed his arms and stood there as steady as Mount Tai. The soldier behind Murong Jian did not say anything. He took off his armor and revealed his shirt. After tidying up a bit, he picked up the scimitar on the ground and walked into the circle. Actually, when this soldier jumped off the boat with Murong Jian, Qin Shiyue had already carefully observed him. He knew that this soldier was Murong Jian's bodyguard. From his footwork and posture, he could see the charm of an expert. At this time, from the way he held the scimitar and his aura, Qin Shiyue's guess was correct. How could this Murong Jian joke about this kind of thing? There was definitely something fishy going on. The soldier stood in front of Qin Shiyue and tightly held the scimitar in his right hand. He said to Qin Shiyue, "Lord Qin, I am a nameless person. I will also follow my commander and call you Lord. Please give me some pointers." After speaking, he assumed a standard scimitar stance. This was the most common scimitar stance in the Navy. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shiyue did not dare to be careless. He casually pulled out the flexible sword from his waist and used his qi to shake it. The flexible sword twisted like a spirit snake and emitted a cold air. Facing the threatening sword qi of the flexible sword, the soldier acted as if he did not hear it. He only held the scimitar tightly and guarded his position. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Since you do not dare to say your name, I will not force you. However, since I am a famous person in Jianghu, I will not take advantage of you. You are a guest from afar. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will fight back. What do you think?" A light flashed in the soldier's eyes. His face was filled with joy. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his position. Murong Jian heard this and said, "Since Lord Qin is so magnanimous, why are you still standing there?" When the soldier heard this, he did not say anything. He took a step forward, right in front of Qin Shiyue, and chopped down with his blade. The force behind the strike was very fierce. Qin Shiyue slightly frowned, and slightly dodged the attack. He tightened all the muscles in his body, waiting for the next move. However, to his surprise, the soldier did not change his move. He waited for the scimitar to hit empty air, then pulled back the scimitar and chopped down again. This time, Qin Shiyue's brows were completely relaxed. He understood that this was the dignity of a martial artist. This soldier might only be a guard under Murong Jian, but it turned out that he was not a nobody in Jianghu. When Qin Shiyue said that he would let others have 3 moves, it was just to test the situation. This soldier actually did not want to take advantage of this, and Qin Shiyue could not help but have the thought of a hero cherishing another hero. Sure enough, when the scimitar swept across, Qin Shiyue only shrunk his stomach and dodged it effortlessly. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue laughed and said, "Brother, you really have a good character. Come, let's compete again." But before he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. The scimitar in the soldier's hand did not follow the usual path and return to his chest. Instead, it suddenly changed. The back of the scimitar was in front and the blade was in the back. It was slanted towards Qin Shiyue's chest. Qin Shiyue was taking a breath and thought that the soldier was open and aboveboard. When he saw the scimitar approaching, how could he dodge it? He barely moved his body to the side and let the back of the scimitar pass by his armpit. But even so, there was a light chi sound. The tip of the scimitar cut through Qin Shiyue's armpit clothes and brought out a string of blood. Qin Shiyue took a deep breath. His body floated and he moved half an inch. The smile on his face became wider and he said, "Good scimitar, good scheming." "Io, you actually used poison?" Qin Shiyue felt that there was no pain under his armpit. Instead it was itchy. He knew that it was not good. When he looked down, the long wound that was not deep had already turned black. It was spreading all over his body. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. Qin Shiyue was about to make a move, but the soldier quickly stepped forward and slashed his scimitar again. This time, not only was it full of strength, but it also had a wonderful trajectory. It seemed that there were countless changes in the scimitar. Qin Shiyue's expression changed greatly. This scimitar was obviously different from the previous 3 scimitars. Its level and level were not the same. The soldier had the intention to hide his strength before, so he forced Qin Shiyue to raise his sword to meet it. But when the sword and the scimitar collided, there was a crisp sound. The two of them did not retreat at all. The soldier and Qin Shiyue were actually on par. Then, the soldier pulled out his scimitar and attacked again. One attack was closely followed by another attack. Qin Shiyue did not have time to use his qi to expel the poison, let alone take out the poison-dispelling pill from his chest. Chapter 278. Qin Shiyue was one of the famous experts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sect. She was also one of the top experts in the Jianghu. However, this nameless soldier's scimitar didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with Qin Shiyue. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. The scimitar's moves were strange and ingenious, but Qin Shiyue was able to evade it and was almost injured by it. As the soldier kept attacking with his scimitar, Qin Shiyue's smiling face slowly turned gray. Even if Qin Shiyue said that he was poisoned, no one cared. What kind of place was the Dragon God sect? A mere poison couldn't cause any harm to Qin Shiyue. At least, Ying Fei knew that Qin Shiyue's poison-repelling pill could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. However, the soldier seemed to have calculated everything. First, he used a trick to injure Qin Shiyue slightly and poison him. Then, he kept attacking without stopping so that Qin Shiyue didn't have the time to cure the poison. Qin Shiyue was careless and fell into the trap. Now, he was really suffering. Seeing the change in Qin Shiyue's expression, the Su Jiao King was the first to jump into the field. Murong Jian's eyes were looking at the field. When he saw the Su Jiao King move, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you going to win with numbers?" The Su Jiao King couldn't help but stop and hesitate. In the Jianghu, everything was about trust. Although the soldier used poison, he didn't say that he couldn't use poison. Moreover, Qin Shiyue agreed to let the soldier use 3 moves. If the soldier injured him in 3 moves, he couldn't say anything. This contest was originally a contest between Qin Shiyue and Murong Jian. It was just a substitute soldier. If Su Jiao King rashly made a move, not only would it damage the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Divine Religion, but judging from the soldier's skills, Su Jiao King might not be able to take him down easily. Seeing the Su Jiao King's hesitation, Murong Jian smiled and said, "If Lord Qin admits defeat, this contest can be stopped. Uncle Su will have to agree to marry Jiaotong to me." The creeping Wyrm King looked at Su Jiaotong, who had already stood up. He didn't know what to do. Su Jiaotong looked at the situation in the arena quietly. There was not a single ripple in her heart. Naturally, she would not go up to help. Even if Qin Shiyue died from the poison, she would not go up to help. She knew that this was the dignity of a man. Born as a hero, dead as a ghost. This sentence was not just for show. Moreover, ever since the gray-haired man had called out Ajiao, her heart had already flown out of her chest. She had long been conquered by that cold gray-haired man. Faced with this situation, she only had one thought in her mind. If Xiao Yu died from the poison, Ajiao couldn't live on by herself either. How could an ugly man like Murong Jian desire a woman like her? Su Jiaotong's calmness puzzled the Su Jiao King. He anxiously rubbed his hands and paced outside the arena. It was not only him. Among the people in the hall, only Zhang Xiaohua was still using her divine sense to scan the people in the arena with interest. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and thought, "The chef in this villa is really good. If I can hire one, my parents will be happy." Everyone else had already stood up and walked to the front of the table. Ying Fei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He only wanted to go up and help. He was not like the Su Jiao King of the South Sea. He was Qin Shiyue's subordinate. If anything happened to Qin Shiyue, not to mention whether the Dragon God sect would punish him, Lord Garuda would definitely not let him go. Right now, he really wished that the person in the arena was him. At least, if Qin Shiyue was outside the arena, she could reach out and save him. Murong Jian looked around the arena proudly. This was a dilemma. He was not afraid that Su Jiaotong would not fall into his hands. Qin Shiyue would either admit defeat or die from the poison. Either way, she would fall into his trap. The best part was that these people who always boasted of being heroes of the Jianghu could only watch as their VIP fell into danger and could not help. They could only watch as their own daughter fell into his hands and could not save her. Was this the difference between wisdom and brute force? Murong Jian felt a little smug. Uncivilized people were uncivilized people. How could an official family like ours compare to them? However, Su Jiaotong's reaction was slightly out of Murong Jian's expectations. He originally thought that Su Jiaotong would be a little nervous, a little scared, and even come forward to beg him to let her go. She would beg him to take her into his room in exchange for Lord Whitehair Qin's life. That way, his vanity that had been beaten down would be greatly satisfied, and he would be able to use the attitude of a victor to redeem this wild beauty and train her to become his plaything. Unfortunately, Su Jiaotong was cold and indifferent. It was as if she did not see anyone else's expression. She simply treated him as if he was invisible. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Behind the chill, there was a desire to be tamed. Perhaps only this kind of uncontrollable pride could arouse his ambition. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's right leg went soft and he almost fell down. The soldier's scimitar slashed like lightning towards Qin Shiyue's left shoulder. Qin Shiyue saw that he could not block it, so he clenched his teeth and stabbed his soft sword towards the soldier's heart. It was actually a suicidal move. The soldier sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth also twitched as if he was mocking him. He dodged to the side and once again slashed down towards Qin Shiyue. At this moment, Su Jiaotong could no longer maintain her composure. Her face was pale and her eyes flashed with a kind of desperation. Yes, she knew that Qin Shiyue had reached the final stage. His face was deathly black, contrasting with his head full of white hair. He was dancing the last dance of his life on the cliff. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense wandered around the field. He saw Murong Jian's complacency, Su Jiao Wang's anxiety, Ying Fei's fear, the soldier's aggressiveness, and Qin Shiyue's stubborn resistance. He saw them all in his heart. However, what did these have to do with him? He was just a prisoner. He didn't know how the Tenryu sect master would deal with him. Why should he care about other people's business? As the saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's roof. That was true. However, when his spiritual sense swept across Su Jiaotong, his heart suddenly moved. That charming and cold face might not have attracted any interest from Zhang Xiaohua, but the desperation, desolation, and longing in her eyes suddenly touched a trace of memory in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This memory might be his sister-in-law Lu Qian facing the three wolves of Mount Shichui, or O Yen facing the black-clothed old man, or Li Yinfeng facing the bandits of Mount Shichui. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua wake up was that the eyes in this memory were actually the eyes in the turbulent river, in the lonely straw hut. There was a trace of unwillingness and a trace of flawlessness in that pair of big eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was not a dreamless person. However, he knew that he had always been a kind of fleeting dream. He thought that he would not miss that pair of big eyes, and would not think about that towering bun. He thought that it was just a hurried passing by in the mortal world, and he thought that it was just a brief encounter in life. However, in the eyes of Su Jiaotong, who had nothing to do with him, he found new, and understood that he was not a dreamless person. It was not that he did not want to dream. It was just that this dream was too deep, too long, and too vague. When faced with Lu Qian's helpless eyes, he was powerless. When faced with O Yan's panicked eyes, he stepped forward bravely. When faced with Li Yinfeng's desperate eyes, he talked cheerfully and wittily and forced the bandits to retreat. However, when faced with Meng's panicked, reluctant, and shy eyes, what could he do? Yes, he did not know what he should do. He did not know before, and he did not know now. What about in the future? Perhaps he would know. However, if now the thing in Su Jiaotong's eyes touched Zhang Xiaohua's heartstrings, what could he do? In an instant, Su Jiaotong's eyes overlapped with Meng's eyes. Even if it was just a flash of similarity, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to make some decisions. At this time, the situation in the field had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shiyue's footsteps were crooked, and he accidentally fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth and did not cry for help. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also some unwillingness. The flexible sword in his hand powerlessly stabbed upwards, wanting to stop the soldier's lightning-fast scimitar. However, he was very clear that it was just a fool's dream. At this moment he turned his head. In this extremely dangerous moment, he turned his head and looked at Su Jiaotong, who was standing there. Their eyes met, and they were both relieved. Their hearts were connected, and they did not understand. Qin Shiyue's dark face was somewhat red. Su Jiaotong's face was also flushed. Murong Jian looked at all of this with jealousy, and his fists were about to clench. The nameless soldier leaped high, and the crescent scimitar was like a thunderbolt, slashing towards the fallen prey. At this moment, a voice sounded, "I can't watch this anymore, I can't watch this anymore. When I see injustice on the road, I will draw my sword to help." Before he finished speaking, behind 3 seas 7 waters, a thin and weak figure, like a large eagle, pounced from the sky. The figure came very quickly. At first, the soldier did not care and did not stop his scimitar. He only raised his head to take a look. However, with this look, his eyes could not help but shrink. Although the figure was thin and weak, its aura was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Moreover, there was a jet-black sword light that shot towards his throat. The sharpness of the sword light did not make him doubt that if he did not stop defending, the sword light would immediately pierce his throat when he chopped off Qin Shiyue's head. Immediately, the nameless soldier made a wise decision. He immediately pulled back the scimitar that was slashing towards Qin Shiyue, and used his strength to block the sword light that was shooting towards him. It was too late to say, but in an instant, there was a crisp ding-dang sound. The two weapons collided, and the two incomparably abundant forces collided. The nameless soldier took a step back and stood up straight. The thin and small figure that was rushing over was like a kite with a broken string. With a hoo sound, it was pushed into the air. Luckily, the hall was very tall, so it did not break out of the building. Chapter 279. The nameless soldier shook the small figure into the air and ignored it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue was already sitting on the ground. The soft sword was thrown to the side and he was taking out a white jade bottle from his bosom. The nameless soldier sneered. He had done so many things and even used words to provoke him. Wasn't it just to not give him time to get rid of the poison? Finished thinking, he raised his knife again and slashed at Qin Shiyue. Unfortunately, Qin Shiyue didn't care about the machete at all. He just quietly and steadily took out the jade bottle, opened the stopper, and poured out the detoxification pill. The machete once again hung above Qin Shiyue's head and was about to reap his life. Unfortunately, at this time, another voice sounded, "You bastard, how can you be so rude? I came to help you, but you actually ignored me. Won't you give me face?" When the soldier raised his head, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, who had been shaken into the air by him. She stepped on the roof of the hall and used the momentum to fly over like an arrow from a bow. That small sword, which was like a child's toy, was held in front of her chest and stabbed straight at his throat. The first time Zhang Xiaohua used the floating technique, her speed was very fast. And this time, she borrowed the posture of flying down. Her speed was even faster. The soldier didn't have time to kill Qin Shiyue. He could only turn around and attack the small sword. This time, he used all of his strength in order to kill this annoying little demon with one hit. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's skills were not the same as before. Not to mention how good her qigong was. The abundant immortal true qi flowing in her meridians was endless and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua saw the soldier's machete, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that it contained incomparable true qi, which was not something he could block. When the small sword stabbed out, he held back 70% of his strength. When the machete and the sword met, this time there was no sound. Zhang Xiaohua used the small sword to knock against the thin machete and cut the soldier's hand. This move was obviously a flash of light, not one of the nameless sword moves. The soldier was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand to avoid the danger of losing his finger. And Zhang Xiaohua's move was already used, so at this time, her body was wide open. The soldier saw the opportunity and waved his hand again, which was precisely Zhang Xiaohua's flaw. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air and knew that it was not good. She circulated all of the true qi in her body and stopped in the air for a moment. Then she twisted her body and spun behind the soldier, and with a backhand, she stabbed at the soldier's neck. While the soldier was delayed, Qin Shiyue had already taken out the poison-repelling pill and swallowed 2 pills in one gulp. Then she closed her eyes and circulated her true qi to expel the poison. When Murong Jian saw this, he could not stand it and shouted loudly, "You little bastard, who are you? Why don't you abide by the Jianghu rules? We already agreed on a one-on-one battle. Why did you interfere?" It was not that he did not want to go up and stab Qin Shiyue and send this person who made him gnash his teeth on the road to death. But Su Jiao Wang and the others seemed to have already known his thoughts and secretly circulated their true qi, preparing to kill this person at any time. Therefore, even if he had more than enough strength, he did not dare to. He firmly believed that as long as he made a move, this group of Jianghu boars would definitely not care about the rules and would immediately kill the 2 of them in the Sea of People's War. Zhang Xiaohua dodged the soldier's stab and used her ethereal body technique. Like a ghost, she dodged to the other side and stabbed the soldier's throat again. Hearing Murong Jian's question, she laughed loudly and said, "You ugly man, you are really stupid. The Jianghu rules are naturally for the people of Jianghu to use. Your young master is also not from Jianghu. Why would I care about your Jianghu rules? Your young master just does not like the sight of you and wants to get rid of the strong and help the weak. What are you going to do about it?" Murong Jian was stunned and could not say anything. He innocently asked, "Uncle Su, this servant, he is not from your Jianghu mountain manor?" Su Jiao Wang laughed and said, "I don't know him. This person was brought here by Lord Qin. If you have any questions, you should ask Lord Ing." Murong Jian still did not give up and asked Ing Fei, "Lord Ing, your Tenryu sect broke the rules of the competition. I will let the soldiers in the navy spread the news and make your sect lose all face." Ing Fei looked at Qin Shiyue who was recovering and laughed. "That is not a problem. Go ahead and spread the news. This person is called Ren Xiaoyao and is not from my Dragon God sect. As for whether he is from Jianghu or not, I do not know. What's wrong with people helping out when they see injustice? Even if he is from Jianghu, it is our great fortune to have such basic manners." Murong Jian pointed at Ing Fei and did not know what to say. He could only say, You. Just you wait. I will definitely tell this matter to my 7th uncle." Zhang Xiaohua who was fighting at the side heard this and laughed. "This is easy. Why don't we just kill the 2 of them? Who will know?" Under the attack of the nameless soldier, this guy had no power to fight back and was forced to use his ethereal body movement technique to dodge the saber attacks. Yet, he still had the mood to say such vicious words. Lord Su Jiao and the others couldn't help but think, how can such a decisive person not be a member of the divine sect? It seems that we really have to kill him. At this time, Su Jiaotong's eyes were no longer colorful, only relief and joy. After Qin Shiyue swallowed the detoxification pill, the grayish-black color on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua was forced to the point where she could not fight back, his face had already returned to normal. It was no wonder that the detoxification pill was a good antidote. It was a must-have for Jianghu people. Qin Shiyue opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Jiaotong's concerned expression. He smiled at her and nodded. Then, he stood up and looked at the 2 people who were fighting with a strange expression. Zhang Xiaohua was forced into a corner. Inadvertently, she saw Qin Shiyue stand up. She was very happy. She used her ethereal body art and flashed behind Qin Shiyue. She shouted, "I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. Brother, your martial arts are strong. I can't beat you. I can't care about your business. I will leave first. You can continue. Haha. Continue." After that, she squeezed out and sat back at the table, ready to eat and drink. However, at this time, the table was already filled with leftovers. How could she have the appetite? Su Jiao Wang saw this from afar and gestured to his family members. The clever family members quickly went out. Not long after, better dishes were served in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Murong Jian gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Zhang Xiaohua. He really wanted to twist his little head off. However, he had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. Even if she was not as good as him, she was not at a disadvantage because of her ghostly identity. How could he have the chance to capture her? Qin Shiyue stood with his hands behind his back. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the soldier with a smile. The soldier was somewhat regretful. He said disdainfully, I have long heard that Qin Shiyue is open and upright. How can you be a coward who needs to rely on a servant to save you? Does our agreement still count? Are you admitting defeat yourself, or do you want us to announce that you have admitted defeat? Qin Shiyue seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He laughed and said, the agreement between us still counts. When did I say that it did not count? Then your servant pretended to be an outsider and interrupted our fight. Does this mean that you have lost? Qin Shiyue touched his nose and said with a smile, first of all, I want to make it clear that if our fight is interfered with by unrelated people, neither of us will be responsible. Secondly, didn't you hear from Ren Xiaoyao that he is not my servant, nor is he a family member of Su Jiao Wang. He is also not a member of the Tenryu sect. What do you think I should do? The soldier said, we can only listen to you on this matter. Do you dare to make a vicious oath? Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Shiyue said, I, Qin Shiyue, swear that if this Ren Xiaoyao is a member of the Tenryu sect, or my servant, or someone related to me, I will be beheaded by the scimitar of this person in front of me. This oath was very vicious. The soldier was somewhat stunned. When he was about to speak, Qin Shiyue said, what do you think of my oath? Situ Yueming. The nameless soldier's eyes shrank. He immediately returned to normal and said with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. This one is not called Situ Mingyue. Did you recognize the wrong person? Qin Shiyue rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I have indeed never seen your face before, so I might have mistaken you for someone else. But this swift and fierce full moon scimitar technique is the family heirloom martial arts of the Righteous Alliance's Deputy Alliance leader Situ. Although your scimitar has changed and your technique has also changed, how can the blade intent in your bones change? In the Situ family, other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who is as young as you and has such great skills. When the nameless soldier heard this, he laughed out loud and said, as expected of Qin Shiyue, you're a genius. I tried so hard to hide from your eyes, but you still saw through me. I've said it before, how can such a small scheme be shown in public? It's better to just kill my way over and convince you wholeheartedly. Qin Shiyue said, this Qin has been very careful along the way, waiting for your Righteous Alliance to make a move. But I really didn't expect that the Righteous Alliance, who has always been famous for their open schemes, would actually play such a dirty trick. The world is really degenerating with each passing day. Seeing Qin Shiyue shaking his head as he spoke, Situ Yueming became angry out of shame and said, no matter what kind of scheme it is, taking your life is a good scheme. Qin Shiyue, seeing that your name also has the word you, I will let you die a little faster. After saying this, his scimitar flashed and slashed over. Qin Shiyue's lips curled into a smile. The soft sword in his hand was like a snake spitting out its tongue, touching the side of the scimitar. The scimitar seemed to have been struck by lightning and trembled incessantly. Situ Yueming couldn't help but be shocked. He had already exchanged a few moves with Qin Shiyue. He was very clear about Qin Shiyue's skills. That was why he boasted that he would let him die a quick death. But after exchanging blows, why did Qin Shiyue suddenly seem like a different person? Could it be that Qin Shiyue had really cured the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhen Qi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shiyue was outdated. This guy's martial arts were a level higher than his. Chapter 280. Seeing that Qin Shiyue's internal energy was so pure, Situ Yueming could not help but think, could it be that Qin Shiyue had completely removed the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhen Qi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shiyue was outdated. This fellow's martial arts were a level higher than his. Situ Yueming was right. Just now, Qin Shiyue could not take the poison dispelling pill and could only use his internal energy to suppress the spread of the poison. The Zhen Qi in his meridians could only be used 3 times out of 10. 70% of his Zhen Qi was used to resist the spread of the poison. Because of this, he fell far behind Situ Yueming and was chased by him, almost losing his life. Vengeance killings in Jianghu were all planned out before acting. They were all done with the basics. For example, Situ Yueming was sent out based on the current information from the Righteous Alliance. They believed that he would be able to deal with Qin Shiyue perfectly. That was why they sent him out. This perfection naturally took some effort, but it was not too difficult. Only then could they show the demeanor of a sect in Jianghu. If they sent out Zhang San or Nan Fengyun to kill Qin Shiyue, they would become a laughingstock. Even if they could easily kill Qin Shiyue, it would make the Righteous Alliance unable to raise their heads in Jianghu in the future. The accuracy and completeness of this information was very thought-provoking. For example, this time, the Righteous Alliance had clearly misjudged Qin Shiyue's strength and sent out Situ Yueming, whose strength was a level lower. The result could be imagined. Therefore it was still that old saying. When comparing information and martial arts, sometimes martial arts were not important. In fact, if Qin Shiyue did not capture Zhang Xiaohua and bring her back to the Dragon God sect and did not meet Su Jiaotong in Jingyue City, it could be imagined that he might have died from the poison. But the truth was the truth. It was not that many possibilities and accidents were hidden. It was this ordinary-looking youth that reversed the situation in one fell swoop. The reason was that he missed a girl that he thought he had forgotten. Qin Shiyue did not know how he could repay Zhang Xiaohua. Perhaps he did not even think about it. Right now, he was only thinking about the Righteous Alliance in front of him, who was somewhat as famous as him in Jianghu. The people in Jianghu were the most nosy and there was no lack of gossip. Qin Shiyue and Situ Yueming both had the word Yub in their names. Therefore, the nosy people would use the word Yub behind their backs to faintly compare each other. Moreover, the two were similar in age and their martial arts were also similar. However, Situ Yueming was more secretive than Qin Shiyue. Everyone in Jianghu knew of his name but very few people had seen him. If it was not for the saber intent of the full moon scimitar, Qin Shiyue reckoned that he would not have thought of Situ Yueming who was as famous as him. However, the Righteous Alliance had miscalculated 2 steps. First, the Dragon God sect had a deep foundation and was far from what the Righteous Alliance could compare to. The poison-repelling pill for detoxification originated from the immortal path. Although the medicinal ingredients and refining method had the characteristics of martial arts, there were still many things that had been preserved. This kind of pill was more than enough to deal with the poison of martial arts. Naturally, it would be able to cleanse the poison in a very short period of time and allow Qin Shiyue to recover to his peak. Second, the martial arts of the Dragon God sect also originated from the immortal path. Qin Shiyue could be considered as a side branch of the direct disciples. The martial arts that he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. The information that the Righteous Alliance had was correct a few years ago. However, it could not compare to Qin Shiyue's rapid progress in cultivation. In these short few years, the Righteous Alliance had used their own disciples' level to measure Qin Shiyue. On the path of martial arts, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge mistake. Not to mention that Qin Shiyue was a level higher than Situ Yueming. Situ Yueming's scimitar could no longer release lightning at will like before. The moment the scimitar's lightning came out, it was strangled by the flexible sword like a spirit snake. In an instant, there was no sound. Situ Yueming knew that this operation could be considered a failure. However, he still had a trace of confidence. His Qinggong was one of the best among the Righteous Alliance disciples of the same generation. If he threw away his restraint and insisted on escaping, although Qin Shiyue's Qinggong was extremely good, he might still have a chance. Just as he was thinking, Qin Shiyue let out a long whistle. Full of energy, he smiled and said, "Situ Yueming, stay here." As he said that, he pointed his flexible sword at Situ Yueming's face. At the same time, his left hand slightly opened, covering the main pressure point on his chest. Seeing this, Situ Yueming knew that Qin Shiyue had used his ultimate move. His sword flashed and there were endless moves behind it. His left hand also felt that there was no room for him to dodge. He could not help but feel anxious. Without even looking at Murong Jian, he jumped up with the tip of his foot. His body turned in the air and directly flew out of the hole. His posture looked somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua. On the side, Zhang Xiaohua hid behind the crowd and used her divine sense to observe the battle. After watching for a long time, she discovered another use of divine sense. No matter if it was Qin Shiyue or Situ Yueming, under divine sense, their moves, real moves, feints, all kinds of moves, changes, they were all exposed. This was the last move of the two. Situ Yueming saw that Qin Shiyue's move could not be blocked, but Zhang Xiaohua saw a few flaws in Qin Shiyue's move. As long as Situ Yueming used these flaws, he would be able to block the move. Moreover, one of the flaws was very serious. If used properly, he could even directly defeat Qin Shiyue. Seeing that Situ Yueming actually ran away, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be that her martial arts were actually higher than Situ Yueming's? In her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen that Situ Yueming's qinggong was indeed very high. But it was not much worse than her. Her ethereal steps had only been practiced to the 3rd level, and she had no chance to practice the later cultivation methods. This levitation technique could only be used as a qinggong now. Compared to Qin Shiyue, she was still a little worse. Situ Yueming certainly could not outrun Qin Shiyue. Sure enough, seeing Situ Yueming float up, Qin Shiyue's mouth curled up. She exerted force on her feet and ran from the ground to the door of the hall. In a flash, she was less than 2 steps away from the door. When she was a little closer, she rushed forward and reached out to grab Situ Yueming's feet. Situ Yueming heard the sound of the wind under his feet and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's qinggong was actually so powerful? However, he immediately understood that his knowledge of Qin Shiyue's martial arts was still at the level of the intelligence report. Presumably, her qinggong was far beyond his expectations. But now was not the time to investigate the matter of the intelligence report. He immediately kicked his feet and dodged Qin Shiyue's hand. But with this delay, his Zhen Qi became turbid and his body immediately sank. Situ Yueming gritted his teeth and forcefully reversed the flow of his Zhen Qi. His body rose again and rushed out of the door. Seeing that he had rushed out, Situ Yueming was overjoyed. He was about to exert force again to break out of the cage, but at this time, there was a black shadow in front of him. When he looked carefully, wasn't it Qin Shiyue who was still in the hall? How did he appear in front of him in such a short time? Without waiting for Situ Yueming to understand, Qin Shiyue waved his right hand and the flexible sword slashed towards Situ Yueming. Seeing Qin Shiyue use the flexible sword to slash at him, Situ Yueming was puzzled. Could the flexible sword be used like this? But Qin Shiyue's sword slash was smooth and the technique was strange. It was even faster than a sword stab. At this time, Situ Yueming was already at the end of his tether. He hadn't even stabilized his Zhen Qi from reversing the flow of his Zhen Qi, so how could he possibly summon any more Zhen Qi? With a piu sound, Situ Yueming's head was separated from his body. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before falling to the ground. You actually killed him. At this time, everyone had just arrived at the entrance of the hall. Murong Jian angrily pointed at Qin Shiyue and asked, "You didn't know that he was my guard?" Qin Shiyue shook the flexible sword and blood splattered everywhere. He smiled and said, "Commander Murong, you seem to have forgotten that mistakes are inevitable in a battle. I am truly sorry." Without waiting for Murong Jian to speak, Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, although Lord Qin made a mistake, the result of the battle has already been decided. Does Sir have any orders?" "Orders?" Murong Jian shrugged. He looked at the flexible sword that was still dripping with blood and said, "You have more people." Just now, a little brat that came out of nowhere was able to interrupt the battle. This Lord Qin even had the guts to slash my guard. What can I say? Just wait and see. We, the Navy, will not be bullied by anyone. Actually, everyone present was well aware that Murong Jian did not come here with good intentions to propose marriage. These guards were probably set up long ago. However, he had used words to trap everyone. He only said that it was a marriage proposal and a competition, so no one could do anything to him. Moreover, he was the commander of the Navy, and was also the relative of the city's garrison. If the 3 seas and 7 rivers wanted to live in Jingyu City, they had no choice but to lower their heads. After Murong Jian finished speaking, he was about to leave. Su Jiaoqing stopped him and said, "Commander Murong, Lord Qin won the battle today. A man's words carry enormous weight. Don't mention this marriage proposal again in the future. What do you think?" Murong Jian gritted his teeth and said, "A man's words cannot be taken back. Since this commander lost to Lord Qin today, as long as Lord Qin is alive, this commander will not see Lady Jiao Tong for a day." These words were strange, but the meaning was in line. Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, don't be like this. The Navy and the South Sea are still friends. If you are free in the future, you are still welcome to come to our residence." Murong Jian coldly snorted and was about to leave. Su Jiao Tong called out, "Lord Murong, please bring back the box you brought later." After speaking, she ran back to the main hall. Not long after, she came out with the box and casually tossed it to Murong Jian. Murong Jian bitterly smiled and received it. He patted it and said, Xueqi, you didn't even open the box to take a look. Xueqi smiled and shook his head. He did not reply. Seeing this, Murongjian felt bored. He held the box in one hand and stroked it with the other as he walked past Qin Shiyue. At this time, something strange happened. Murongjian activated some mechanism. With a creak, a black light shot out from the small box and headed straight for Murongjian's heart. Chapter 281. Qin Shiyue was very close to Murongjian and had already let down his guard. The black light from the mechanism came so quickly that Qin Shiyue didn't even have time to react before it pierced his heart. Qin Shiyue's right hand immediately covered his chest. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fell limply to the ground. "Little you!" Su Jiaotong finally called out and ran to Qin Shiyue with tears streaming down her face. The Xueqi and the others were also furious. Just as they were about to step forward and surround Murongjian did not panic. He swung his right hand upwards and a whistling arrow shot into the sky. When it reached midair, it exploded with a pop sound. After that, a faint clamor could be heard from outside. Su Jiao asked, "Lord Murong, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has treated you well. What do you mean by this?" Murongjian sneered, "Old man Su, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been in the Southern Sea for too long. Isn't it time to consider changing owners? I'm soft-hearted, so I'll help you share your responsibility. From now on, I'll take care of everything in the Serpent Palace." Su Jiao couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Murongjian and couldn't help but laugh. "Little Murong, I respect you as the Navy commander of this city and have treated you well. Although I haven't personally dealt with you, Jiaotong and the others have always been respectful to you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and have been plotting against my Serpent Palace for so long. Ha ha ha, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace is nothing but a nobody in the Jianghu. In the future, you'll be recruited by the government and have a bright future. It's better than riding on the Tenryu sect's boat. Moreover, after you've submitted to the government, I'll take back the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's name. It's better than being a serpent under the Tenryu sect." Su Jiao didn't let it go and said, "The government and the Jianghu have always minded their own business. Everything in the Jianghu is decided by the people of the Jianghu. You're just a small commander and you dare to say such big words? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Little Murong, if you know what's good for you, let go now. You go your way and I'll go mine. I won't say anything about you in front of General Liu. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wait until I take you all down. Then what's done is done. What can General Liu say? I'll first offer the wealth of the South Sea Dragon Palace. In the future, the income of the South Sea will be increased by 30%. Do you think he will still remember your friendship? You want to take us down? Haha. Do you think you're Situ Yueming?" The Su Jiao King found it funny. Before the Su Jiao King could finish his words, Murongjian's figure flashed, leaping towards Qin Shiyue. When Qin Shiyue collapsed on the ground, Su Jiaotong was the first to rush over, followed by Ying Fei, whose face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, seeing Murongjian rushing over, Ying Fei pulled out his sword and blocked in front of him, thrusting his sword towards Murongjian. In Ying Fei's mind, his sword would definitely force Murongjian to retreat. Unfortunately, reality always exceeded his imagination. Murongjian's figure spun and dodged to the side. He took out a dagger from his bosom and casually flicked it. It was precisely Ying Fei's wrist. Ying Fei's heart jumped. How was this the clumsy and ugly man he saw at the city gate? He quickly retracted his hand and drew a sword flower with his sword, guarding an opening. However, Murongjian didn't even bother with him. He flashed past him and moved to Su Jiaotong's side. Su Jiaotong was facing Qin Shiyue, who was lying on the ground. Why would she care about anything else? Murongjian reached out and grabbed Su Jiaotong. The dagger was pressed against her throat. He turned around to face the crowd and said with a smile, "Naturally, I don't need to take you all down. I only need to follow Miss Jiaotong and wait for my subordinates to take over the manor. What do you all think?" While he was speaking, Su Jiaotong struggled forward and bumped into the dagger in his hand. Murongjian was shocked. He quickly exerted strength in his hand and firmly held Su Jiaotong in his hand so that she couldn't move. Then he looked at the crowd whose faces had changed and said, "Old man Su, look at you all. This commander originally wanted to take the soft path and start with Miss Jiaotong. First, I will let you enjoy being a father-in-law. However, this Su Jiaotong didn't fall for this young master's trick and didn't give this commander a chance. If it wasn't for the Righteous Alliance's Situ Yueming, I wouldn't have known that Qin Shiyue had also come to Jingyue City. I originally wanted to use the opportunity when Situ Yueming got rid of Qin Shiyue to persuade you with a betrothal gift. However, I never thought that my flawless plan would be ruined by a random person. However, fortunately, I still had a backup plan. Father-in-law didn't want to accept the betrothal gift, so I could only let Qin Shiyue accept it. You think I don't know that he is Qin Shiyue? You still want to act like an elder in front of me. If I don't kill him, who will? He still wants to snatch a beauty from me. He must be tired of living. All right, father-in-law, this commander won't talk too much with you. Miss Jiaotong, come with me first. After we consummate our marriage, we will return to pay our respects to your family. After speaking, he hugged Su Jiaotong and was about to walk out. How could the crowd be willing to comply? They all pulled out their weapons and ran forward. Murong Jian used a dagger to point at Su Jiaotong's throat and said, "All of you stop. If you take half a step forward, I will make my move and slit Jiaotong's throat." Seeing this, the crowd didn't dare to go forward. Su Jiaotong struggled with all her strength to get closer to the dagger. However, Murong Jian was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. How could Su Jiaotong struggle? Zhang Xiaohua was also standing behind the crowd. She was considering whether or not to make a move to save Su Jiaotong. At this time, a gentle voice sounded from behind her. "I have long since found you an eyesore. Murong, Situ, Huangpu, Shangguan, I hate these compound surnames the most. Do you think you are acting in a garden?" Murong Jian was shocked. This voice was very familiar. Could it be? He didn't dare to imagine. He quickly turned around. What entered his eyes was a smiling face with a head full of white hair and a sword light that slashed horizontally towards him. This was also his last impression in this world. Immediately, his big head flew into the sky along with the sword light. Blood splashed all over Su Jiaotong's body. When Jiaotong heard this unforgettable voice, she was already in a daze. How could she care about this? She flew into Qin Shiyue's arms. Her blood also stained Qin Shiyue's body. Qin Shiyue smiled and stroked Su Jiaotong's black hair. After a while, Su Jiaotong understood what was going on. She grumbled coquettishly and pushed him away. She moved to the side with a shy expression on her face. Ying Fei was the closest to her. He also moved closer and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong?" Qin Shiyue looked at Ying Fei, then looked at the Su Jiao King and the others who were also filled with confusion. She opened her left hand. In her hand was a short arrow. There was no trace of blood on the arrow. Qin Shiyue then used her hand to pull out a hole in her clothes. She smiled and said, "I have frightened everyone. When I went out, my master gave me a treasure to protect my heart. I originally thought that my master was being too careful. I didn't expect that I would use it here. This Murong Jian is really a bastard. He actually acted so well. I didn't expect him to have such skills. Moreover, he has such big ambitions. I really didn't expect him to have such great skills." The Su Jiao King smiled and said, "Lord Qin is wise and resourceful. You have really opened my eyes. However, this Murong Jian's tricks are like child's play in front of Lord Qin." Lord Qin easily resolved it and even managed to get so many secrets out of him. This old man and the others are full of admiration. Then, he listened to the sounds outside and said, "However, this guy also has some influence in Jingyue City. The people outside the villa must be his subordinates who are attacking. Lord, this old man's villa is only a temporary residence in Jingyue City. We are also familiar with the government's forces. We don't have much defensive power. After attacking for a while, we must have reached our limit. Although we are not afraid of the soldiers, we do not fight with the officials. Moreover, they are using the government's name and have other plans. Moreover, we killed Murong Jian. It will be difficult to explain to General Liu. The guards of Jingyue City won't let us go. In this old man's opinion, Lord Qin, why don't we hide for a while and talk to General Liu after these things have calmed down? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue said apologetically, "Su Jiao King, I acted quickly and killed Murong Jian. It seems that I have provoked a troublesome matter. The matters here have always been managed by the Su Jiao King. Naturally, I will listen to the Su Jiao King. We will do as you say. The Su Jiao king said, It's not that we are afraid of the government. Murong Jian has been killed. Our dragon god sect has never been afraid of anyone. It's just that we are in their territory. It's difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 legs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's leave the city first. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, We will follow the Su Jiao king's arrangement. When the Su Jiao king heard this, he turned around and said, Everyone, let's go. Follow this old man out of Jingyue City. Let's go to the South Sea and have some fun. The other 2 seas and 7 waters laughed and said, Let's go. We all live on the water. We don't feel at ease on the ground. It's better to go back to the water. After that, they followed the Su Jiao king to the back of the hall. When everyone moved, Zhang Xiaohua was revealed behind them. When Qin Shiyue saw this, he smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao, thank you for saving my life. I will not forget it. However, you still have the cauldron, so I don't dare to make the decision to let you go. Follow me back to the Dragon God sect. I will report everything to the sect leader and ask my master to put in a good word for you. As long as you tell the truth, I guarantee that the sect leader will not make things difficult for you. As long as your sect can hand over the cauldron, or you can just tell me your sect, the sect leader will naturally let you go. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The cauldron is in my arms. What do you want me to say? I can't take it out. It's really difficult for me. In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua discovered the wonderful use of divine sense in martial arts, he was no longer afraid of Qin Shiyue. He was confident and capable of escaping from Qin Shiyue's pursuit and even winning. However, looking at the current situation, there must be a lot of navy outside. He would not be stupid enough to leave Qin Shiyue's protection and make trouble for those soldiers. Therefore, he said with a smile, Since Lord Qin said so, I will follow you. Please put in a good word for me in front of your sect leader in the future. Chapter 282. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's cooperation. The situation just now was really critical. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua, he would have been poisoned to death on the ground. Therefore, on one hand, he was ruthless to Situ Yueming and Murong Jian, not letting them live. On the other hand, he was really grateful to Zhang Xiaohua from the bottom of his heart. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua was involved in an important matter that the leader of the divine sect cared about. Otherwise, he could have made the decision to let Zhang Xiaohua go. Of course, what he said to Zhang Xiaohua just now was also sincere. He was not a gentleman who did not repay kindness. Qin Shiyue never thought of himself as a gentleman. However, he disdained to be ungrateful. Everyone followed Lord Su Jiao around the hall. On the other side of the island, there were a few smaller boats. Everyone sat separately. Although Su Jiaotong lost her composure just now and didn't get close to Qin Shiyue again, she still chose to sit in the same boat as Qin Shiyue. Although one was surrounded by everyone and the other was standing silently at the bow of the boat, her eyes still secretly and inadvertently glanced over. After everyone boarded the boat, Lord Su Jiao gestured to a servant. The servant turned around and soon, a special signal flew into the air. Lord Su Jiao smiled and said to Qin Shiyue, Let's go now. Let the men disperse too. It's not good to fight with these navies who don't know the inside story. We might have to meet again in the next day. Qin Shiyue nodded and said, Lord Su Jiao is very thoughtful. I wonder if we... Lord Su Jiao pointed to the other side of the lake and said, When we settled down in Jingyue City, the Jiao Palace had already thought about it. Jingyue City isn't our territory, so we always feel like we're under someone else's control. This escape route was arranged long ago and hasn't been used for so many years. Lord Qin, you've got a taste of something new this time. Qin Shiyue smiled bitterly and said, Lord Su Jiao is making fun of me. It's better not to have a taste of something new. Everyone roared with laughter, and the slightly tense atmosphere was swept away. On the opposite side of the lake was the back of the manor. It was impossible to reach from either side of the manor on land. The Su Jiao king purposely left a waterway here, which was blocked by an iron fence. After the small boat passed through, a servant closed the fence. The small boat traveled for a while and entered a rugged bend. Jingyu City was the estuary of the river. There were many waterways in the city, which were densely packed like a spider web. Under the control of an experienced servant, The small boat quickly passed through many waterways and arrived at a secluded place. On the shore, the family members had already prepared horses. Even the horse that Qin Shiyue rode over was among them. The Su Jiao king smiled and said, "Lord Qin, please get on the horse. We'll make plans after we leave the city." Qin Shiyue nodded with a smile and took the lead to get on the horse. Then, under the leadership of the Su Jiao king, the group of people quickly left Jingyu City. Originally, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since the navy was attacking the manor of the Su Jiao king, why would they open the city gate? However, things were out of her expectations. There was no interrogation at the city gate and they directly left. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. This Murong Jian might really be doing this behind the back of General Liu and his seventh uncle's guard. Seeing that there was no danger and they had safely left the city, Zhang Xiaohua's mind became active again. She was ready to find an opportunity to escape. Could it be that she had to follow Qin Shiyue to that Tenryu sect? Just as she was thinking, Qin Shiyue asked, "Lord Su Jiao, may I ask where are we going?" The Su Jiao king said with a smile, "Lord Qin, don't be alarmed. This old man originally wanted to let you do your job well in Jingyu City. Who would have thought that such a big mistake would happen? Naturally, we can't stay in Jingyu City any longer. The things that Lord Sect Leader needs are being transported here by sea. Why don't we go to the sea and welcome them? I think that after you receive the things, you should go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. Since you're already here, I won't be able to live with myself if I don't do my part as a host." Qin Shiyue nodded and said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao King, you didn't plan to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. This time, no matter what, you have to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace to take a look." The Su Jiao king said, "It's all this old man's negligence. I just wanted to let you finish your task as soon as possible, but I neglected it. I should accept my punishment." Then he looked at Su Jiaotong and said, "Lord Qin, this time you know the way. If you're free in the future, you can come often." How could Qin Shiyue not know what he meant? She said repeatedly, of course, I will come often." When Su Jiaotong heard this, she was also full of smiles and lowered her head to accompany her. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow behind Qin Shiyue, he had already vaguely heard through his divine sense that they were going to the sea. He couldn't help but be moved when he heard that they were going to go to the sea. The last time he came back from the seaside with his second brother, the accountant of the escort agency told him about the magnificence of the sea. He regretted that he hadn't seen the sea for a long time. Now he was going to go to the sea. If he could really experience the feeling of the sea, how could he refuse? The thought of running away just as it arose in his heart disappeared immediately. Anyway, he already had the ability to escape from Qin Shiyue. It didn't matter if he stayed here for a while. He would go to the South Sea first and enjoy the journey with Qin Shiyue. It wouldn't be too late for him to escape when he got tired of it. The group went out of the city. They didn't go along the main road. Instead, they found a familiar path. After running for a while, they came to a place with lush trees and hills. Lord Su pointed at a low-lying place with his whip and said, "Lord Qin, please look. Between those two hills is the secret harbor of our South Sea Dragon Palace." Sure enough, when they turned around the hill, they saw several large ships. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Are these the ships that go to the sea?" Everyone abandoned their horses and got on the ship. Their families led their horses to another ship. Then, they raised the sail and the anchor and sailed out of the harbor. When the ship left the harbor, Zhang Xiaohua found that the ship was sailing on a wide river. The place they had just sailed out of was a rather hidden place where the river flowed back. If they hadn't just come out of that place, how could they believe that there was a harbor between two bare hills? Not long after, there were many boats on the river, big and small. Some went down with the current, and some went against the current. It was really lively. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time on a boat, and it was a novel experience for her. She stood by the side of the boat and looked around. The river was very gentle, and the ship was quite big. It didn't shake very much. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. In the books, it was said that ships swayed violently on the water. Those who had never been on a ship would get seasick easily. However, she didn't feel it at all. Lord Su stood at the bow of the ship with Qin Shiyue and said, "Lord Qin, this is your first time on the sea, right?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "The divine sect is located in a vast area. It's hard to have a chance to go to the sea. We don't even travel on the water. Lord Su smiled and said, "That's good. This time, you can see the scenery of the sea. Besides, I'm a little tired. I'll go to the cabin to rest. Alas, I'm old. My body is unforgiving." Then he turned his head and said, "Jiaotong, come here and tell Lord Qin about the interesting things on the sea." When he saw Su Jiaotong coming forward shyly, he cupped his hands and turned to enter the cabin. Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaotong stood at the bow of the ship, pointing and laughing. Su Jiaotong gradually got rid of her shyness and smiled brightly. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to listen to some of the experiences on the sea, but as she listened, she became sentimental. Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to listen anymore. She walked to the stern of the ship and enjoyed the scenery on the river. After a while, the ship left the sea. Seagulls soared, and the sea and sky met. The magnificent scenery made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. In the past, she only saw this scenery in books and didn't feel anything. Now, it seemed like it was 10,000 times more intense than what was described. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling. The world was so beautiful, and life was so beautiful. If she was lucky enough to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers, how happy would it be? Looking at the boundless sea, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense without limit. Her state of mind was also constantly improving. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was going to fly with the wind. Perhaps it was because of the vast sea, or the improvement of her state of mind. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense seemed to be a little stronger, and the range it covered was slightly larger. However, the sea was not as thick as the land. It seemed to be very sticky, and it was difficult for her divine sense to penetrate it. She probed down, but it was difficult to go deep. However, on the boundless sea, her divine sense was a little short. At a glance, the countless stars on the horizon were motionless black dots, which couldn't be seen by her divine sense alone. Zhang Xiaohua understood that the motionless black dots were the distant ship. It was because it was very far away that she couldn't feel its movement. At this moment, the sea was a little rough, and the ship was bobbing up and down. From time to time, waves hit the side of the ship. A salty and fishy smell came, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very refreshed. After a while, she saw a huge ship coming from the other side. It was approaching them. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Was this still a ship? Compared to the ship she was on, hers could only be called a small boat. When the huge ship got closer, the Su Jiao King walked out of the cabin. He looked at the dumbfounded Qin Shiyue with a smile and said, "Lord Qin, please. This is the ship that we should take when we go out to sea. This is just a riverboat that sent us here. This ship is too deep in the water, and we can't go to the area around Jingyue City." Soon, a basket was thrown down from the huge ship, and the people on the small boat were lifted up one by one. Zhang Xiaohua got on the huge ship, and her footing was very stable. There were no bumps and ups like when she was on the small boat. At this moment, the Su Jiao King explained to Qin Shiyue again, "The sea is the most turbulent, and it's not as calm as the estuary. A riverboat is small, and it's only suitable for the river. If it's in the sea, it'll be overturned by a single wave. If you don't take this huge ship, you can't go out to sea no matter what." Qin Shiyue sighed and said, "Read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. If you don't go to the sea, how can you see such a huge ship?" Chapter 283. Looking at it from afar, she only felt that the giant boat was very big. But when she was on the deck, she really understood the meaning of the word big. Just one side of the giant boat was wide enough for 8 carriages side by side. The bow and stern of the boat were even more spacious. Countless sailors were busy going back and forth, so it did not seem crowded. The cabin of the giant boat was in the shape of a building in the center. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and found that there were as many as 5 floors. Especially the 2 floors below the deck. There were many sailors doing all kinds of work there. There were more sailors than on the deck. At this time, the people on the 2 boats boarded the giant boat. Even their horses were brought up by the sailors and pulled into the cabin to take care of them. Just now in the villa in Jingyue City, they did not have a good chat before Murong Jian disturbed them. Then they fought and ran away. In such a short time, so many things happened. Only Lord Su Jiaotong and Lord Su Jiaotong communicated with Qin Shiyue more. Now that they were finally in their own territory, they did not have to worry about their safety. The lords of the other two seas and the gang leader of Seven Water all gathered around and hurriedly expressed their loyalty and concern. In fact, thinking about it just now, it was indeed dangerous. Everyone was a little scared. They actually fell into the trap of a boorish navy man. Even if they wanted to help, they could not. If it were not for the servant next to them, they did not dare to imagine what would happen. Therefore, among the gang leaders, some struck up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not refuse and smiled and talked nonsense with them. However, he did not talk about his background and origin. Who knew if they had been instructed by Qin Shiyue to secretly inquire about him? Although Zhang Xiaohua was born in a poor family and had no experience in Jianghu, and his life experience was also very different, he was smart and had read a lot of books. These people were far from being comparable to him. Even if he talked nonsense according to a few travel books, he could still scare them. Moreover, now that he was looking at these people from the height of immortality, he naturally had a sense of superiority in his heart. This kind of momentum flashed in his chatter from time to time. Not long after, several people struck up a conversation with him. If it were not for his low martial arts and ignorance of some secrets in Jianghu, they would have thought that he was an elite disciple cultivated by a big sect. After chatting for a while, the banquet in the cabin was ready. Then, everyone entered one by one. Zhang Xiaohua had just used his spiritual mind to scan the cabin, but when he entered, he was still shocked by the sight in front of him. Not to mention that the cabin was actually twice as big as the hall of the villa. The gorgeous decoration, the coiling dragon pillars, the magnificent palace lanterns, and other things made him infinitely surprised. After entering the banquet, everyone drank freely. They talked and urged Qin Shiyue to drink. Although Su Jiaodong was very unwilling to let Qin Shiyue drink too much because she was worried about his body that had just been poisoned, how could she say it out loud? Qin Shiyue did not understand several hints, so he could only sit aside and watch worriedly. Fortunately, Ying Fei was tactful and knew the effect of the detoxification pill. He found an opportunity to whisper it to Su Jiaotong. Only then did Su Jiaotong smile and happily drink a few cups with Qin Shiyue. Everyone was a person with profound internal strength, so they were also in a good mood. This banquet would not end. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay at the banquet. He found an opportunity to go forward and leave. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei knew his problem. Besides, where could he escape to in this vast sea? They were very relieved and let him go first. Before leaving, Qin Shiyue comforted him with a smile and asked him to have a good rest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that today's words were true, so he thanked them and let the sailor take him out of the cabin. The room arranged for Zhang Xiaohua was on the second floor of the cabin. It was a room about the same size as his hut in the Huanqi villa. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and looked around. He used his spiritual mind to scan the room. He felt that there was nothing wrong, so he carefully closed the door. There were several windows in the room. Zhang Xiaohua casually pushed open a window. A salty sea breeze blew in his face. It was already late at night outside. His ears were full of the sound of the sea washing the deck. His eyes were full of darkness. Occasionally, there were a few lights, but they were like fireflies. They were far away and could not be seen. Looking further, the dark water was connected with the dark night sky. The sparkling stars in the night sky were reflected in the sea. It was really difficult to distinguish which part was the night sky and which part was the sea. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a great sense of loneliness. He was like a little ant in the endless darkness, helpless to control his fate. But immediately, he was filled with a kind of incomparable pride. It seemed that the endless darkness was not really darkness. There were countless colors hidden in the darkness. He also had a desire to control the darkness. He wanted to uncover the surface of the darkness and reveal the mystery in the dark. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts. His path of immortality had just begun. Perhaps after cultivating for a long time, he would be able to reveal the mysteries of the world. Leaning against the window and facing the wind, Zhang Xiaohua felt very comfortable. He suddenly thought of his levitation technique. Now that he could float a little, when he cultivated it to the peak, would he be able to fly around in the air like the wind? However, he believed that this realm was not something that he could achieve with the third level of the ethereal steps technique. If he had the opportunity to learn the next few levels of the technique, how good would that be? Unfortunately, the third level of the technique was exchanged for by him saving Oh Yan's life. He did not know how many more levels there were and what he could use to exchange for them. Oh Peng's life? Zhang Xiaohua laughed at himself. How could that be possible? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua thought of his earth escape technique. This technique did not seem to have any levels. If he cultivated it to the peak, would there be a miraculous effect? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Thinking back to that day, he thought that the earth escape technique was to dig a tunnel in the ground. It was really funny. From the way the earth escape technique was recorded, it was undoubtedly an immortal technique. How could its effect be compared to the earth escape technique? Maybe it was a technique that allowed him to walk in the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to start comprehending the earth escape technique when his heart was moved. He had not practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist for a long time. Why not take advantage of the fact that no one was watching and practice it? His divine sense swept across the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. The banquet was still going on downstairs. Therefore, he felt at ease and practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist until the long-lost warm current tempered his bones. Only then did he stop. This kind of comfortable feeling was indescribable. If it was not for the lack of time, he would have practiced the third level of the Big Dipper mystical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhang Xiaohua did not plan to continue comprehending the earth escape technique. It was late at night and he had a premonition that he would be able to sleep in the middle of the night. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 primordial stones from his bosom and held them tightly in his hands. He assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. When the heaven and earth yuan qi began to enter his body, his divine sense left his body and spread over the sea surface of the giant boat to guide the heaven and earth yuan qi. Unexpectedly, there was a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface. It was even more than that in the medicinal field. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why, but he still guided it. The heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be somewhat different from that on land. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be more vigorous and moist. When the heaven and earth yuan qi entered the body, after being tempered by the meridians, it made the meridians more flexible. When Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, midnight came. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua fell into a deep sleep. He did not even withdraw his divine sense. If this was a normal sleep, the divine sense would naturally return to the body. However, Zhang Xiaohua's sleep was dominated by the flickering light and he did not withdraw it. When the flickering light filled Zhang Xiaohua's dream, his surroundings were also shrouded in a kind of weak flickering light. The starlight in the night sky was still shining, but on this empty sea surface, it attracted more starlight. The divine sense also increased the traction force, constantly drawing the heaven and earth yuan qi into the body. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the surrounding sea area was also constantly replenished and absorbed. In Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the primordial stones were also absorbed at a speed 10 times faster. After a few hours, the starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's body became more and more intense. It had already changed from invisible and transparent to now emitting a faint layer of milky white brilliance. It was extremely thin, like a layer of moonlight sprinkled on the body. However, the moon in the sky had already fallen on the other side of the giant ship and did not shine through the window. This brilliance lasted for a few moments, and the flickering frequency in Zhang Xiaohua's dream changed again. It flickered a few times, and the milky white brilliance around him was once again swallowed into the body. The thin and invisible starlight film was restored, but the concentration of the starlight was still the same, and the frequency was also fixed. However, he did not know if this was also a kind of promotion. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated for another night, and the banquet in the cabin also went on for the whole night. A touch of dawn appeared in the distant sky, and the banquet was delayed until it ended. Everyone did not tidy up, and went back to their rooms to meditate and adjust their qi. At the place where the sea and the sky met, first it was clear, then it turned red, and that red color gradually burned. Suddenly, a red sun jumped out of the sea with a trace of flame. On the giant ship on the first floor of the ship, Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and the Flood Dragon King of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters, as well as the gang leader, were all admiring the sunrise on the sea, pointing and laughing. In the cabin on the second floor, Zhang Xiaohua also suddenly opened his eyes the moment the flame jumped out. He was facing the window, and that flame was reflected in his deep eyes. In an instant, it seemed to have ignited something in his body. Unconsciously, the Zhen Qi in the meridians in his body began to circulate crazily, and the flickering of the Zhen Qi also became faster. The speed at which the Zhen Qi was extracted from the Zhen Qi suddenly increased by several times, and this huge amount of Zhen Qi pushed the refinement of the Zhen Qi in his body. Zhang Xiaohua still stared at the rising red sun with his eyes wide open. That flame seemed to be imprinted in his eyes, jumping as it breathed, reflecting the sun in the distance. Chapter 284. The speed at which Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the Yuan Qi from the primeval stones did not slow down because of his inattentiveness. Instead, it became even more frightening. Zhang Xiaohua did not move as he stared at the red sun. No, it should be said that the flames in his eyes reflected the red sun, rising slowly. When the red sun was halfway out, the Zhenqi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already reached saturation. He did not change his mental cultivation method, and according to the Carefree Heart Sutra, he used all his strength to attack a certain hidden acupoint in his meridians. It was the same as the first time he tried to level up in the Guozhuang house. The previous few times he failed, he was unable to break through the thin and tough membrane. However, every time he failed, more Zhenqi would gather. The Zhenqi absorbed from the primeval stones was also continuously refined and supplied. He did not know how many times he tried to break through, but in the end, the membrane could not hold on any longer. Some fine cracks appeared on it, and the abundant Zhenqi immediately rushed into the new meridians like mercury. Zhang Xiaohua's mental cultivation method changed, and he began to circulate the third level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time, at the horizon, a red sun broke free from the shackles of the sea and leapt into the sky. The rising sun was so warm, like the yolk of a duck's egg, making people sigh in admiration. The flames in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately hid in the depths of his eyes, and could not be seen. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua close his eyes. When he opened them again, he had human emotions. At this time, the Zhenqi in his body also calmed down, smoothly refining in the new meridians. The speed at which he absorbed Yuan Qi from his hands also gradually stabilized, but it was already several times faster than before. Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately get up. Instead, he silently circulated the third level of the mental cultivation method several times, warming his meridians for a while. Only then did he smile bitterly and stand up. He broke through from the first level to the second level on the southern slope of the Guozhuang house. During his closed-door cultivation for several days, he was in a half-awake state, so he could be considered to have some consciousness. Today, he broke through to the third level, but he was still in a half-awake state. However, the feeling of breaking through the bottleneck was real, and it was all achieved by him mobilizing his Zhenqi. Picking up the 2 yuan stones in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua scanned them with his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that he had absorbed more than 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. It was only then that he understood. From the second level to the third level of the aura refining realm, it had only taken him several dozen days, which could be considered inconceivable. Thinking about what he had experienced in the past several dozen days, going up Xueqi Mountain to kill the bandits, going down Xueqi Mountain to escape from Qin Shiyue, suffering torture at Qin Shiyue's hands, and helping her out in Jingyue City, he could be considered to have gone through a lot of hardships. His mental state had already reached a certain level long ago, but it was only because his Zhenqi was insufficient that he couldn't break through. Last night, when he sensed the heaven and earth, he gained something. He actually absorbed 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. In other words, it was a genuine yuan stone. This yuan stone could not be compared to the broken stones in the auspicious 3 treasures. It would be strange if he couldn't break through. There was one more thing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Everything below the 6th level of the aura refining realm was the primary level of the aura refining realm, and it was the most difficult to get started. In fact, as long as he got started, he would be able to cultivate the first level of the cultivation technique, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate the next few levels. What was really difficult to cultivate were the 6th level of the middle level and the 6th level of the high level. Those levels couldn't be cultivated simply by absorbing yuan qi. However, in this era where the path of immortals had been annihilated and martial arts were prevalent, who could tell him? The records in the Carefree Heart Sutra were only theoretical things. How could they be as detailed as what his master taught him? Outside the window, the blue sky stretched for thousands of miles. Seagulls soared in the sky, and the endless waves rippled. It was truly a beautiful scene. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but release his divine sense. He was delighted to find that the range of his divine sense had been further expanded. It was actually several times larger than before. The entire ship and a large part of the sea were covered by his divine sense. Even the sea that he couldn't penetrate yesterday was now much deeper than before. This kind of divine ability that only middle-level aura refining cultivators possessed was actually possessed by Zhang Xiaohua early on. It was indeed a difficult mystery to solve. The people on the deck watched the sunrise above the sea, but they still hadn't woken up from the beautiful scenery. They didn't know that the inconspicuous youngster on the second floor had already stepped into a whole new realm. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the intention to go downstairs to the deck. He was originally a prisoner of Qin Shiyue. Even if she saved his life, he wouldn't put himself on the same level as the gang leader of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. He didn't want to blindly get involved with others. Moreover, what he needed to do most now was to improve his strength and quickly appreciate the magnificence of the sea. Then he would find a chance to escape. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave his room for the whole morning. Except for the breakfast delivered by the sailor, he had been practicing martial arts. He didn't stop until he had tempered his bones 9 times. The nameless sword in his left hand didn't need to be practiced anymore. He knew it like the back of his hand. Then he concentrated on practicing the incantation of the earth escape technique. The incantation was very difficult. After he comprehended the first incantation, he didn't make any progress on the second incantation. The key was that after Zhang Xiaohua tried, he didn't think that he should comprehend the incantations one by one and then combine them. The first incantation was to extract qi. The second incantation was to guide qi. If there was no qi being extracted, the second incantation couldn't be performed no matter what. Therefore, after several attempts and Zhang Xiaohua's own reflection, he completely overthrew his previous idea of comprehending the incantations one by one. Fortunately, he had now entered the 3rd layer of qi refining. The amount of qi in his body was several times larger than before. When he performed the first incantation, it was more than easy to extract qi. Zhang Xiaohua extracted qi. There was a ball between his fingers that was hard to see with the naked eye. Then he formed the second incantation with his fingers, trying to guide the ball of qi. However, he was careless and made a mistake. The qi immediately scattered. Zhang Xiaohua already had countless previous experiences. He released his divine sense and completely covered the ball of qi. It was then absorbed back into his meridians. This repeated several times, but he still couldn't succeed. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit impetuous. He knew he should have comprehended the incantation to this point in the morning. He didn't know what kind of taboos there were in cultivating the path of immortality, but when he was studying, young Master Li Jinfeng once said that the path of learning should be balanced between tension and relaxation. If he blindly pushed himself into a dead end, not only would he fail, but it would also be harmful to himself. Presumably, this was how learning should be. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked to the windowsill. Without using his divine sense, he could see Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaotong standing at the bow of the boat. Su Jiaotong spread her arms and looked like she was flying with her eyes slightly closed. Qin Shiyue was standing behind her with her arms around her waist. Facing the wind, they were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. What an affectionate couple. It's only been a few days, but they're already so passionate. However, after the covetousness, there was a trace of jealousy. Ever since those eyes flashed in his heart that day, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he hadn't forgotten her. However, the world was so big. Who knew where she was? Using his divine sense, he scanned the entire boat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Water Gang leader were hiding in the cabin, smiling as they watched the infatuated couple perform under the sunlight. Ying Fei was so bored that he tossed the sword in his hand back and forth. He always had 1,000 complaints, but he didn't dare to disturb Lord Qin's flirting. Seeing Ying Fei playing with the sword, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. Other than the Fist of the North Star and the Nameless Sword, he didn't have any other attacking methods. It would be great if he could practice some sword techniques. Thinking of the Dharma sword in the Dalan Temple, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly lost interest. Those were all martial arts sword techniques, which might not be suitable for him. Even if he learned them, they might not be useful. Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword from his chest. Now he no longer doubted the origin of this small sword. There was no doubt that it was an item from the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was once glorious in this world. Even if it was destroyed, many items must have been scattered. It was just that the people in the world didn't know. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and was attracted by the small sword's faint fluctuation of primordial qi. He had already sensed this fluctuation before, but he didn't have time to study it. Now he had the time. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and didn't see the words that appeared in the jade slip. He also didn't see the pair of jade bracelets. There was a restriction that bounced back. It was just that it easily penetrated. There seemed to be a space in the small sword, but it was different from the space in the money bag. The space in the money bag was used to store things, but the space in the small sword obviously didn't exist. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. What was this space for? So he used his left hand to play with the small sword while using his divine sense to scan the space in the small sword. Coincidentally, at this moment, a huge wave hit and the giant boat swayed slightly. Ying Fei, who was downstairs, lost his balance and the sword in his hand fell out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was upstairs, also lost his balance. However, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction was extremely fast. His left hand immediately grabbed the hilt of the small sword. But at this moment, his divine sense was still in the small sword space. Like a conditioned reflex, he instinctively used his divine sense to control the small sword. He wanted to stop the small sword in the air and prevent it from falling. In the end, a miracle happened. The heavy small sword actually stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down. His left hand just happened to grab the hilt of the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment. Then his face immediately showed ecstasy. Could this be the secret of the small sword? He placed the small sword flat on the table and immersed his divine sense into it. He wanted to use his divine sense to move the small sword, but when his divine sense entered the small sword, it felt as if he was carrying a 10,000 gene heavy armor. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. If he hadn't really stopped the small sword for a moment just now, Zhang Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to be so whimsical. Zhang Xiaohua had always used his divine sense to scan. How would he know how to use his divine sense? He could only think about moving in his heart, but the small sword didn't move at all. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was racking his brains to move the small sword, he suddenly slapped his head. AI, didn't he have the textbook in his hand? Why did he have to fumble around? He immediately withdrew his divine sense from the small sword and carefully recalled the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Sure enough, at the 10th layer of Qi refining, he found a record of moving objects. Chapter 285. Object Manipulation was a basic cultivation method for immortal cultivation. Basically, as long as one had divine sense, the first thing they could do was to manipulate objects. After all, this was the most basic difference between immortal cultivators and ordinary people. Moreover, this object manipulation ability was also the foundation for many other abilities, such as flying swords, the control of various magic weapons, and so on. Without object manipulation, it was unimaginable. The incantation for object manipulation was very short and not very obscure. Zhang Xiaohua recalled it for a while and recited it in her heart. She already had a general impression of it, and then lowered her head and closed her eyes to comprehend it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua did not make any other movements. Her right hand formed a simple incantation, and she muttered in her heart. She separated a small strand of her divine sense and sent it into the small sword. At first, it felt abnormally heavy, but after several attempts and pondering, Zhang Xiaohua gradually got the hang of it and became proficient. She felt the small sword gradually become lighter. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the small sword suddenly moved. Then, like a toddler who had just learned how to walk, it stuck its head out and then the entire small sword left the table and swayed up and down. However, after passing the most difficult step, the following steps immediately became smoother. Not long after, the small sword moved under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and its trajectory became clear. Most importantly, under the control of the object manipulation incantation, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel much weight under the control of her divine sense. It did not feel like she was holding it with her hands at all. This really made Zhang Xiaohua click her tongue in wonder. It turned out that the small sword was controlled by divine sense and not by hand. When Zhang Xiaohua could skillfully maneuver the small sword in the cabin and go wherever she wanted to go, it was already noon. Zhang Xiaohua was playing happily when a sailor knocked on the door. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put away the small sword and blamed herself for being careless. Now that she was at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, the consumption of her divine sense was not much. Why didn't she release her divine sense more often? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense out of her body before she got up and opened the door. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask someone to bring the food to the cabin to eat, but she had been cultivating in the morning and felt a little bored. She wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so she followed the sailor downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua had not yet come downstairs, but his divine sense had already swept through the entire ship. The banquet had already been arranged in the cabin, and everyone had already begun to happily toast each other, beginning to enjoy themselves luxuriously. Zhang Xiaohua's entrance did not attract too much attention. Qin Shiyue just looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded as a greeting. Zhang Xiaohua found a table at the door and sat down. Not long after, the sailor brought the food and wine. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and picked up the chopsticks to eat. The banquet in the cabin did not belong to her. She was just here to fill her stomach. The Three Seas Flood Dragon King and Seven Waters gang leader were also fully aware of Zhang Xiaohua's background. They understood that he was related to their hierarch's important matter. The people who had tried to strike up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua yesterday were still a little worried, so no one came to disturb them today. Zhang Xiaohua focused on eating and soon finished eating. Just as he was about to get up and leave, his divine sense suddenly detected a ship similar to this one rapidly approaching. His heart skipped a beat and he gave up on the idea of leaving. As expected, a sailor ran in and whispered into the creeping Wyrm King's ear in less than a moment. After the sailor left, Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "Everyone, the things for our hierarch have been delivered. Now, Lord Qin can rest assured. Please have another cup of wine and we will present the things to him." Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was overjoyed. She raised her cup and drank with everyone. She said with a smile, "Thank you for your hospitality. Let's go. Lord Su Jiao, take me to see what good things you have prepared for our hierarch." Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "It's nothing. Our hierarch didn't prepare many things this time. It's just a box. There are many other things, but they are all secular things. I don't know if our hierarch and Lord Qin are satisfied with them." After saying that, he led everyone out of the cabin, and Zhang Xiaohua naturally followed behind. A huge ship broke through the waves and came over. Its appearance and size were exactly the same as the one Zhang Xiaohua and the others were on. Moreover, there was a black dragon flag on the main mast. Needless to say, it was the ship of the South Sea Serpent Palace. When the ship approaches, a group of sailors carries a dozen large boxes over. The size of the boxes is about the same as the ones Zhang Xiaohua plundered from the secret chamber in Xueqi Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua is curious. Before they carry the boxes over, he has been scanned by his divine awareness. It is not a big deal, but his saliva is about to flow out. Zhang Xiaohua had gotten 3 big boxes of moneybags in the secret chamber in Xueqi Mountain. He didn't count them carefully, but the things inside had made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy for a long time. He had never seen such wealth in his life. At that time, he had been shouting that he was rich, but those things were inferior to the things in the boxes in front of him. Not to mention that there were not as many things in the boxes, the quantity was also much less. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The bandits in Xueqi Mountain were just ordinary people. How could they be compared with the South Sea Serpent Palace? They had a big family and a big business. They could easily give Zhang Xiaohua something that would scare him to death. Sure enough, Lord Su Jiao said to Qin Shiyue, "Lord Qin, these are all secular things for our hierarch. They are not worth mentioning. There are only 10 boxes in the gift list. Please deal with the rest." Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao is too polite. How can I accept this?" "Lord Qin, you don't have to be so polite. In the divine sect you always need to bribe people. Even if you don't like these secular things, there will be other people in the sect who are interested in them. Besides, you don't go out often, so it's rare for someone to be filial to you. Now you've accepted them, but Lord Garuda won't like them." Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "Then I won't be so polite to you. I will come to the South Sea often in the future. Please give me more guidance." The more Lord Su Jiao looked at Qin Shiyue, the more he liked her. He said, "Well said. When you finish your task and come to the South Sea, I will welcome you well." Seeing that so many things had nothing to do with a single copper coin, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look at them. In the end, she didn't even look at the box that hadn't been moved yet. She turned around and went to the second floor of the cabin. After closing the cabin door, Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword that she practiced in the morning. She used the magical power of controlling objects to control it and moved around the small cabin. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She had the ability to control objects, but it wasn't enough to kill the enemy. Where did the sword skills of the immortal Dao come from? Naturally, she thought of the sword skills that she was proficient in using her left hand. She remembered that when Elder Yu taught her, there were sword skills and general principles. She had practiced a few sword skills with her left hand, but she couldn't figure out the general principles. Why not take it out and study it now? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and recalled. She matched the general principles with controlling objects. Then, she realized that the nameless sword skills were sword skills that could only be used to control objects. No wonder many of the skills were from unimaginable angles. If she only used her arm, how could she do it? In fact, what she could use with her left hand could only be used with her right arm. As for the skills that she couldn't use with her right arm, she couldn't practice them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua realized again. It wasn't that her aptitude wasn't good enough. It was that those skills couldn't be practiced in martial arts. If she practiced them by force, could she succeed? Thinking about Elder Yu's single arm, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. Perhaps this was the result of trying to practice the divine skills. Fortunately, she already knew how to control objects. The general principles were suddenly enlightened. She was also very familiar with the sword skills. This time, she only needed to switch from her hand to her divine sense. Although she wasn't used to it, it was still very easy. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua was able to practice the few variations of the nameless sword skill. When she finished practicing, she realized that the nameless sword skill wasn't like what Elder Yu said. It wasn't just a few variations of a single sword skill. Instead, it was a few completely different sword skills. It was just that using one's divine sense to drive and using one's arm was completely different. Elder Yu cultivated from the perspective of martial arts, so he naturally thought that it was just a few variations of a single sword skill. If she used her divine sense to drive it, it would be a series of sword skills. However, this sword skill was obviously a few variations of a set of sword skills. It didn't seem like a complete set of sword skills. No wonder Elder Yu said that it was an incomplete set of sword skills. However, even if it was an incomplete set of sword skills, it was still the first set of sword skills that Zhang Xiaohua mastered. She was able to block Situ Yueming's attack with her left hand. If she used this small sword that was driven by her divine sense, she would definitely be able to win. Zhang Xiaohua practiced the sword skills with satisfaction before she put away her flying sword. At this time, everyone had returned to the cabin on the first floor. More than a dozen boxes were placed in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to look at them, but the incomplete set of sword skills made her change her mind. She released her divine sense and secretly observed the big box that had a lot of vital energy fluctuations. She thought to herself, I wonder if there are any jade slips that record the sword skills in this box? In the cabin on the first floor, the sailors placed the big boxes on the spot. Su Jiao Wang didn't open them one by one for Qin Shiyue to see. Instead, he opened the big box that was filled with all kinds of jade items and said, Lord Qin, look. These are the things that we gathered from the 3 seas and 7 waters. Please take a look. Qin Shiyue didn't dare to be careless when she saw this. She walked forward and carefully took some of the jade items. There were all kinds of jade items. Some looked like small pieces of jade, some looked like jade knives, and some looked like small umbrellas. Qin Shiyue's eyes lit up as she flipped through the boxes. She took out a big piece of jade that was different from the other jade items. Chapter 286. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. How could he not know that it was a primordial stone? Qin Shiyue was surprised and a little surprised. She took out a similar stone from her arms. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and knew that it was one of the 3 primordial stones used for the auspicious 3 treasures in Xinji town. Qin Shiyue picked up the 2 primordial stones and compared them, but she couldn't see any difference. Even if she injected genuine qi into it, there was no reaction. She sighed and put the primordial stone back into the big box. She looked at the primordial stone in her hand and threw it into the box. Zhang Xiaohua had already scanned it with his divine sense. The primordial stone contained a lot of primordial qi. It was estimated that there was still half of it left. It was a lot more than the primordial stone in Qin Shiyue's hand. However, compared with the small one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, it was still a lot worse. Qin Shiyue stood and thought for a moment. She took out another primordial stone and 3 scarlet flags from her arms. She was a little reluctant to part with them. She weighed them in her hand and threw them into the box. The hierarch had already known about her battle in Xueqi town. The hierarch must want these immortal Tao things. Instead of waiting for the hierarch to ask, it was better to take the initiative to offer them. Although Zhang Xiaohua was far away, he could see more clearly than Qin Shiyue. There were indeed a lot of things in the box. He didn't use his divine sense to observe them. He just immersed his divine sense into a few jade slips on the surface. There was no text. Was there no primordial qi in these jade slips? Then, he found a jade slip with a little stronger fluctuation. Sure enough, there were some incomplete ancient characters in this jade slip. Even if there were, they were badly damaged and couldn't be understood. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head. The immortal Tao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years. How many things had disappeared in the long river of history? This box of jade slips could only be used. It was really a pity. However, who was the hierarch of the Tenryu sect? He must have collected a lot of jade slips. Even if only 10% of them could be used, it was still a quite amazing number. However, could the hierarch of the Tenryu sect use his divine sense like him? Otherwise, how could he find what he needed from these thousands of jade artifacts? Zhang Xiaohua was a little curious and wanted to see this cult leader. Of course, he quickly dispelled this terrible idea. Seeing how Qin Shiyue killed people like killing ants, this cult leader might be a fiend. It was impossible for him to tell the secret of the purse, so he couldn't take out the cauldron. It was better to avoid such troublesome matters. Anyway, if he were to face Qin Shiyue now, he might not necessarily lose. When he came back from the South Sea, he would find a chance to escape. Thinking of escaping, Zhang Xiaohua also remembers the earth elemental technique. She learned a lot in the morning. She learned how to drive objects and mastered the sword art. Why not strike while the iron is hot and comprehend the earth elemental technique? Perhaps there would be an unexpected gain as well. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, released her divine sense, and began to practice the earth elemental technique. The earth elemental technique's incantation was not as subtle as driving objects. If one mistake was made, she would not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua learned the first earth elemental technique by chance. She practiced the second earth elemental technique for a long time without success. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. The Tao of controlling objects was only the most basic ability. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the first technique of earth escape a long time ago, so when he turned around and cultivated the most basic technique, it would naturally be extremely simple. Since she could drive the small sword, Zhang Xiaohua had practiced the sword art countless times. She had already known it well. Now she just changed it from her hands to her divine sense. It was naturally easy for Zhang Xiaohua to use the new driving method. So many years of accumulation and so many opportunities were exchanged for her mastery of the flying sword in the morning. The earth elemental technique was superior to the levitation technique. How could Zhang Xiaohua, who had no one to guide her, easily master it? After several attempts, she did not know how many times she failed. In the end, she still did not succeed. However, after repeatedly guiding the vital qi, Zhang Xiaohua was now incomparably proficient in the technique of guiding vital qi into her body. As long as it was within her divine sense, her thoughts would all be guided into her body. It was no longer like before, where she had to adjust her breathing and use her perception to guide it. It could not be said that it was the byproduct of an afternoon of hard work. The sky gradually darkened, and the clear sky began to gradually fill with dark clouds. The wind and waves were also getting stronger. Zhang Xiaohua stopped cultivating, but did not go out to eat. He only let the sailor bring in the food to fill his stomach. In fact, he had recently realized that ever since he could guide vital qi into his body, especially from the vital stones, his need for food had clearly decreased. If it was not for his mother's delicious food, or the rare banquet in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, he would usually eat some simple fruits and vegetables and drink some water to satisfy his hunger. After the meal, the dark clouds had already covered the sky. Before long, bean-sized raindrops fell, accompanied by a strong sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to see the moonlit rainy scene, but the whistling wind and waves shattered his extravagant hope. Even though the windows and doors were tightly shut, he could still hear the sound of the raindrops and the sound of the strong wind and waves crashing against the giant boat. The giant boat swayed greatly with the wind and waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not light up the cabin. He only released his divine sense, but only wrapped it around the giant boat. Although there was only wind and rain and no lightning, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless in this unpredictable sea. In the cabin on the first floor, the flood dragon king of the three seas and the gang leader of the seven waters were used to such storms, so they were not surprised. However, Qin Shiyue and Yingfei were different. At this time, they were no longer as carefree as before. Their bodies swayed left and right with the giant boat. Soon, they could not stand it and kept vomiting. The flood dragon king's face was bitter, but there was no good way. This kind of seasickness happened from time to time, and it had nothing to do with the level of martial arts. Perhaps they would get used to vomiting after a while. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in the dark cabin. He had always seen Qin Shiyue's cool face, but now he saw her embarrassed appearance. How could he not be happy? Although it was the first time for Zhang Xiaohua to go out to sea and see such strong winds and waves, she had used the levitation skill at the beginning to offset the swaying slightly. Now when she sat down, she did not feel too dizzy. She just felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense out of her body. She held two small primordial stones in her hand and concentrated on absorbing them. Since she entered the third level of qi refining, the speed of absorbing primordial qi had increased several times, and the tendons and meridians in her body could hold more genuine qi. Moreover, the genuine qi in her tendons and meridians was purer. Although the quantity was less than before, the quality seemed to have improved. Feeling that the primordial qi absorbed from the primordial stones was refined by her tendons and meridians, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shake her head. The process of cultivation was really slow. If she absorbed primordial qi like this, she did not know when she could reach the fourth level. 1 year. 2 years. As for the later levels, they were even more difficult than the previous ones. He wondered if he would only be able to reach the peak when his hair turned gray. Right, what would happen after she reached the peak? Would there be other things after that? Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to it. Nothing happened that night. In the early hours of the second day, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the dark cabin. She listened outside and then released her divine sense. Outside, the wind and waves were still the same. The rain was already light, but the sky was still covered with a layer of dark clouds. On the first floor of the cabin, Qin Shiyue and the others were all adjusting their breathing and condensing their genuine qi. Although this kind of wind and waves was not suitable for cultivating inner qi, these people were all people with profound inner qi. They did not seek any breakthroughs and only wanted to nourish their genuine qi. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with it. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Qin Shiyue. She felt that he was much better than last night. Although his face was pale, he did not vomit. Su Jiaotong was sleeping peacefully. She was not awakened by the bumpy wind and waves. Presumably, she had already adapted to this environment. Moreover, looking at her smiling face, she must have had some sweet dreams. Zhang Xiaohua got up and did not light the lamp. She only opened the window and let the roaring sea breeze blow in. Then, she shook her spirit and practiced the Fist of the North Star dozens of times. Only when she finished 9 times did she stop. At this time, the sky had already turned white. Behind the dark clouds, a few rays of sunlight could be seen. Even in the distant sky, there were a few pillars of light shooting to the sea. It looked very spectacular. On this cloudy day, the rain was intermittent. Qin Shiyue occasionally walked on the deck. Everyone knew that he was seasick, so they did not arrange a banquet. They all ate in their own cabins. Only Su Jiaotong was very concerned about Qin Shiyue. She stayed by his side all the time. From time to time, she would talk about local customs and interesting things, which made Qin Shiyue laugh from time to time. He actually forgot about his seasickness. This situation made Zhang Xiaohua curse again. Public morals were degenerating day by day. In addition to familiarizing himself with the sword art, Zhang Xiaohua also comprehended the earth escape technique. Under Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts, the second earth escape technique also made some progress. He could slightly stimulate the ball of Zhen Qi and change its shape. However, if it turned into a ball of thin film to cover the whole body as shown in the earth escape technique, it was still too far away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. If the first time was not enough, he would do it twice. If the second time was still not enough, he would do it 3 times. He was not a smart person since he was a child. He had done many things like making up for his stupidity with diligence. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua still did not go out. He wanted to walk on the deck, but when he thought about it, it was wet and slippery. It was better to admire the scenery on the second floor. He also did not understand why Qin Shiyue and the others lived on the first floor when the scenery on the second floor was so good. It was late at night, and the rain was even heavier. There were faint thunderstorms in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense out of his body. He could only sit cross-legged, holding 2 vitality stones in his hands, and absorb the Zhen Qi. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be a little alert. He suddenly opened his eyes, and then closed them again. He released his divine sense and scanned the entire giant ship. He did not feel anything unusual. He then extended his divine sense to the entire sea. The entire sea was turbulent, but there was nothing unusual. He was about to withdraw his divine sense when a ship coincidentally broke into his divine sense. Chapter 287. Then, the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, a total of 6 huge ships broke into Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was already late at night, and the wind was strong and the waves were high. Who would sail so desperately? Could it be the ships of the other 2 and 7 seas? Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed, but did not find any flag embroidered with a flood dragon on the mast of the ship. In fact, there was no flag. Although the 6 ships were very big, they were still a little smaller than the one Zhang Xiaohua was on, and their speed was also faster. Carefully scanning the inside of the ship, Zhang Xiaohua found that there were many people wearing armor in the cabin, holding longbows in their hands. There were also a few people in the cabin who were dressed in martial attire, holding weapons such as swords or spears, looking vigilant. There were also a few people at the bow of the ship who were looking at something and saying something. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that these were the navy soldiers of the government. Those people in martial attire were probably the masters of the Righteous Alliance. What should she do? Zhang Xiaohua did not care about using her divine sense to scan anything, and quickly jumped down from the bed. Pushing the door open, she went straight to the cabin on the first floor where Qin Shiyue was resting. Because the weather was bad, the people downstairs were not in the mood. Qin Shiyue closed the cabin door early and sat cross-legged to circulate his qi and warm his true qi. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and did not care about etiquette. Pushing the door open, she said loudly, "Lord Qin, I have something urgent to tell you." Qin Shiyue was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a lantern hanging on the ceiling swaying back and forth. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua approached, he had already noticed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter, he could not help but frown slightly and scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Don't you know how to knock and come in? Right, how did you know I live here?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about his scolding, and was too lazy to answer his question. She said, "Lord Qin, there are 6 navy ships chasing after our ship." Qin Shiyue was stunned. She immediately asked, "How did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I saw it when I was taking a walk on the deck." "Is that so?" Qin Shiyue found it strange and said, "If you saw it, why didn't Su Jiao King's subordinate see it?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. They probably didn't notice. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue hurriedly got down and shouted, "Ing Fei! Hurry up and call the Su Jiao King." Ing Fei lived next door to Qin Shiyue. Hearing Qin Shiyue's roar, he immediately came out. After a while, he called out the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Waters Gang leader. When Zhang Xiaohua told them about the ship, the Flood Dragon King was also shocked. He said, "Damn Jing Lauer. If it's really a navy ship, he shouldn't know that we saw it. How can he be the captain? I'll kill him myself." However, when he hurriedly walked out and looked behind the cabin, he was instantly stunned. The front and back of the ship were pitch black. How could he see the ship? Not to mention the 6 ships. He looked back suspiciously at Zhang Xiaohua and the confused Qin Shiyue, but he still ordered someone to call Jing Lauer over. Jing Lauer was an old sailor with a head full of white hair, comparable to Qin Shiyue. When he heard that someone had said that there were pursuers behind the ship, Jing Lauer's face was full of doubt. He took out a long cylindrical object and looked at it carefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and said decisively, "Flood Dragon King, there are no pursuers behind us at all. It's so dark, how can they chase us? I dare to use my reputation as an expert to guarantee you that there is nothing unusual behind our ship." The Flood Dragon King also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Lord Qin, did you see that? The experts from the Southern Sea Flood Dragon Palace have guaranteed that there are no soldiers chasing after us. Look, Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to ask, Ren Xiaoyao, how did you see it? Even the experts couldn't see it. How could you see it? Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qin Shiyue didn't smile and knew that he wasn't angry. She said, well, Lord Qin, to be honest, I didn't really see it either. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, then why did you say you saw it? Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, Lord Qin, to be honest, I have a special ability to sense danger. Although it doesn't always work, it usually works when it appears. When I was taking a walk on the deck just now, I felt this kind of danger. That's why I quickly reported it to you. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, then when you were at Shitsue Mountain, did you have this kind of feeling? Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, well, I didn't. But this time I really did. You must believe me. Jing Laoer chuckled and said, young man, you said that there are soldiers chasing after us based on your feeling. Isn't that too much of a joke? Even with my decades of experience, I can't see it. Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. Who didn't know that experts grew up eating sex? If it wasn't for the fact that I really had divine sense and knew the situation behind us, I might have really believed you when I saw how confident you were. Alas, the experience of an expert was really harmful. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and didn't know how to explain that she knew about this matter. She could only say, Elder Jing, I really did have a feeling. It's a critical moment now. Jing Laoer looked at Su Jiaoqing and said, Jiaoqing, you can make a decision. Do you believe in my 50 years of experience or this little kid? Su Jiaoqing looked at Qin Shiyue, who was smiling proudly, and said, well, Jing Laoer, of course I believe in you. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, Ren Xiaoyao, could it be that you've been too carefree these past few days, so you've become cocky? Jing Laoer said generously, perhaps this child isn't used to this kind of lonely life on the sea and has hallucinations. This is a common illness. He'll be fine when we reach the shore. All right, everyone, rest early. This old man still has to go down to the cabin. Qin Shiyue glared at Zhang Xiaohua and turned to leave. The rest of the people also smiled and returned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again. The ships had already spread out and were rushing over to surround them. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to shout, Lord Qin, Su Jiaoqing, I'm really right. There really are soldiers chasing after us. It shouldn't be difficult for us to make some defensive moves. Jing Laoer shook his head vigorously and muttered, this child is stupid, really stupid. Qin Shiyue jumped over and raised her finger. She was about to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point when she said, shut up. You haven't tasted the soul-searching hand for a long time, right? Unfortunately, in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, Qin Shiyue was no longer unavoidable like before. Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and dodged to the side. She said, Lord Qin, don't be impatient. I'll ask Su Jiaoqing again. Su Jiaoqing, if there are soldiers chasing after us, what kind of simple response would you have? The kind that won't alarm many people? Su Jiaoqing thought for a moment and said, changing the course and increasing the speed are all possible. However, this will alarm the sailors who are already resting. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the lights in the cabin and her eyes lit up. She said, how about this? Extinguish all the lights on our ship and wake up the resting sailors. I'll tell you a direction and we'll go at full speed. What do you think? This. Su Jiaoqing was hesitant. At this moment, Jing Laoer said loudly, Su Jiaoqing, I object. My subordinates are all tired after a day of work. Now that they finally have time to rest, we can't disturb them. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue forward tomorrow and will delay our journey back to the Southern Sea. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was furious. This guy really grew up eating sex, stubborn old man. However, he also knew that his ability was too unbelievable. It was no wonder that others didn't believe him. He thought for a moment and said, Su Jiaoqing, it shouldn't be a problem if we just extinguish the lights on the ship. I object. Jing Laoer wanted to say something again. Su Jiaoqing glanced at the ashen-faced Qin Shiyue and glared at Jing Laoer. Shut up. It's fine to extinguish the lights since we need to rest anyway. It's a waste to use them. All right, I'll get someone to extinguish them. Then, he gave the order to extinguish all the lights on the ship. As the lights on the ship went out one by one, the ship slowly sank into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness saw the 6 ships increasing the speed of their encirclement. When the entire ship was dark, Jing Laowa mocked, "Young man, what's the point of turning the entire ship black? Our southern sea serpent palace isn't like your countryside. We can still afford to burn some lights." However, before he could finish his sentence, countless lights suddenly lit up on the dark sea around the ship. They illuminated the surface of the sea amidst the wind, rain, and waves. It was the 6 ships. They must have seen the lights on the ship go out and thought they were exposed. If they didn't light up the ship, it would slip away from the darkness. Jing Laowa looked at the lights in the distance as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out, how is this possible? How can he see it?" Yes, the consciousness couldn't see as far as the eyes, but in this dark night, the consciousness could see what the eyes couldn't see. Su Jiaoqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and asked, "Young master, where should we run to now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Is there a need to ask? The lights over there aren't on, so the ships haven't surrounded us yet. That's the best way to escape." Su Jiaoqing looked around and saw that there were 6 lights around them. There was only one direction where there was no light. The 6 ships must have not surrounded them yet. If they didn't break through there, where else could they go? He was also desperately trying to find a cure for his illness. Chapter 288. The Creeping Dragon King broke into laughter. He observed the direction of the wind and ordered the sails to be raised so that they could break out of the encirclement. Since they knew the direction to break out of the encirclement, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to worry about anything else. The entire ship was in a mess. The Creeping Dragon King's sailors were all seasoned veterans, so they gradually regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos. Before he left, Jing glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression. However, he didn't say anything in the end. Qin Shiyue stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, which made his hair stand on end. Qin Shiyue said, "Follow me if you need help later." Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Was this concern or a warning? However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Lord Qin was an important person under the protection of the Creeping Dragon King. Following him was the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and agreed with a smile. Qin Shiyue walked back to the hall on the first floor. The others followed behind him with doubts. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua said that he felt a boat behind him, no one believed him at all. They were all people with profound inner strength, so when they circulated their inner strength in their eyes, they could see a little more than ordinary people. However, in this pitch-black night, with no stars or moon, so what if they had inner strength? However, it turned out that this young man wasn't lying. Moreover, he did say that there were 6 ships. Not one more, not one less. They wanted to ask how this young man knew. They didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Based on his intuition, he might be hiding something. However, Qin Shiyue wanted to bring Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tenryu sect. Since Qin Shiyue didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask directly. Did Qin Shiyue not want to ask? He was also very curious. However, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was very tight-lipped. Even the soul-searching hand couldn't force him to speak. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't be able to force him to. Moreover, he said that it was based on his intuition. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything. Why should he ask for a rebuff? On the other hand, he pointed the soul-searching hand at Zhang Xiaohua in anger. The strength, speed, and angle were all top-notch. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge it. In his impression, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely fall to the ground. However, he didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to dodge it so easily. This dodge shocked him even more than when Zhang Xiaohua found out that there were pursuers behind him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next. He seemed to be a little powerless to imprison Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and said those words to comfort and appease him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He didn't want to run away now. The sea was vast. Where could he go? What he learned was the earth escape, not the water escape. Besides, he hadn't fully understood it yet. As for Qin Shiyue, he wasn't an insurmountable mountain in his eyes now. Since there was no fear in his heart, he naturally felt very relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua sat on a chair in the hall and hid in a corner. He wanted to find a dark place, but the hall was brightly lit. Su Jiao Wang politely asked for Qin Shiyue's opinion. Qin Shiyue said bluntly, Su Jiao Wang, this is the first time I'm going out to sea on a ship. How can I suggest anything? You should command according to your own ideas. The Su Jiao king smiled and said, I know, Lord Qin. Don't worry about this. This isn't the first time the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's ships have been attacked at sea. There are many plans for attack and defense. Jing Lauer is also an old expert. Don't worry. Jing Lauer? Cough cough. Qin Shiyue was a little speechless. The Su Jiao king seemed to know that he had said too much. He cupped his hands and said, Lord Qin, do you want to stay in the hall or go outside to take a look? If you want to watch the battle, we can go to the platform on the 3rd floor. The view there is good. However, there will probably be a battle later. It will be very dangerous. Qin Shiyue was overjoyed when she heard that. She said, Su Jiao king knows me well. I want to see how this battle is going to be. What's this little bit of danger? Don't we people of the pugilistic world live a life of bloodshed? Su Jiaodong said anxiously, Lord Qin, this battle at sea isn't like the pugilistic world. It's better to be careful. Qin Shiyue didn't think much of it. The Su Jiao king also comforted her. It's fine. Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful. This battle at sea is a long-range attack. Moreover, we are 1 against 6. We can only run. How would we dare to be entangled? As long as we are careful, there's nothing to be afraid of. The platform on the 3rd floor of the cabin was very wide. The sea breeze whistled and drizzled, making it hard for people to stand steadily. However, they weren't ordinary people. They just needed to circulate their inner force to stand steadily. It was true that the higher one stood, the further one could see. When they looked into the distance and saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. The 6 ships surrounded them and were catching up from behind. The faster ships at the side were on par with the giant ship. Moreover, judging from the moving lights, they were obviously faster than the giant ship. Looking at the situation, the experienced 3 seas and 7 waters knew that the ships belonged to the Navy. Only the standard ships of the government could be faster than the ships of the South Sea Wyrm Palace. The Su Jiao king estimated the situation and ordered the sailors to go all out and charge forward as fast as they could. If they could break out of the encirclement, they might have a chance of survival. However, if they were surrounded, the situation would be difficult to predict. At this moment, a few huge lightning bolts appeared in front of them. Then, they heard a few muffled thunders above their heads. Everyone was shocked, but the Su Jiao king was delighted. He shouted, The heavens haven't forsaken me. Qin Shiyue was puzzled. He asked, The weather is getting worse, and it's difficult for the ships to move. Why do you say that, King Jiao King? The Su Jiao king pointed at the military ships that were surrounding them and smiled. Lord Qin, you don't know, but I told you when we just set out to sea that the most frightening thing on the sea is the wind and waves. Only giant ships can maintain stability. The Navy ships are big, but they're much smaller than ours. The wind and waves are still small, so they won't affect the stability of our ships. There was a thunderstorm just now, and judging from the weather, there's probably going to be a thunderstorm soon. The bigger the storm, the greater the impact it'll have on the Navy's ships, and we'll have a chance to escape. Qin Shiyue instantly understood. He pointed at the night sky and said, Then let the storm come more violently. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck right above him with a kachub sound, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was more afraid. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and didn't dare to leave his body. If he attracted the heavenly thunder now, wouldn't he be killed? The sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were really good. Except for those who were driving the giant ships, who were trying their best to speed up in the cabins below the deck. The others were holding bows and arrows and standing in a row on the deck. They were all facing the sea solemnly and didn't move at all, allowing the rain to wet their bodies. Zhang Xiaohua stood at a high place and looked at this posture. His heart trembled. In his eyes, this sailor's martial arts were considered low, but with so many people standing together, that kind of threatening momentum was not something he could resist. If he were to fight against them, even if he could kill a few people, he would probably be killed by the remaining people. The best result would be that he could use his qinggong to escape. Then, thinking about the mountain bandits of Shitsue Mountain, they were really far from this trained sailor. At this moment, a thought flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind. If the sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were so powerful, then what about the navy on the opposite ship? They had undergone formal military training. Wouldn't they be more powerful than the South Sea Serpent Palace? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder the Su Jiao King wanted to run away and didn't actively fight. Not only did he not have enough subordinates, but he also didn't have enough quality. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the bean-sized raindrops and the strong storm had arrived. The giant ship was shaking more violently than before, especially when Zhang Xiaohua and the others were standing on a high place. It was easier for them to stand steadily. Su Jiaotong's martial arts were slightly weaker, so she was almost thrown off. Qin Shiyue hurriedly persuaded her to go down. Su Jiaotong really didn't want to leave her lover at this juncture, but she knew that if she stayed here, Qin Shiyue would be more distracted. She could only give some advice and go back to the hall. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was standing steadily like a boulder, she sighed and looked forward again. At this time, the wind and waves were strong. The giant ship couldn't help but sway left and right. The front and back were also undulating, and their speed had obviously slowed down. However, the Navy's ships in the distance were even more unbearable. At first, one of them was almost at the same speed as the giant ship, but now, it was lagging behind by a large margin. Just like that, the 7 giant ships chased each other in the dark night. They were almost neck and neck. However, the sky was full of unpredictable winds and clouds, and the ship was full of misfortune and fortune. Just when everyone thought that they were about to escape, they heard a soft kachub sound. One of the masts behind them broke in the middle. It smashed into Qin Shiyue, who was on the platform in front of them. Before Qin Shiyue could do anything, the Su Jiao King leaped up and struck the masts with both of his palms. The heavy masts fell diagonally to the side. As soon as the masts fell, the giant ship's speed slowed down. The Su Jiao King looked worried as he said, "Normally, a ship would lower its sails when it's sailing in strong winds and waves. That's the only way to reduce the impact of the winds and waves on the ship. The direction in which we broke through just now happened to be in the direction of the wind, so I raised all the sails and used the wind to escape. Unexpectedly, the wind was too strong, and our ship is too big. Even the mast was broken." Qin Shiyue asked curiously, "Since our masts can break, won't the navies be ordinary too?" The Su Jiao King said with a wry smile, "Their ships are small, and their sails are also small. Naturally, they can't withstand the wind, but their masts aren't necessarily thinner than ours. They might not break." Qin Shiyue also sighed and stopped talking. As expected, the Navy's ships caught up as soon as the giant ship slowed down. Those ships also changed their strategy and no longer surrounded them from all sides. Instead, they charged straight at them from the side. Presumably, they knew that the giant ship couldn't run anymore and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Looking at the approaching ships, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Su Jiao King, looks like we'll have to fight a tough battle. How confident are we?" The Su Jiao King thought about it and said, "Lord Qin, the Navy's standard ships have 80 to 100 people per ship. These 6 ships should have 600 people. On our giant ship, I brought 160 people with me. I left almost 80 people on the other ship 2 days ago. At most, we only have 240 people. How can we be a match for them? We don't even have a 40% chance." At this point, the Su Jiao King pondered and said, "However, this naval battle doesn't necessarily rely on numbers. If we face any of the ships alone, we're 100% confident. However, their navy has always been well trained, so I'm afraid they won't give us a chance." Hearing this, Qin Shiyue's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Since you said so, I'm more confident." The Su Jiao King was puzzled. "Lord Qin, please enlighten me." Qin Shiyue pointed at the 6 ships and said, "I think even if the navy is from Jingyue City, they might not be the real deal. Perhaps they might be the original navy on the ships. Although we killed Murong Jian in Jingyue City, he's just a small commander. The reason why we're leaving is because we're afraid of his 7th uncle. Although Jingyue City's garrison is the highest-ranking officer, he might not be able to mobilize all the navy in Jingyue City. Moreover, based on my judgment, the navy that's chasing after us might be the garrison's intention, but it's more likely that it's the Righteous Alliance's intention." The Su Jiao King and the others nodded. Qin Shiyue continued, "If that's the case, they definitely didn't receive General Lu's personal order. The navy on the ships might not be. No, they're definitely not the standard and definitely not the full complement. The Su Jiao King clapped his hands and said, in other words, they won't be able to train as smoothly as before. During this interval, we can seize the opportunity to attack one of the ships, seize it and escape? Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Su Jiao King, this isn't your style. Why do you always want to escape? The Su Jiao King smiled bitterly. Lord Qin, you're the special envoy of the divine sect. If anything happens to you in the South Sea, the 3 Seas Jiao Palace won't be able to bear the responsibility. The other 2 Jiao Kings nodded in unison. Qin Shiyue said, I appreciate Su Jiao King's kindness, but if we only want to escape, we may not be able to do so. I think we should concentrate our forces first, attack the 2 ships, and fight them face to face. Our brothers are all Zhonghu people, so their martial arts must be better than the soldiers. Although they outnumber us, we may not lose if we really fight them. Seeing Qin Shiyue's decision, the 3 Seas Jiao King and the 7 Water Gang leader looked at each other and nodded. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. This was an unbreakable truth. If they only wanted to escape, they might not be able to escape. Therefore, the Su Jiao King ordered to retract the sails, turn the ship around, and crash into the ships that were rushing towards them with all their might. Chapter 289. On the dark surface of the sea, the 2 ships were like arrows leaving the bowstring, crashing into each other. The Su Jiao King had his reasons for doing so. The ships specially made by the Southern Sea Serpent Palace were all covered with iron plates, and the planks on the sides of the ships were extremely thick. He had inspected the ships of the Jingyue City Navy, and they were much worse than the Southern Sea Serpent Palace. Their own ships and the public ships could not be mentioned in the same breath. The Navy was shocked when they saw the ships coming straight at them. However, they were sailing with the wind, so how could they stop? Moreover, if they let them escape, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and face them head-on. As they got closer, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in the Navy's formation. Then the fire flew towards the ships. It turned out that it was the Navy's fire arrows. Now that the ships were within the range of the crossbows, it was not an attack that they had prepared beforehand. However, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Su Jiao King. He was calmly and expressionlessly looking at the fire arrows flying towards them. He did not seem worried at all. As expected, the fire arrows whizzed over. Some of them were blown askew by the wind, some fell into the sea, and a small portion of them hit the giant boat. The people on the platform were all martial artists, so they naturally would not be injured by the rain of arrows. As for the burning fire arrows, they were extinguished by the torrential rain the moment they hit the giant boat. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. The Su Jiao King laughed. As expected, the one leading the troops is not the commander of the Navy. If it were them, they would not fire such useless fire arrows on a rainy night like this. The commander of the Navy saw that the fire arrows were ineffective, so he stopped firing. However, the rain of arrows still came in waves. The sailors of the Southern Sea Serpent Palace also started firing arrows when they got closer. However, the wind was against them, so the effect was not obvious. Many of the arrows fell into the sea. The 2 ships were already very close. Even though the Navy's ships had already slowed down and even turned around slightly, they couldn't stop the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's determination to crash into them. Finally, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there was a loud bang as the 2 ships collided. The waves splashed high into the air. Moreover, because the Southern Sea ships had come prepared, the angle and position were all carefully calculated. When the ship's bow hit the side of the Navy's ship, a large hole was immediately gouged out. The moment the 2 ships collided, the huge inertia caused everyone to lose their footing. Fortunately, the sailors and navy of the 2 ships were all veterans with rich experience. They immediately pulled, leaned, and pushed to stabilize their bodies. On the high platform, everyone circulated their energy to their legs and stood steadily, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. When the huge inertia came, she immediately mobilized her true qi and sent it into the meridians in her legs to stabilize herself. However, just as she thought of this, her vision suddenly turned black and she fell asleep. In an instant, everyone on the 2 ships, regardless of whether they were sailors, soldiers, or people of the pugilistic world, stood steadily. Only a slightly thin figure floated up with the inertia of the ship and headed straight for the Navy's ship. Qin Shiyue saw this and immediately realized that it was midnight. When he saw the navy chasing after him, he fled and fought back. He had forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. He was probably so nervous that he forgot about it. Qin Shiyue hurriedly took a few steps forward and wanted to use her lightness skill to chase after him. But the inertia was too strong. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua floated past the ship. At this time, it was too late to save her. Qin Shiyue hurriedly shouted at the Su Jiao King. Su Jiao King, quickly capture Ren Xiaoyao and bring him back to me. When the Su Jiao King was about to give another order, the figure had already arrived above the Navy's ship. At this time, when the Navy saw a black figure approaching, they thought that it was a martial arts master from the South Sea who came to challenge them. However, at this time, everyone had not yet stabilized their footing. Even if they wanted to resist or shoot arrows, it was too late. They could only hold the handles of their swords and wait for the figure to land on the deck. Then they would swarm over and kill him. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's body was about to fall, a gust of wind blew. Zhang Xiaohua's body paused for a moment before it was blown to the side of the ship. When the wind stopped, Zhang Xiaohua's body floated to the surface of the sea and sank into the sea. The sea was windy and the waves were strong, but he didn't hear any plop, nor did he see any splashes. The little flower just fell into the darkness and disappeared. The Su Jiao King quickly ordered a few people to jump into the sea to search for her. The others watched this strange scene and forgot what they were supposed to do next. After a while, they heard a sailor from the South Sea yell, "Charge! Kill!" He took the lead and jumped onto the Navy's ship. Only then did the group of people come to their senses and shouted to fight. Zhang Xiaohua's thin body was blown high into the air by the wind. She floated diagonally and fell into the sea. Her body first sank into the sea and was pushed far away by the waves. When she floated up again, she was already far away from the ship. Although the sailors who jumped down to search for her were good at swimming, they didn't dare to stray too far from the ship in such stormy weather. How could they find her after searching carefully nearby? Zhang Xiaohua's body was thin and weak. She was light to begin with. When she floated on the water, she was blown forward by the strong wind along with the broken planks that fell from the collision with the ship. After an unknown period of time, the rain became lighter and the wind became weaker. The sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually came to a stop. However, at this moment, the planks floating quietly beside her seemed to have fallen into a turbulent river. They gradually accelerated and floated in a certain direction. They were a few times faster than when the wind was blowing. Zhang Xiaohua's body followed them and floated into the depths of the sea. This was an undercurrent that wasn't very common in the sea. The next day, just after the storm, there were still dark clouds. When the morning sun peeked out, it dyed the edges of the dark clouds with an orange color. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. After looking for a long time, he understood his situation. As he was in the middle of a pile of wood, he easily climbed on a thick and long branch to prevent himself from sinking into the sea. When he looked around again, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This vast sea was a vast expanse of water. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. What should he do? However, fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was still in the undercurrent. This undercurrent carried Zhang Xiaohua forward and gave him endless hope. If he stopped in this vast sea and didn't move, then Zhang Xiaohua would have the heart to die. He had a good opportunity to escape. Did he come to the sea to take a bath? Of course, this bathtub was quite big. In the undercurrent, it seemed that the speed was very slow. In fact, it was as fast as a galloping horse. But because there was no reference, it couldn't be perceived. Zhang Xiaohua was bored. He didn't know how long this boring and peaceful journey would be. He took out the 2 primordial stones from his arms and absorbed the primordial qi. It was good to praise Zhang Xiaohua. As long as he had some spare time, he would start to cultivate. No matter how long it was, he always felt that as long as he worked hard, he would gain something. This might be the foundation for him to go higher and higher in the future. A day passed quickly. This kind of lonely drifting was a little uncomfortable for Zhang Xiaohua. But the most uncomfortable thing was that he was thirsty. After a rainy night, the sun in the sky was very hot. Although Zhang Xiaohua was not too afraid of the cold and heat, but after being exposed to the sun for a whole day, his lips were dry and cracked. Zhang Xiaohua tried to drink a mouthful of seawater, but the salty and fishy taste made him vomit immediately. If he drank this water, his stomach would feel uncomfortable. Although he also didn't eat for a day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel hungry. It was just a habitual discomfort of not eating when it was time to eat. Night soon fell. Zhang Xiaohua had a plan this time. He tied himself with the wood with his clothes early to avoid falling into the sea. Then, he looked at the 2 primordial stones in his hand and hesitated. He knew that when he was asleep, he could cultivate. In this vast sea, if he could improve his primordial chi a little, he might have a little more chance of survival. But if he held it in his hand and fell asleep and fell into the sea, wouldn't that be a loss? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still decided not to put it away. In the past, when he meditated to refine his primordial chi, it didn't fall from his hand. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem if he paid more attention. So, Zhang Xiaohua held the primordial stones in his hand. While absorbing the primordial chi, he fell asleep. Tonight, the sea was exceptionally calm. The bright moonlight scattered on the surface of the sea. Zhang Xiaohua and the wood next to him were in the undercurrent. Under the moonlight, they moved forward quickly. Suddenly, in the calm sea, the leisurely fish scattered as if they had seen a powerful natural enemy. Not long after, a transparent jellyfish swam from a distance. This jellyfish was not the size of an ordinary jellyfish. It was actually 10 times the size of an ordinary jellyfish. The jellyfish was passing by, but when it swam past Zhang Xiaohua, it suddenly stopped. It seemed to hesitate for a moment, and immediately chased after Zhang Xiaohua. Although the undercurrent was fast, the jellyfish was faster. In a moment, it caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. Without hesitation, it immediately released its tentacles and was about to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's hand. But before its tentacles got close, it retracted. This jellyfish was an absolute tyrant in the sea. This kind of creature could survive for so long. Naturally, it had the ability to communicate with spirits. Although it coveted the primordial stones in Zhang Xiaohua's hand and was attracted by the fluctuation of the primordial chi, the jellyfish could feel the colorless starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body. Perhaps it couldn't be seen by human eyes, but the jellyfish could feel it clearly. Before its tentacles reached over, it felt the danger of the starlight, so it retracted its tentacles. But if it just let it go, it couldn't resist the temptation of the primordial stones. So it had to follow behind Zhang Xiaohua and wait for an opportunity to snatch it. Fortunately, the jellyfish had accompanied him all the way. Although the sea looked calm on the surface, it was actually very dangerous. Zhang Xiaohua was drifting alone in the sea, and it was easy for him to encounter dangerous fish. The jellyfish had been keeping an eye on him all the way, acting as his bodyguard. The night slowly faded away. Not far from the undercurrent, there was a deserted island. Looking at the direction of the undercurrent, it was in the direction of the island. Then, the morning sun rose. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked around. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. In front of her was the deserted island not far away, and it was about to fall off the sea. However, before she could be happy, she felt that there was a movement in the water, and it was coming straight to her. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He still knew little about the sea. It was so horrible. He was not good at swimming, so he didn't know how to avoid it. At this time he was quick-witted. He raised the genuine qi in his dantian, and immediately used the levitation skill. His body was pulled out of the water. Before Zhang Xiaohua came out of the water, he heard a banged sound. The wood in his arms was hit by a soft and transparent thing. The force was so great that it knocked Zhang Xiaohua out of the range of the undercurrent. Zhang Xiaohua was still in the air. He felt that the wood in his arms was thrown down, and then he floated on it. When he looked carefully, he saw a giant jellyfish in the water in front of him, which was much bigger than him. What was that? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He had never seen such a giant thing. However, although he didn't know it, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that it was not to be trifled with from the horrible transparent thing's appearance. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. I'm standing on the wood now, so I can't use my feet. What's more, my most powerful attack is the flying sword. But I don't know if the small flying sword can hurt this big monster. Moreover, it seems that the left and the right of this thing are the same size. Where is the vital part? If the flying sword can find the vital part, it can hit it, otherwise. By the way, I don't know if the transparent thing outside can block the small sword. Alas, it's troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while, but he still couldn't find a good way. The only thing he could do was to release the flying sword. But the flying sword was something that he had just learned, and he hadn't tried it yet. If it was on flat ground he could try it. But this was the sea. If he was not careful, the flying sword would fall into the water. With the weight of the sword, wouldn't it sink to the bottom? Unable to make up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the deserted island not far away, and made a plan in his mind. In the undercurrent, the pile of wood had drifted far away. Zhang Xiaohua first put the vitality stone back into his arms, took a deep breath, and sank down first. Then, he picked up the wood with his hands and floated up. When the jellyfish saw it, how could it let it go? It immediately chased after it. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air. He broke the wood with his hands, and immediately tore a big piece from it. He threw it at his feet. His body fell down, and then with a little force, he floated up again. After a few times, he had caught up with the pile of wood in the undercurrent. However, the huge jellyfish was also following closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the deserted island that was still some distance away, and estimated the wood under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh, and took out the small sword from his arms. Please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 290. As soon as the inconspicuous sword was taken out, the big jellyfish immediately sensed the fluctuation of primordial qi. Its raised tentacles obviously stopped. However, the jellyfish seemed to have a preference for primordial qi and did not intend to leave. Zhang Xiaohua did not release his spiritual mind and surrounded the surrounding space. He did not know whether the jellyfish was in the water or for other reasons. Zhang Xiaohua could not see everything clearly with his spiritual mind. Seeing the jellyfish stop, he thought in his heart. Why did the jellyfish stop? Did it feel the power of the sword? The monsters in the water were born with supernatural powers. If they were so afraid, it would be interesting. The wood under my feet is floating forward. When I get closer, I'll use the levitation spell to fly over. It's better to avoid fighting if possible. Zhang Xiaohua was wishful thinking. The big jellyfish could not wait any longer. It knew better than Zhang Xiaohua that the undercurrent was in front of the deserted island. If the undercurrent swayed in front of the island, it would go around the island and go somewhere else. If it did not rob the good thing to lure the jellyfish now, the thing in front of it would arrive at the deserted island. The deserted island was not a place where it could go. After making up its mind, the big jellyfish was a little impatient. With a bang sound, the tentacles that were under the water just now stretched out and went straight to Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Zhang Xiaohua kept observing the jellyfish with his spiritual mind. No matter how fast the tentacles were, they were still within the range of his spiritual mind. Because he was not familiar with the jellyfish, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He aimed the sword in his left hand at the tentacles and stabbed it. Zhang Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. My spiritual mind is so useful. If it was a normal day, how could I see it so clearly? However, just as the small sword was about to touch the tentacle, the jellyfish-like tentacle retreated and raised again, slapping down from above. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was alarmed. He immediately retracted his hand and stabbed upwards. Before the small sword could rise, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly flew into the air like a frightened rabbit. He flew diagonally towards a log beside him. Below him, another transparent tentacle slapped the floating log. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little scared. The second tentacle had come in a strange way. It was almost impossible to see it clearly in the transparent water. Fortunately, it was in his divine sense. If he had just relied on his eyes, he would have been knocked into the sea by the monster's diversion. What should I do? The sword is only a sharp weapon for close combat. It can't be used far away. This monster is in the water. Even with my spiritual mind, it is difficult to see it clearly. There is still some distance to the deserted island. It seems that I have to try the newly learned flying sword. After landing on another piece of wood, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He did not even dare to doubt the wisdom of the monster in the water. He released a strand of his spiritual mind and immersed it into the sword. He made a gesture with his hands and murmured in his heart. Sure enough, the sword in his hand seemed to have a spirit. It suddenly raised its head and rushed into the air. It first turned a few times in the air. After a little adaptation, it stabbed toward the jellyfish's tentacles. The angle and the direction were the same as Zhang Xiaohua holding the sword and stabbing it, but the speed was much faster. Sure enough, the transparent tentacles of the jellyfish on the wood didn't have time to react before the small sword, which was as fast as an arrow, pierced into the tentacles without any hindrance. A liquid that looked like seawater spurted out from the tentacles. Then, the tentacles shrank back. Immediately, the jellyfish seemed to be angry because of the pain. Its ball-like body poked out of the water a little. 4 or 5 long tentacles, like a huge palm, slapped toward Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, how could Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? He made a gesture with his hands and directly rushed toward the jellyfish's body. Seeing this, the jellyfish did not reduce the strength of 2 of its tentacles. They still slapped toward Zhang Xiaohua, and the other tentacles tried to catch the flying sword. Unfortunately, the flying sword was like a hot knife through butter. No, it was like a hot knife through butter. The tentacles could not resist the seemingly thick and blunt sword at all. With a few soft sounds, the sword pierced through the tentacles and went straight to the jellyfish's body. At this time, the jellyfish's tentacles that were slapping toward Zhang Xiaohua had also reached her. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She flew to another wood. Because of this distraction, the flying sword that was piercing toward the jellyfish slightly deviated from its expected trajectory. With a poochie sound, the flying sword brushed the side of the jellyfish's body and slanted through it. A transparent liquid spurted out from the penetrating wound. The jellyfish's body leaped up. Several tentacles rose at the same time and slapped down like a big palm, splashing the seawater everywhere. Then, the ball-like body shrank into the water and several tentacles disappeared, leaving only a few ripples on the sea. A gust of sea breeze blew and then calmed down. The flying sword hovered above the sea for a few times and then flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the calm sea, Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe that there was a monster in the water that he had never seen before. Thinking that the monster was staring at him fiercely under the water, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to lie in the water like before. He also did not dare to put the small sword back into his arms. He took out a primordial stone from his arms and carefully held it in his hand. He absorbed the primordial chi from the primordial stone and performed the levitation skill to stand on the wood. Maybe it was seriously injured, or maybe it saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not easy to bully. The jellyfish did not appear again in the following process. Seeing that the deserted island was close, Zhang Xiaohua was a little relieved. The undercurrent rushed straight to the deserted island. It circled around a rock on one side of the island and then flowed to other places. When Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on solid ground, his heart was like the rock under his feet. He felt a lot more at ease. Looking back at the calm sea, Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked inside. He did not want to stay in the water anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua went ashore, he immediately released his divine sense and scanned the deserted island with all his strength. Anyone who was thirsty for a day and a night would do this. Let's find drinking water first. This was a huge deserted island. Zhang Xiaohua walked across the beach. In front of him was a large pile of pebbles without soil and sand. There was nothing special in his divine sense. Going forward, there was a high slope. Behind the high slope, there were sparse and tall plants that he had never seen before. Seeing the plants, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. There must be water on this island. Immediately, he scanned with his divine sense and a smile appeared on his face. After passing through the woods, there was a very tall mountain. The lush trees and grass on the mountain swayed in the sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop. He walked directly to the bottom of the hill and climbed up along the not steep slope. After climbing for a while, under a layer of dense grass, Zhang Xiaohua greedily drank the weak water flowing down from the cracks of the stones on the hillside. After drinking enough water, Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath. Looking at the high hillside in front of him, he used the levitation technique and floated up to a high place. When he reached the top of the mountain and looked around, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be stunned. Behind the mountain was a small lake. This mountain was not a single mountain, but a ring of mountains surrounding the mirror-like small lake. Looking as far as the eye could see, the water was like a pearl embedded in the mountain range. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. In this vast and boundless sea, there was actually such a huge island. And in this small island, there was such a beautiful and bright small lake. He had to say that it was quite a heavenly creation. After praising in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua used his qinggong and ran around the mountain range. He used his divine sense to carefully observe the area that he could perceive. What made him a little depressed was that from top to bottom on the island, there were no animals. Even the squirrels that Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to were not there, not to mention the gazelles and wild boars. Fortunately, when patrolling the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua found that at the foot of the small lake, there was a rather large piece of land covered with lush green leaves. What is this? It looks similar to the sweet potatoes in the Guozhuang house. Could it be that someone is planting sweet potatoes here? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat expectant, thinking about the sweetness of the sweet potatoes. His mouth, which had not eaten for a day and a night, began to drool. He came to the lakeside and pushed aside the green leaves covering the lake. From the soil, he dug out something that was as thick as a child's arm and somewhat golden in color. Is this sealwort? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had only read about sealwort in the herbal book of Xueqi Villa, which talked about the magical effects of sealwort and also drew pictures of sealwort. However, although the sealwort in his hand was very similar to the picture in the herbal book, it was too big. This was an arm, and the picture in the herbal book was the little finger. Zhang Xiaohua took the large sealwort and washed it with the lake water. After that, he began to test whether it was the most important step of sealwort. The most magical effect of sealwort was that it could fill one's stomach. When he tasted something sweet, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. According to the records, sealwort should not have any good taste. This thing is so sweet. Can it be sealwort? I don't care whether it is sealwort or not. I feel comfortable eating it. It can fill my stomach. When Zhang Xiaohua happily stuffed the whole sealwort into his stomach, he had such an idea. Yes, I don't care whether it is sealwort or not. The most important thing is that I can fill my stomach. After eating the sealwort, Zhang Xiaohua tried to drink the water in the lake. Luckily, it was fresh water. However, there was a strange smell in the water, which Zhang Xiaohua had never smelled before. Well, after eating and drinking, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sleepy, which he hadn't felt for a long time. Thinking about it, a lonely teenager drifting in the boundless sea. Even if his life was not in danger, the psychological torment was a serious test. Moreover, this problem was solved temporarily. What about the future? There was an even longer period of loneliness waiting for Zhang Xiaohua. He needed to have a better mentality to face all of this. However, when he fell asleep under a huge protruding rock, Zhang Xiaohua licked his lips and thought, "It would be better if I could eat meat. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 291. The sun was setting in the west. The deserted island was illuminated by the orange glow of the sun. The shadows in the mountains were dim. The sea breeze was gentle and the sound of waves hitting the shore was like a lullaby. Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding under the rock, fell asleep and did not want to wake up. When he opened his eyes, it was almost dusk. Standing up and stretching, Zhang Xiaohua leaped to a high place. First, he looked at the distant sea, but he didn't see any ships. Then, he looked around the huge deserted island and let out a long whistle. A sense of heroism rose in his heart. Although this deserted island is vast, there are no traces of people. I'm alone. I'd like to see how long I can live here. I'll spend the rest of my days here. I wonder if Xueqi can find me here? Forget it. If she finds me, I'll be taken back to the Tenryu sect. It's okay if she doesn't come. It'll be better if it's someone else's ship. Alas, I don't know what my parents are like. If only I had run away from Jingyue City. Well, that won't do. If I ran away at that time, the Tenryu sect would definitely look for me everywhere. If they found the Guozhuang house, it would be bad. Now, if Xueqi can't find me, she'll probably think that I've been buried in the fish's belly. At least my family won't be harmed. That's not bad, but my parents will be worried about me for a long time. After the heroism, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in knots. He waited until he was hungry while standing on the mountain and dug out the sealwort to satisfy his hunger. Looking at the huge field of sealwort in front of him, it must have been grown for many years. If he was careful and followed the planting method learned from the books, it would not be a problem for him to survive with the sealwort. As for water, it would not be a problem. He did not know how this small lake was formed. With so much fresh water and so much rain on the sea, even if Zhang Xiaohua drank until his stomach hurt, he might not be able to finish it. After drinking some water, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to do. He practiced the fist of the North Star on the flat rock. However, he was still thinking. I seem to be missing something. Strange, why can't I think of it? After a long time, after the 9 rounds of tempering of the bone, The sparkling and translucent bone became even more jade-like. The night had already arrived. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and remembered. That's right. I've almost forgotten where I'm staying at night. The night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. I don't have a place to sleep, but that's not good. I can't possibly spend the night under the rock. For Zhang Xiaohua, such a dark night was nothing to be afraid of. His divine sense could leave his body, so even if he closed his eyes, he could still walk. But after all, it was his first time here, and he was still a little afraid of this unfamiliar environment. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of going out to look for a cave. He still sat under the protruding rock, took out the primordial stones, and prepared to cultivate. Zhang Xiaohua was currently cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, Big Dipper Fist, Nameless Sword Art, Levitation Technique, and Earth Escape Technique. Needless to say, the Carefree Heart Sutra was the foundation of his cultivation. It was his internal cultivation method. As long as he had the time, he would absorb the primordial qi from the primordial stones to increase the genuine qi in his meridians, and then temper and store it in his middle dantian. The Big Dipper Fist was also his foundation of cultivation. It was his external cultivation method to temper his muscles, bones, and skin. However, this external cultivation was different from martial arts. He cultivated it even to the bone. Of course, since Zhang Xiaohua knew that he was walking on the path of immortality, he was no longer surprised. Martial arts was originally a modification of the path of immortality. Cultivating one's own bones was definitely better than cultivating one's muscles, bones, and skin. But what benefits did this bone tempering have? He really did not know. In his heart, he faintly felt that this kind of bone tempering was not simple. That was also true. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was low now, so he did not know the changes in his bones. If he knew that his bones were now sparkling and translucent, he would probably be shocked and ecstatic, and would practice the Big Dipper Fist a few more times every day. It was a pity that the third level of the Big Dipper Fist could only be practiced 63 times. Even if he practiced 9 times, he would not be able to temper his bones. As for the Nameless Sword Art, it only had a few incomplete moves. He had already mastered it thoroughly, and there was no need to cultivate it. He could only wait for fate to find another sword art before he could continue. However, in this pugilistic world, perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua alone could recognize the sword art of immortality. It would not be too late to wait until he returned to the mainland to look for it. As for the levitation technique, Zhang Xiaohua had already finished practicing it. The ethereal steps was probably the levitation technique, but it was modified by the seniors of the Misty School. In order to adapt to the changes in martial arts, the levitation technique recorded in the third level of the ethereal steps was definitely the most basic technique. The later levels of the Misty School that allowed one to fly were still hidden somewhere in the Misty School. Furthermore, from what Zhang Xiaohu had said, the Misty School's gang leader O had already practiced the ethereal steps to the Great Circle of the 9th level. Zhang Xiaohua now knew that this ethereal steps was definitely not the original levitation technique. He might not be able to use the later 6 levels of Qing Gong. Could it be hidden in the forbidden grounds of the Misty School? If that's the case, then it's difficult. I can't possibly risk my life and barge into other people's forbidden grounds. If there are the later levels of the levitation technique, I'm sure that if I can practice it to the end, I'll definitely be able to fly. Who knows, I might even be able to fly across the sea. Why would I need to wait for a ship to rescue me? It's just that right now, my levitation technique can only float a little. If I'm on land, I might be able to fly higher. But above the sea, there's no way for me to borrow strength from. Sigh. Then there's the earth evasion technique. I've just learned the first technique, and there are still 8 techniques that I haven't fully comprehended yet. This is a good opportunity to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra to the next level and master the earth evasion technique. When Qin Shuriyue comes looking for me, I'll find an opportunity to kill him by accident and escape using the earth evasion technique. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Oh, by the way, there's also a basic alchemy technique in my purse. Moreover, I've also taken a cauldron from Yingfei. I don't know if it's used for alchemy. It seems that I have to learn this alchemy technique. Look at that detoxification pill. How amazing it is. It can detoxify so easily. I might be able to use it in the future. Also, since there's a detoxification pill, then there's also a pill that can increase one's power. If I can master it, then can I give it to my second brother? If he can become a top master in one go, How great would that be? Oh, I forgot that I don't know if the immortal pills can be given to martial artists. Second brother probably won't have such good luck. Thinking that he could get the cauldron from Qin Shiyue, he was very happy. Ha ha, this guy was really dissolute. He went out on a business trip and found a delicate girl. He even wanted to take the cauldron home. No way. It's better for me to use it. After sorting out her existing techniques, Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. She must practice the Big Dipper magical fist. However, it wouldn't take up much time. The key was the Carefree Heart Sutra. She could practice this technique all the time without end. But Zhang Xiaohua now knew that as long as she practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra before she went to sleep at night, she would definitely make progress when she woke up in the morning. That was to say, she could also practice at night when she went to sleep. This was extremely wonderful. I don't know what this bracelet is. What's the matter with the flickering dream at night? But since I've practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra at night, I don't need to practice it during the day. Anyway, there's no end to the Carefree Heart Sutra. Practicing it during the day is just icing on the cake. It's better to practice the earth meld and refine elixirs. It was night now, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally still needed to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. So she took 2 primordial stones in her hand, sat cross-legged, and silently practiced the mental cultivation method. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua first practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. Then she comprehended the earth meld. At noon, she ate some sealwort. Taking advantage of the sun, she searched the entire island to see what was on this deserted island. She also found a cave for herself to live in. With Zhang Xiaohua's current magical power, she performed the levitation skill and floated low. From time to time, she used the tip of her foot to borrow strength from the ground. Then, she used her spiritual sense to search carefully in the mountains. Not long after, she found a small cave. The cave was facing the east of the island. It was quite dry inside, which made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. Normally, this island in the sea was full of water vapor every day, so it should be humid. However, since it was not humid, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to think about looking for things like dry grass and dead leaves. It saved her a lot of trouble. With a small nest to sleep in, Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest in continuing to explore. If Qin Shiyue and the others could find it tomorrow, she would leave with them. Naturally, she didn't need to look at the deserted island today. But if Qin Shiyue and the others didn't come tomorrow, it wouldn't be too late to look at it tomorrow. In short, the exploration of this deserted island was not urgent. On the contrary, before Qin Shiyue and the others came, she could cultivate what she needed to cultivate. That was the right way. So, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip from the space of the money bag, immersed her spiritual sense in it, and carefully memorized and comprehended it. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at these ancient characters, she felt that the meaning was very obscure and unclear. Many things were beyond her understanding, so she was a little conflicted in her heart. But now, she already knew that this was an immortal object, and the content inside was true. Unconsciously, she was very curious and wanted to study it carefully. The way of alchemy in this jade slip was inextricably linked with the herbal books that Zhang Xiaohua had read before. Unconsciously, it aroused her strong interest. But interest was the driving force to move forward. Since she could read the pleasure from it, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy. Until the sky gradually darkened, she slowly opened her eyes. The way of alchemy is really broad and profound. This jade slip is only the most basic alchemy method. Just at the beginning, I feel that it is difficult to move forward. Compared with the previous knowledge of herbs, it is really different. I just don't know what the way of alchemy has been modified by martial arts. If there is a chance, I have to go to the pharmacy hall to have a look. The way of alchemy is to use the cauldron as the base and the true qi as the flame. The true qi is injected into the cauldron, activating the formation of the cauldron, producing the true fire, refining the essence of the herbs. Yin and yang are balanced, and the monarch and minister complement each other. Then it can become an elixir. What about martial arts? Presumably, without true qi, I can only use ordinary flames. In this way, it is inevitable that there will be more impurities. Oh right, the way of alchemy is useful for true qi meridians and so on. This martial art elixir must be modified to be compatible with my true qi. As for the elixir recipe, as long as I modify the herbs in the recipe, it should be possible. I already have a cauldron here, but I don't know if my true qi in the third layer of the aura refining realm can activate it. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take out the cauldron to try, but looking at the narrow cave and thinking that she had just comprehended the beginning of alchemy, she still didn't know much about the rest. Even if she tried, what was the use? Only then did she give up and get out of the cave. Night had come, but the sea was still rippling. There were no big waves. The deep blue sea reflected the starlight in the sky, making it look bright. In the sky and the sea, there was still no expected black spot. Zhang Xiaohua sighed, filled her stomach, and continued to cultivate. On this lonely island, the only way to pass the time was to cultivate. More than 10 days passed like this, but Qin Shiyue still didn't come to find her. Zhang Xiaohua was quite anxious. What's wrong with this Qin Shiyue? Isn't she afraid of being punished by their sect leader? Why hasn't she come to find me? If I'm caught by the Tenryu sect, as long as I can withstand torture, they might not be able to do anything to me. Oh no, what if they kill me? I'd better wait until I reach the shore and quickly run away. If Qin Shiyue doesn't come, I'll do this. Although I don't have to worry about food and drink, and I can also cultivate, I can't sleep at night alone. Every day, she would say that Qin Shiyue would come to find her, but there was no sign of the boat. This Qin Shiyue also slowly became Whitehead Qin, Adulterer Qin, Scoundrel Qin, and finally, she was named Pulsatilla Wang. However, although Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, his cultivation had made great progress. He had already comprehended the second-hand gesture of the earth escape technique, and this understanding also laid a solid foundation for the next few techniques. After all, he had comprehended it bit by bit, and it was incomparably solid. Although he had just learned the third technique, his progress was also very fast. Needless to say, alchemy was just the theory, and it was also what he was most interested in. The first thing had already been comprehended by him, and now he was beginning to learn the real foundation of alchemy. It had to be said that the present Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the stupid child who had to be tactfully pointed out by the teacher when he went to school in Guozhuang House. These things that had to be taught by the master during the heyday of the immortal Tao were painstakingly comprehended by him. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that he was on a deserted island and had no distractions. Today there was still no hope. The sky was gloomy. The weather on the sea was unpredictable, and 10 days of sunny weather was abnormal. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a small cave, comprehending alchemy. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap in the sky, which gave him a big fright. He stood up and looked outside. It was already dark and cloudy. It was probably going to rain heavily. Zhang Xiaohua's cave was on the side of the mountain, and it was basically close to the top. He was not afraid of the rain. He was about to return to the cave to continue comprehending alchemy, but a flash of lightning in front of him seemed to have opened his mind. Chapter 292. Zhang Xiaohua was no stranger to sky thunder. As early as the appearance of the first strand of genuine qi in his meridians, he had tried to attract thunder to save the herbs in Huanqi Villa. The feeling of being hit by sky thunder was still fresh in his memory, and it was hard for him to try it again. However, the lightning in front of him reminded Zhang Xiaohua. I should have attracted thunder twice before. The first time was unintentional, and I was about to fall asleep, so I didn't taste the sky thunder. But when I woke up the next day, I had genuine qi in my body, and it seemed that my Big Dipper magical fist had advanced to another level. The second time was intentional. I attracted thunder too early, so I was hit by thunder and fainted directly. Fortunately, it was midnight at that time, and the feeling was unforgettable and unbearable. However, the pain was in exchange for rich rewards. The herbs were saved, and it seemed that my genuine qi had increased a lot. What's more, my Big Dipper magical fist had advanced to another level, and there was a lot of black dirt on my body, which was very similar to the marrow cleansing mentioned in the Heart Sutra. Every time I was hit by thunder, I could get benefits, and there was nothing wrong with my body. If I could be hit by thunder more often, would I get more benefits? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was frightened by his own whimsy. He Tianshu had once reminded him not to practice internal strength when it was thundering and raining, because it was easy to get qi deviation. However, he deliberately chose to attract thunder when it was thundering. However, martial arts were different from the way of immortality. Maybe the way of immortality was not afraid of being hit by thunder? Zhang Xiaohua thought that he might get lucky. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was very wrong. There were spells about sky thunder in the way of immortality, such as the 5 thunders authentic method, which could attract sky thunder from the sky. However, it was unheard of to practice with sky thunder quenching body. This practice was undoubtedly like an old man eating arsenic. He was tired of living. But once this idea was born in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, it was like a bug, and he could no longer drive it away. Should I try to attract thunder? Anyway, my body used to hurt a lot, and it was 100 times more painful than the pulsatilla's soul-searching hand. However, if I can seize the opportunity to attract thunder at the moment before I fall asleep, I won't feel the pain, right? Anyway, Blink can control the later stages of my cultivation. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to enter the cave to cultivate anymore. He slowly paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave. This cave was in the mountains, and he did not know where he could attract the heavenly thunder. If he couldn't, the heavenly lightning would strike the mountain. If the rocks were shattered, he would be buried under the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and then at the top of the mountain. She was a little hesitant. If they were not in the cave, they would have to be at the top of the mountain. Being drenched in the rain for a whole night was not something a human would do. As they spoke, the rain began to fall. Raindrops the size of beans fell pitter-patter on the rocks, as if to demonstrate their power to Zhang Xiaohua. Kacha kacha. Thunder continued to rumble in the surrounding sea. The majesty of this place was incomparable to that of the Huanxi mountain manor. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the rain with a gloomy face. His heart was wavering. Seeing that it was late at night, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had to make a choice. He gritted his teeth and thought, it's just a try. There's already 1 more time, and 2 more times. How can I be afraid that there won't be a 3rd time? Isn't it just a heart-wrenching pain? I'll just take it as the pulsatilla forcing me to confess again at night. Thinking of this, he resolutely got up and rushed into the rain. In an instant, the heavy rain soaked his whole body. When he used the levitation skill to reach the top of the mountain, there was not much time left. When he was about to take out the small primordial stones, he had an idea. Instead, he took out his money bag and scanned it with his divine sense. He took out the huge crouching ox stone and sat cross-legged on it. First, he tried to absorb the primordial chi from the crouching ox stone. Then, he calculated the time in his heart. When it was about time, he spread his divine sense into the dark night sky and tried to draw in the little primordial chi in the air. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, after the heaven and earth yuan chi in his divine sense was completely absorbed, the heaven and earth yuan chi around him was slowly flowing in. Moreover, the heavenly thunder that sounded from time to time in the sky was gradually approaching. Kacha! There was a light clap of thunder in the distance. It sounded very far away, but Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. This thunder sounds very far away, but it seems to have struck my heart. Could it be moving towards me? Sure enough, the thunder became louder and louder. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled violently. The last few sounds hit the edge of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. His face was a little pale. The rain could not drive away the fear in his heart. Why is it not here yet? Quickly go to sleep. Otherwise, this god's soul-searching hand is much more powerful than the pulsatile acupuncture. Boom, there was a loud sound. The thunder and lightning struck the sky above Zhang Xiaohua's head. La, a powerful energy cut through the sky. In an instant, countless primordial chi was generated around the energy. Once the primordial chi was generated, it was guided by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense into the pores of his whole body. The huge energy was then absorbed into his body. Immediately, a heart-wrenching and unbearable pain was transmitted to Zhang Xiaohua's mind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned black. He did not know if he fainted from happiness or was peacefully dreaming. Just like the previous few times, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed from his mind to his whole body. His whole body flashed with a mysterious frequency. In an instant, the numerous stars in the endless starry sky projected endless starlight across time and space and lingered around Zhang Xiaohua's body. The starlight absorbed into his meridians was the same as before. It repaired the meridians that were torn by the huge energy. At the same time, it separated the energy and vitality in the lightning. Most of the energy was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's crystal-clear bones. Most of the vitality was absorbed by an unknown place in his mind. The remaining energy and vitality were refined by his meridians. After the first thunder, the following heavenly thunders seemed to have found a target to vent. They all rushed to the deserted island and lined up to hit Zhang Xiaohua's head one by one. The energy and vitality were all absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua. At this point, he should be on the right track of cultivation and refinement, just like before. However, this was the boundless sea, not the inland plains. The heavenly thunders here could not be compared to the heavenly thunders in the Huanxi Manor. The quantity and quality were not on the same level. Under the countless heavenly thunders, the starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body seemed to be unable to withstand it. At first, it was faint and inconspicuous. Then, it gradually became thicker and thicker, turning into a milky white that was almost visible to the naked eye. This milky white color became thicker and thicker. In the end, even the pouring rain could not get close to him. Even so, the incessant heavenly thunders far exceeded the amount of heavenly thunders that Zhang Xiaohua's starlight could neutralize. When a heavenly thunder struck, the starlight trembled as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, the crouching ox stone under Zhang Xiaohua suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if something had been activated. The boundless energy and chi of heaven and earth produced by the heavenly thunders were all absorbed into the vitality stone by the brilliance. At the same time, the chi that Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing was also stimulated. It expanded rapidly and was absorbed into her body at a rate several times faster than before. The vast amount of chi of heaven and earth that was absorbed into her body was refined by the starlight surrounding her meridians and turned into Zhang Xiaohua's own chi. This chi flowed along her meridians at a fixed frequency. Moreover, it was not until now that the chi that Zhang Xiaohua cultivated at the third level of the chi refining realm was stabilized and balanced. She had truly stepped out of the early stage and entered the middle stage of accumulation. The sea breeze was strong and the rain was heavy. In the darkness of the night, on the deserted island, a ball of faint light flickered continuously. It was so faint that if one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. Not far from the deserted island, a huge jellyfish swam continuously. The huge waves did not pose any threat to it, but it seemed to feel a tremor that came from the bottom of its heart. It was an instinctive feeling, a kind of pressure that came from the deserted island, that made it want to run away. Since 10 days ago, it had been attracted by the vitality stone's fluctuations and had been wandering around the island, hoping to get another vitality stone. However, the feeling that made it tremble in the rainy night soon dispelled its desire to continue guarding the island. Crack! There was another sound of thunder. The light flickered and dimmed slightly. The huge jellyfish did not hesitate any longer. It dived into the water and swam deeper. Monsters like this jellyfish that had lived for countless years did not have the intelligence of a human, but many times, their instincts were more direct and accurate than a human's eyes and experience. It was not until a trace of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon that the rampant storm finally died down. The clouds parted and the rain stopped. It seemed that the duration of the storm was much shorter than before. The morning sun rose from the sea. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and poured a bit of true fire essence into his body. The flame in the bottom of his eyes flashed and disappeared, and the flickering also stopped. The starlight around his body also entered his body in a breath. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes that were as black as ink. He silently used the Heart Sutra to check the condition of his meridians. Not bad. The amount of true chi in my meridians is a lot more than yesterday. It seems to be more than half. I should be in the middle of entering the third layer of chi refining. Although it was not good to be struck by the heavenly lightning yesterday, the harvest was also great. If I can endure for another night, I might be able to reach the third layer. Zhang Xiaohua thought as the corners of his mouth curled up. In fact, he did not know that the nameless place in his mind had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning's energy and had undergone a huge change. Moreover, his jade-like bones were already showing signs of becoming transparent after being tempered. He had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning's energy. Compared to that, the true chi in his meridians could only be said to be a small improvement. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and put the crouching ox stone away into his money pouch. Oh right. The crouching ox stone had also absorbed a huge amount of yuan chi of heaven and earth last night. This change was also something that Zhang Xiaohua could not detect. Oh, where is this fishy smell coming from? Aya, could it be coming from my body again? Zhang Xiaohua looked. As expected, his body was stained with some pitch-black sticky stuff again. He turned around and was about to fly towards the small lake, but after flying halfway, he thought, if I bathe in the lake, won't this stinky stuff get into the water? How am I supposed to eat and drink in the future? He could only turn around and fly back to the beach. However, as he neared the beach, he thought, What if that big monster is still in the water? What should I do then? So, even bathing was so difficult. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua held the small sword in one hand and anxiously washed himself by a shallow beach. He did not know that the huge jellyfish had been scared away by the brilliance of his cultivation last night. How could it sneak an attack on him? After cleaning up, Zhang Xiaohua placed his clothes on a rock to dry. He practiced the Big Dipper magical fist naked. This practice was not a big deal. He actually found that his Big Dipper magical fist had advanced another level. As long as he practiced it for the 6th time, the bone-tempering flow appeared. After 9 times of circulation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a joy from his bones. It was as if, at this moment, he could fly into the sky. Thus, he used the levitation technique. Indeed, compared to yesterday, he flew a little higher. Could it be that this Big Dipper magical fist has something to do with the levitation technique? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. These two techniques did not seem to have any direct connection. The sea breeze on the deserted island was very strong. In this short period of time, Zhang Xiaohua's clothes had already dried. Although there was still a part of the deserted island that Zhang Xiaohua did not explore, he believed that there was only Zhang Xiaohua on this big deserted island. Even if he wore clothes, there would not be an additional female animal to look at, let alone a girl. However, he always felt that it was better to wear clothes. Yes, after all, I was also enlightened by words, Zhang Xiaohua thought. After wearing clothes, Zhang Xiaohua did not go to the small cave. He directly sat on the top of the mountain and comprehended the earth escape. After all, sitting there he could see far away. If a ship came, he could find it in time, right? This morning, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua had accumulated a lot of knowledge in the past few days, or perhaps he was in good spirits today. It did not take long for him to comprehend the 3rd incantation of the earth escape. In the afternoon, he also felt that the foundation of alchemy had made great progress. He almost wanted to try it out with the furnace in his money bag. However, from alchemy, he saw that alchemy was also a multi-use incantation. He had not even mastered the simple earth escape incantation, so how could he dare to rashly try it? If the furnace was damaged, he would not even have the chance to cry. Also, there are no herbs at all. What can I use to practice? In this way, another 20 days passed. He did not see Qin Shiyue, nor did he see any ships passing by. Yes, he did not even see a black dot. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little discouraged. However, despite being discouraged, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still progressing at a rapid pace. In the past 20 days, there had been 4 or 5 thunderstorms. It was no wonder that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea was much more abundant than inland. However, the amount of heavenly lightning each time was different, and the tempering effects were also different. My Big Dipper magical fist has entered the 5th level. I can feel a flow of tempering in my bones without practicing 5 times. However, this progress seems to be slower than before. In the past, I could advance by 1 level each time I drew lightning. Now I need to draw lightning 4 times to advance. Perhaps it will be harder in the future. Fortunately, the Carefree Heart Sutra has also advanced. The 4th level of Qi refining requires a lot of Qi, but the amount of Qi of heaven and earth absorbed each time I draw lightning is not much. No wonder the Qi of heaven and earth is so thin. With so little Qi of heaven and earth, it would be strange if the immortal Tao was not destroyed. Chapter 293. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra on the deserted island while comprehending earth escape and alchemy. In addition to the night rain, he drew lightning to strengthen his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. At first, Zhang Xiaohua still used a small sword to draw lines on the ground of the small cave, counting the days. Later on, he lost interest and stopped counting, simply drawing lines. If it weren't for the fact that I want to see how many days I can spend on this deserted island without seabirds in the future, I would be too lazy to draw lines. I might as well draw circles in a corner of the cave and curse the pulsatilla. That's more refreshing. Zhang Xiaohua also went from looking up from the top of the mountain every day, almost turning himself into a boat-gazing stone. But now, he didn't even look up. Too much disappointment made him realize that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It was better to cut off his own path of retreat and not think about going back. Who knows? There might be an unexpected surprise. This kind of concentration and hard work allowed his cultivation to reach a new level. He had already cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra to the middle of the 4th level, the Big Dipper Magical Fist to the 5th level, and the Earth Escape Technique to the last incantation, but he still couldn't make a breakthrough. As for alchemy, he had already learned all the basic theories. All he needed was some herbs and specific operations to make the pills. Zhang Xiaohua also engraved the incantations for alchemy in his heart. When he comprehended them, he also used his hands. But he was always afraid that he would mess up, so he was very careful. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the top of the mountain, using his hands to form incantations. He closed his eyes and circulated his qi. The qi in his meridians followed the changes of the incantations and was drawn out from his body, forming a ball. Then it was changed again. As the incantations changed, the qi slowly moved from his hands to his arms, and then to his entire body, forming a layer of colorless qi film on Zhang Xiaohua's body. When the final incantation was formed, the colorless qi came out from under his feet and drilled into the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's entire body suddenly disappeared, like a gust of gas. Zhang Xiaohua, who drilled into the mountain, curiously released his divine sense. He found that his whole body was wrapped in a layer of black film, and the surrounding was pitch black. Then, he released his divine sense. In this mountain, it was very difficult to release one's divine sense. When his divine sense locked on a place, he silently chanted the incantation. His body, as if shuttling through the earth, drilled into that place. On the way, whether it was soil or rocks, he passed through them as if his body did not exist at all. When he arrived at the place locked on by his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua silently chanted the incantation. His body drilled up, and when his eyes suddenly lit up, he was back at the top of the mountain. But, compared to the place where he was just standing, he was already very far away. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. This earth escape technique was a bit more interesting than the levitation technique. He could drill into the earth, walk in the earth, and his speed was so fast. Even if he was caught by the pulsatilla, he could easily escape. Thinking of the pulsatilla, Zhang Xiaohua habitually looked at the sea. It was still very empty. Then, Zhang Xiaohua checked the zhenqi in his meridians and secretly shook his head. This earth escape technique really consumes zhenqi. It has only been a short distance, but I have already lost nearly 1/20th of my zhenqi. It seems that I still need to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra more. The zhenqi in the meridians is really the foundation of all immortal Tao spells. He took out 2 primordial stones from his arms and replenished his zhenqi. Then, he was ready to try the earth escape technique again. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of being seen by others on this deserted island. When he practiced, he used the crouching ox stone. He only used the primordial stones to practice the earth escape technique. But this small primordial stone had been used for half a year, and the zhenqi in it was still not exhausted. This made Zhang Xiaohua very surprised. Zhang Xiaohua used the earth escape technique again and drilled into the mountain. This time, he did not go far away. Instead, he chose to drill straight down. He wanted to know if the bottom of this deserted island was still the sea. But before he could drill down any further, the surrounding temperature rose. It was unbearable and he quickly drilled out. In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper Fist, he was basically immune to both heat and cold. He no longer had the concept of cold and heat. Even if he practiced on a rainy night, he was not afraid of the pouring rain. But the scorching heat underground made him taste it again. He was so scared that he did not dare to continue. In fact, there was one thing that he did not know. The protective layer formed by zhenqi also had the effect of isolating heat and cold. Since it could make him feel the scorching heat, then the temperature underground was unimaginable. He spent the entire morning trying out the newly mastered earth escape technique. He suddenly disappeared from here, drilled into the ground, and drilled out from there again. He played around until the zhenqi in his body was exhausted. Only then did he sit comfortably with a primordial stone in his hand to replenish his zhenqi. And after half a year of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that if he absorbed zhenqi from primordial stones and used it to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, the absorption speed would be relatively slow. It would increase his power bit by bit. And if he consumed zhenqi and only used primordial stones to replenish his zhenqi, the speed was not ordinary. In a very short period of time, he could replenish the zhenqi in his body. This made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. If he could replenish his zhenqi while cultivating, how good would that be? Right now, he should have cultivated to the 8th or 9th level. And if he completely consumed the Xueqi in his body like this and replenished it again, then his Xueqi would definitely be more than before. As for how much more, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any idea. He just felt it. Perhaps this is the principle of breaking and then building. Martial arts and literature have a certain degree of similarity. Even the way of immortality is the same. Oh, I understand. This is the rule of the world. No matter what you do, you act according to the rules and find your own path in the rules. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand a lot, but it seemed that he only understood a little. Zhang Xiaohua did not deliberately practice his flying sword, but playing with it in his spare time was enough for him to know how to use the flying sword like the back of his hand. Look, he was sitting on the top of the mountain, using his divine sense to command the flying sword, chasing after a flock of seabirds. Right, when he first came to the island, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the deserted island. He had been complaining that there were no animals to eat. But after 2 days, he found that there were no animals, but there were seabirds. Many seabirds built their nests in the trees along the coast and in the grass at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua occasionally caught a few seabirds, dug out a few eggs, and roasted them with fire to satisfy his craving. But later, when he ran out of matches, he had to restrain his violent behavior of harassing the flock of seabirds. When he finished practicing the earth escape and was ready to refine pills, he remembered that refining pills required fire, didn't it? Since the fire from matches could roast eggs and seabirds, then wouldn't the fire from refining pills be even more effective? Therefore, he commanded the flying sword to chase after the flock of seabirds. The seabirds in the flock of seabirds were used to being chased by the flying sword. When they saw the flying sword flying towards them, they flew up and down from time to time, but the flying sword was like a real seabird, neither too fast nor too slow. Even if it followed behind, it still flew up and down. After chasing for a long time, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua was tired of playing, the flying sword suddenly sped up. A cold light flashed and pierced the seabird's neck, but there was not a drop of blood. Then, it turned around and flew towards the top of the mountain where Zhang Xiaohua was. The flying sword flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. He looked at the seabird in his hand, which was not much bigger than a fist, and was very satisfied. I remember the first time I chased a seabird, I couldn't catch it no matter what. Later, when I finally caught it, I couldn't pierce the seabird. This seabird's feathers seemed to have a lot of oil, which made it very slippery. Fortunately practice makes perfect. From piercing the seabird's body full of bird blood, now I can only pierce its neck, and there is not a drop of bird blood. It seems that my progress is not small. Pulsatilla, you wait. Wait for me to deal with you when I go back. However, if Pulsatilla didn't take me out, I don't seem to be able to cultivate to this level. Does this count as repaying kindness with enmity? Forget it, I don't care. I don't care whether he repaid kindness with enmity or not. Pulsatilla didn't have any good intentions. I saved his life in Jingyue City, which can be considered as repaying his kindness. If it doesn't work, I'll go and kidnap that South Sea beauty and let this guy have a taste of suffering. Ha ha ha, that's what I'll do. Speaking of the oily seabird, alas, I haven't eaten that oily barbecue for a long time. Although I don't like it very much, after not eating it for a long time, I miss it a lot. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua forgot about the idea of taking revenge on Qin Shiyue, and looked at the seabird in his hand. Alas, even the cleverest housewife can't cook rice without cooking. Putting the seabird aside, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag from his arms and took out the huge tripod furnace. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had already roughly examined this cauldron. It was somewhat different from the ones he usually saw in the temple. Now that he took a closer look, it was actually very different. This cauldron stood on 3 legs, and the cauldron was engraved with different talismans. It looked like it had been there for a long time, and it was already somewhat blurred. The lid on the cauldron was also extremely delicate. When he opened it, he found that it was hollow inside. This was clearly the alchemy furnace mentioned in alchemy, not the incense burner used to burn incense. When Zhang Xiaohua got the elixir furnace from Shitsue Mountain, he was not much taller than the elixir furnace. Now, he could look down and see the situation inside the elixir furnace. However, it was dark inside the elixir furnace and he could not see anything. He could only smell the scent of incense ash. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and sniffed. The monks of the Shaolin Temple are really powerful. Even the alchemy furnace of the immortal Tao can be used as an incense burner. I don't know how they burn incense inside. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine awareness and carefully observed the situation inside the alchemy furnace. He didn't look at it before, but now he had to use it. If he didn't look at it now, wouldn't he be fighting an unprepared war? This was a spherical space with several groove-like depressions at the bottom, and the surrounding walls were engraved with different ancient patterns, all of which emitted a faint fluctuation of primordial qi. The bottom of the alchemy furnace was densely engraved, layer by layer. Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine awareness, but he couldn't see the end for a while. Looking at the bottom of the alchemy furnace, it is not very thick. The engraved patterns can be divided into so many layers. It is estimated that they are talismans. The fluctuations emitted by these different talismans are actually one ring on top of another, without any gaps or defects. Is this what it means to be flawless? It seems that I really have to be careful. If I am unlucky, won't I destroy this furnace? It doesn't matter if I can't refine alchemy, but I won't have anything to play with. This is the most important thing. It's just, how do I start a fire in this alchemy furnace? Don't I use a fire starter? In alchemy, it is said that you need to use your own true qi to ignite the cauldron fire of the alchemy furnace, but how to use it and how to ignite it, there is no instruction at all. Without a master to teach me, it is really terrible. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine awareness to sweep it a few times, but he didn't have the slightest insight, and couldn't help but feel depressed. At this time, he couldn't help but focus his divine awareness on the depressions. Sure enough, when he strengthened his divine awareness, one of the depressions suddenly flashed a faint fluctuation, and a paragraph of ancient text appeared in his mind. Haha, as I said, it is impossible for this thing to not leave anything behind. How can it be obtained? When Zhang Xiaohua carefully read this paragraph of text, he couldn't help but feel happy. He saw his hands forming a seal, meditating for a while, silently circulating his true qi. He sent the seal into the alchemy furnace. At first, the alchemy furnace didn't have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua frowned, and repeated it a few times. Gradually, the alchemy furnace emitted a faint brilliance that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Only when Zhang Xiaohua released his divine awareness could he see it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He sent a few more seals into the alchemy furnace, and the brilliance shrank a few times. The alchemy furnace suddenly shrank by a circle. Sure enough, it is magical. This thing can actually change its size. It is worthy of being an immortal object. It turned out that the text was the method to control the alchemy furnace. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to have a fun toy, so he changed the size of the alchemy furnace from time to time until he was tired of playing with it. Then, he put his left hand on the side of the alchemy furnace, where there was a slight protrusion. His divine awareness entered the alchemy furnace, and his right hand formed a few seals according to the incantation. If one said that true qi was the foundation of all immortal arts, then the incantation was the support of all magic. Zhang Xiaohua used close to half a year to figure out the incantation for the earth escape technique. It had to be said that it was an extremely wise choice. Generally speaking, when one entered the path of immortality, they would first practice simple incantations, such as the fireball technique, the water sword technique, and the like. 1 or 2 incantations would be enough. Only then would they practice more advanced incantations, such as the sword manipulation technique, fire manipulation technique, and the like. The incantation for the earth escape technique was considered more advanced, and difficult to understand and practice. Zhang Xiaohua had studied the earth escape technique from the beginning, so he did the opposite. Now that he looked at the simple incantation, it was very easy to learn. He saw that he slowly inserted true qi into the alchemy furnace, and his divine awareness entered the alchemy furnace, observing the changes in the furnace. In his divine awareness, he saw that the true qi that was slowly inserted first into a few talismans, then into a few other talismans, and then up one by one. Suddenly, in one of the talismans, a trace of flame appeared, and then in an instant, it rushed through a few layers of talismans. Within the alchemy furnace, there was a soft tang sound, and the furnace was filled with flames. Zhang Xiaohua was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his divine awareness. Qidian Chinese website www welcomes all readers to read. The latest, fastest, and most popular series of novels are all at Qidian Originals. Chapter 294. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense withdrew from the pill furnace, the vital energy in his hands stopped flowing, and the incantation in his right hand naturally stopped as well. This time, starting from a high-level incantation, the drawbacks of not practicing the basic incantations immediately became apparent. Generally speaking, if one practiced the incantations step by step, they would be able to control the basic incantations freely before moving on to the next incantation. This way, they would naturally be extremely familiar with the incantations and vital energy, and control them with ease. Unlike him, who could fill the entire pill furnace with a huge flame as soon as he started. Practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. Zhang Xiaohua muttered, not knowing if he was encouraging himself. Then, he persevered and continued with the unfinished work. After all, he was a person with great perseverance. After almost an afternoon of practice, Zhang Xiaohua was finally able to control it freely. Thus, he impatiently tossed the already cold seabird into the cauldron. Yes, this guy used his divine sense to control the seabird, and wanted to use the fire of the pill furnace to roast the seabird to eat. Presumably, 10,000 years ago, when the immortal Tao was at its peak, no one would be so extravagant. But, how could the seabird withstand such a huge array of forces? After being burned by the fire, it turned into ashes without leaving a trace. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. This delicious roast meat disappeared just like that. How depressing. Sigh. His control was still not subtle enough. He still needed to work harder. How could he know that the pill furnace was the best for refining the essence of medicinal herbs? Although the seabird was big, it was still flesh and blood after all. How could it have the essence of medicinal herbs? Under the fire, it naturally turned into ashes. Zhang Xiaohua did not know. He thought that his control was wrong and could not be subtle enough. Thus, in the following month, he worked with the pill furnace and the seabird. Every day, he would use his flying sword to kill seabirds and throw them into the pill furnace to carry out his great plan of roasting meat. Alas, it had to be said that this was the work of a man of great determination. The most direct result was that the number of seabirds around the deserted island had plummeted. The flying sword was controlled by him to the acme of perfection. As long as he had a thought, the flying sword would be like a black bolt of lightning, accurately hunting down seabirds. It was much better than his boring practice of the nameless sword art. Moreover, as long as the group of seabirds saw flying objects similar to the small sword, they would immediately spread their wings and fly high. Their speed was also faster and faster. As a result, the seabirds on this deserted island became the overlords of the surrounding waters. This was also a great contribution of Zhang Xiaohua. It had to be said that nothing in the world was impossible for a determined person. In the end, this fellow really controlled the alchemy fire to the point of perfection. He actually managed to control the fire to the extent that he could roast meat. Eating with his mouth full of oil and looking at the few seabirds on the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely proud. Boredom was also the best fuel for cultivation. Xiaohua was not cultivating the immortal Tao, but loneliness. When he finished the roast meat and wanted to familiarize himself with the pill furnace to carry out the alchemy experiment, he found that he did not have any herbs at all. How could he practice? Thinking about it, he only had sealwort, which tasted sweet when he first ate it, but now he was tired of it. However, sealwort was also a kind of herb. Could it be used to refine pills? Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered. He read the contents of the alchemy book from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, his eyebrows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. The fasting pill was a low-level pill made by using sealwort as the main ingredient and adding other common herbs. Its effect was to relieve thirst and hunger. This pill was specially prepared for Zhang Xiaohua as an experimental product. Zhang Xiaohua shouted. He somersaulted on the top of the mountain and plunged into the soil. In a flash, he appeared in the field of sealwort and quickly dug out several pieces of sealwort from the soil. His figure flashed again, and in a flash, he came to the top of the mountain and threw one piece of sealwort into the alchemy furnace. He secretly remembered the steps of refining the fasting pill, and silently recited the formula to stimulate the alchemy fire to refine the pill. The sealwort, which was as thick as an arm and covered with mud and leaves, turned into a pile of powder under the refining of the alchemy fire in a moment. It was the essence of the sealwort. According to the alchemy book, refining the essence of herbs is the most difficult. If the fire is too hot, it will be burned to the ground. If the fire is too hot, it will not be refined. How can the essence of the sealwort be refined so easily by me? Could it be that I'm the legendary genius? Or is the fasting pill the most basic and easy to refine? He did not expect that since he could roast and eat seabirds, it would be a piece of cake for him to refine the essence of herbs with this method. However, when he was condensing the pill, there was an accident. First, he increased his genuine qi and refined the powder into a liquid. When he injected the formula into the liquid in the alchemy furnace, a strong gravitational force was generated from the formula. In an instant, nearly half of the genuine qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was extracted and was thrown into the alchemy furnace. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's formula was stagnant. With a crackling sound, the pill, which was about to take shape, disappeared in a flash. It turned into flying ash and scattered in the alchemy furnace. Zhang Xiaohua's first alchemy failed. Facing the failure of his first alchemy, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to be depressed. He knew that alchemy was a delicate job. If he was careless, he would fail. Moreover, even if he could reach the last step of alchemy, if he was careless, he would still fail. The success rate of alchemy was too low. As early as when he was refining the essence, he was prepared for failure. It was already commendable that his first alchemy could reach the stage of taking shape. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and thought for a while. He recalled in detail the gains and losses of alchemy. Then, he looked at the alchemy furnace in his hand with a strange expression. Then, he took out 4 small primordial stones from his arms and put them into the 4 grooves in the furnace. Then, he injected the sealwort and genuine qi again. This time, he easily controlled the alchemy fire and refined the essence of the sealwort and condensed it into a liquid. It turns out that these grooves are used to install the primordial stones. No matter how much genuine qi I have, it is not enough to completely refine the elixir. Using the primordial stone's primordial qi is the real way of controlling fire. This time, the condensing of the elixir was very smooth. However, when he was pulling the elixir, there was a problem. Pulling the elixir into several portions had a lot to do with the control of the divine sense and magic incantation. At the same time, it was also a place to improve the level of alchemy. The higher the level, the more elixirs he could pull. Thinking about it, for the same herbs, one could pull 2 elixirs, while the other could pull 8 elixirs. Of course, there was a difference. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was excellent. Inadvertently, seabirds landed on the ground. The magic incantation was also necessary. In the blink of an eye, he could escape into the ground. However, there were many problems in the cooperation. The subtle cooperation between the divine sense and the magic incantation was always lacking. He tried until the sky was completely dark. Then he pulled out an elixir in front of him. Yes, it was an elixir. The other elixir also turned to ashes. Just this ugly, uneven oval elixir was an epoch-making symbol. It marked that Zhang Xiaohua had finally taken a small step in alchemy. At the same time, it was also a big step for the entire immortal Tao. 10,000 years later, there was someone who could refine the real immortal Tao elixir. Looking at the brownish-yellow elixir in his hand, it seemed to be some kind of unhealthy elixir. He carefully put it between his teeth and bit it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't bite it. When he wanted to use force again, he was afraid that his teeth would be broken. He hesitated for a moment and used his divine sense to sweep it. There was still the fluctuation of genuine qi inside. He didn't fail. Finally, he eliminated the idea of throwing this precious elixir to the ground. This is the first time I've successfully refined an elixir. It's a virgin elixir. I must not disrespect her. Anyway, it's also made with yellow essence. There's no reason for it to be poisonous. It's just that such a hard thing is comparable to a rock. I don't know if eating it will cause a stomachache. Then, he clenched his teeth and acted like a hero. He closed his eyes and threw the elixir into his mouth. Just as he was about to swallow it, unexpectedly, the elixir melted in his mouth. Perhaps it turned into a liquid and flowed down his throat into his stomach. Then, a warm feeling came from his stomach. He had been feeling hungry for a long time, but in an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Aya, it's really amazing. The thing that my teeth can't bite actually melted in my mouth. It's really worthy of being an immortal Tao item. If Grandma was still here, she would definitely like this elixir. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a little sad. She cast a spell and the elixir furnace shrunk to the size of a palm. She put it in her arms and stopped cultivating. She sat on the rock at the top of the mountain and looked at the colorful clouds in the sky and the turbulent waves on the sea. For a moment, she was actually stunned. The things in this world are so beautiful, and life is so short. Even if family is warm, it will only last for a few decades. Everyone is just a skeleton and a handful of mud. I remember sister-in-law once said that in ancient times, there were immortals who lived as long as the heavens. That was such a carefree realm. Immortal Tao. Immortal Tao. Since I'm an immortal, there must be a way to live forever. But in this Carefree Heart Sutra, even up to the 18th level, there's no mention of the word live forever. How can there be any talk of living forever? But even if I become immortal, I'll still be all alone on this deserted island. No one knows me. No father, mother, eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, second brother, and the others. What's the point of that? Hee hee. Wait for a few hundred grandsons and great-grandsons to call me old ancestor. It'll be interesting. Looking at the sun gradually moving to the west and dyeing the blue sky with endless heat, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. If there's a way to live forever in this world, there must be a way to live forever. Since I've entered the immortal Tao, I'll naturally do my best to search for that fleeting glimmer of hope. Just like the endless brilliance of the sun, I'll bless my family. Grandmother passed away early. Father, mother, eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, and second brother. Yes, and the child in eldest sister-in-law's arms. For them, I'll do my best. Having made up her mind, the flame in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also disappeared. Her eyes were full of determination. She stood up and looked at the black clouds that had already surged over the sea in the east. There had never been a moment like this. Hope. Let the storm come more fiercely. Chapter 295. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua only focused on refining the fasting pill. From the first one, he successfully refined 9 pills. Yes, it was not an even number, but an odd number of 9 pills. At first, Zhang Xiaohua thought that there was something wrong with the temperature. But later, he found that even if Zhang Xiaohua carefully divided each pill into 2 with his divine sense, there were always some pills that disappeared inexplicably. The 9 corresponding pills were more plump and more beautiful. The yellow-brown luster and the round shape were almost perfect. It was a pleasure to look at them. However, since Zhang Xiaohua tried this pill for the first time, he had not eaten it again. The reason was very simple. After taking the pill for a few days, he had no desire to eat at all. Occasionally, he would barbecue, but he just looked at it. Who would eat barbecued meat with a burp? Finally, he had the desire to eat. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to roast a seabird. He even ate half of the sealwort that he didn't like to eat before. To be able to fill his stomach by tasting something and to be cheated by eating the tasteless pill were absolutely 2 different worlds. Looking at the perfectly refined fasting pill in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua believed that as long as he took it, he would be able to endure hunger and thirst for a longer time than last time. How would he dare to take it again? With a shake of his hand, he took out a small jade bottle from his money pouch and placed the refined fasting pills into it. Then, he threw the jade bottle back onto the space shelf and placed it together with the jade bottle that was previously filled with fasting pills. It has been almost 8 months since I came to this deserted island. I have almost finished refining the sealwort. Even if I continue to refine it, my progress will be limited. In order to improve my alchemy skills, I need to refine different kinds of pills. Fortunately, I have read the medicine book before and know how to grow the sealwort. Otherwise, I would not dare to use so many of these sealwort that I don't even know how many years it has been ripe. I have made rapid progress in the Fist of the North Star and have already reached the 6th level. The time to practice the fist skill is also short. The earth escaping technique has also reached a bottleneck. I don't know how to practice it next. It seems to be related to Zhen Qi. The progress of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra is average. I have just reached the middle of the 4th level and have been stagnant. Although the Zhen Qi in my body has reached a level that I have never imagined, it can only support the earth escaping technique for a long time. This is only the 4th level and it is still far away from the completion of the 18th level. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously took out the pair of jade bracelets. The fluctuation in the jade bracelets was getting weaker and weaker. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the primordial qi in the jade bracelets was gradually disappearing. When the primordial qi disappeared, the jade bracelets would lose their value. However, even though the fluctuation was getting weaker, Zhang Xiaohua still could not immerse himself in the jade bracelets. He could only watch as this unknown treasure was getting further and further away from him. In fact, this was not the thing that he hated the most. Even if the jade bracelets had lost their primordial chi, they were still jade bracelets. He could just pawn them and get a few taels of silver back. However, there was another thing that he hated the most. That was, he was going to have no clothes to wear soon. Zhang Xiaohua was wearing a set of clothes and he was very careful. However, on this deserted island, the wind was blowing and the sun was shining. The salt and alkali were extremely high. No matter how good the cloth was, it would not last long. Seeing that several months had passed, Zhang Xiaohua was going to be naked soon. For Zhang Xiaohua, who had been enlightened by the art of speaking and explaining words, this was too insulting to the cultured. It was time to find a solution. However, in front of the mountain, there were strange tall unknown plants. Although they looked very tall, their leaves were in the shape of swords. What could those narrow leaves cover? Was it a finger? There were some leaves on the vine of Solomon's seal, but they were too easy to wither. He could not let Hero Zhang find that the leaves on his body had withered and become thin and brittle when he was escaping through the earth. Then, he would have to go to Solomon's seal to fix his makeup. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the deserted island, the place that he had not explored yet. Perhaps, there would be something that could cover his embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, trying to deceive himself. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua came to the island, he wanted to go in and have a look. However, later, he was disturbed by his disappointment and forgot about it due to his fanatical practice. Until now, for the sake of Zhang Xiaohua's face, he did not think about it. In fact, his face was just a prelude. This deserted island was now Zhang Xiaohua's home. How could there be anything that he was not familiar with? Moreover, he was bored at this time. He would just go and have a look and take it as a stroll. The deserted island was his home. Naturally, the deserted island was his own backyard. Did he need to prepare anything to stroll in his own backyard? The answer was of course no. Zhang Xiaohua somersaulted down the top of the mountain. When his feet touched the ground, his figure immediately disappeared mysteriously, as if he had drilled into the ground. After a long time, he reappeared in the distance. Then, his body was more than half a foot above the ground. He flew forward quickly. When the sea breeze blew, he was really like an immortal flying in the wind. Well, yes, the fabric of his clothes and the flying needle and thread were quite similar. Although the deserted island was very big, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately showed off. Not long after, he came to a place with rugged rocks. At a glance, Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank. This place was more desolate than the previous one. It was a place similar to a canyon. There were stones everywhere. There were not even a few grass, let alone plants with grown leaves. Zhang Xiaohua still did not give up. With a leap, he climbed to the highest point of the canyon like an ape. He looked left and right. Really, this place was really different from the previous one. There were only stones in the surrounding area. There were no plants, not even a puddle of water. Looking at the canyon with some overlapping mountains, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine perception and roughly scanned it. It seemed that other than stones, there were only stones. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and thought to himself, I have no choice but to humiliate myself. I think Li Jinfeng will not come all the way here from Pingyang City to argue with me. At this thought, he was about to withdraw his divine perception. Suddenly, he frowned. There is actually a fluctuation of the chi of heaven and earth in a remote place below. Could it be another relic of the way of immortals? Or something like a primordial stone? How can I return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Let's go with that thought. He made a hand seal. With a shake of his body, he disappeared from the spot and went straight from the mountain to the source of the fluctuation of the chi of heaven and earth. Seeing that he was about to reach the source of the fluctuation, a ball of orange-red light suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, blocking his path of earth escape. Zhang Xiaohua could not withdraw his earth escape in time. The black screen of true chi collided with the red light. The red light flashed brightly and blocked Zhang Xiaohua outside. What strange thing is this again? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. His divine perception immediately left his body and swept over. In the end, that red light blocked even his divine perception. This time, Zhang Xiaohua was not angry but happy. What did this mean? It must be something left behind by the way of immortals. It should be something powerful. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the ground and was in front of a rather hidden cave. This cave was at the foot of the mountain, behind a huge rock. If not for divine perception, it would be impossible to find it with just the eyes. Looking at this rather ordinary cave, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go in. What a joke! If there was nothing mysterious about this cave and it could be easily entered, Zhang Xiaohua would be the first to not believe it. If it could be entered, how could he come outside? Carefully observing and scanning with his divine perception, Zhang Xiaohua made sure that he did not find any flaws that could be found. Step by step, he walked towards the cave. Even when he was about to enter, nothing strange happened. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Could it be that I was too paranoid? Or maybe they only set up a restriction at the back of the cave and not at the entrance. Just as he was thinking, he was met with a red brilliance. A layer of faint, almost invisible light screen blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine perception. Sure enough, the light screen tightly wrapped the cave. This restriction is really powerful. It can't be seen with divine perception. It only flashes when you touch it. It's amazing. Zhang Xiaohua was full of admiration. Zhang Xiaohua pressed his hand on the light screen and pushed with all his strength. However, the light screen seemed to be elastic. It shrank a little and bounced back. Zhang Xiaohua tried to hit it with his fist again, but it also bounced back gently. Then, he secretly took a breath and used all his strength to hit the light screen. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already practiced the 5th level of the Big Dipper magical fist. Even if his strength did not reach 10,000 jin, it was not far from it. His fist could even smash a rock into pieces. However, when the fist hit the red light screen, a part of it immediately caved in. Then, with a flash of red light, the caved-in area immediately bounced back, and an incomparably powerful force came from the light screen. Zhang Xiaohua could not stop his momentum, and his body shot back like an arrow. It was as if it was not his fist that had hit the light screen, but the light screen that had given birth to a fist and sent him flying. This was a narrow canyon. Zhang Xiaohua's body flew in the air and hit the huge rock on the opposite side. At the moment of impact, Zhang Xiaohua's body flashed again and disappeared. After a long time, he emerged from the ground in the distance. This restriction is really extraordinary. My fist has the strength of 10,000 jin, but I can't break it. I guess I can't use force. I have to look carefully and see how I can use my intelligence. Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of the light screen again. He looked up and down, left and right. He looked at the cave and even escaped into the mountain. He looked up and down, left and right. He looked at the space wrapped in red light. It was like a tightly sealed egg. There seemed to be no place to break it. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be angry. Even if you want to let a fly bite, you should leave a gap, right? How can I break it? Why is this restriction so strong? It has been 10,000 years, but it is still so strong. Why doesn't it lose its vitality like a primordial stone? When he was at a loss, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He frowned and took out something from his chest. He walked towards the light screen that had returned to normal. Chapter 296. Before it could get close, Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand, and the small sword flew up with a whoosh. As if it had a mind of its own, it stabbed into the rapidly fading orange light. The light dimmed at first, then brightened. It was so dazzling that Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes slightly. His divine sense was also greatly shaken, and the small sword suddenly bounced back, almost escaping the control of his divine sense. Why is the restriction on this light screen not even afraid of the small sword? I remember that I used this small sword to break the restriction on the box in the Misty School's library. Thinking about the box in the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Now that he thought about it, that box must have been a restriction on immortality. Presumably, sect leader O and the others from the Misty School had also tried to open it, and none of them had succeeded. Otherwise, it would not have been placed on the 3rd floor of the library in such a perfect condition. He actually managed to use the small sword to break the restriction. He had to admit that his luck was really too good. Since the small sword could break the restriction on the box in the Misty School, it should have some effect on this restriction. Why is there no movement at all? Is my luck bad? Isn't it just that my clothes are a little shabby? I'm not a sweeper. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and looked at the dimmed light screen thoughtfully. The small sword in front of him quietly floated in the air, motionless. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The small sword immediately moved, but it did not rush towards the light screen. Instead, it suddenly returned to Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. As soon as the small sword returned to his left hand, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that it was connected to his blood vessels. Then, he raised his left hand, and it was a move of the nameless swordsmanship, directly stabbing towards the transparent light screen. Following Zhang Xiaohua's sword move, a warm current spontaneously appeared in an unknown part of his left arm. It flowed along a certain meridian in his left arm and rushed towards the small sword. When the tip of the sword touched the invisible restriction, the warm current also flowed into the small sword. His ears did not hear any sound, but Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense seemed to have felt a slight catch-up sound. The orange light on the restriction flashed again, and after a few rapid flashes, a crack appeared at the place where the small sword pierced. The crack quickly expanded, and soon revealed the original entrance of the cave. At the same time, a gust of hot air rushed towards him. Zhang Xiaohua took 2 steps back and carefully looked at the cave behind the restriction. This was a cave similar to the one Zhang Xiaohua lived in, but the entrance was much larger than his. Not only was there a hot air gushing out, but there was also a faint light shooting out. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and did not dare to enter. After waiting for a while, he cautiously shouted, "Is there anyone in the cave? I'm Zhang Xiaohua. I'm sorry to take the liberty of visiting. Can you come out for a chat?" After shouting a few times, there was no sound from inside. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. The cave was quite spacious. There was a stone bed, a stone chair, and a long stone table. There were restrictions on all sides of the cave, which isolated his divine sense. There was a lot of fluctuation of primordial qi in the cave. The most intense fluctuation was from a ball on the stone table. However, these were not enough to move Zhang Xiaohua. What surprised him the most was that on the stone bed, there was a skeleton in a long robe, which seemed to be sitting cross-legged. Moreover, the stone walls of the cave were embedded with fist-sized luminous pearls. Zhang Xiaohua was drooling over them. Zhang Xiaohua resisted the urge to take the small sword and dig out the luminous pearls. He slowly walked into the mysterious cave. His eyes reluctantly moved away from the stone walls. When he saw the skeleton, his eyes lit up again. He quickly walked to the skeleton and bowed deeply, saying, "Senior, I'm Zhang Xiaohua. I'm sorry to intrude into the cave. I'm sorry to disturb your meditation. I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if you'll agree." The skeleton did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "You see, my clothes are already worn out. In a few days, it's inevitable that my clothes will be ruined. However, you don't need this robe anymore. If you don't have any objections, how about I borrow it to wear for a few days? How about I return it to you on the day I leave the island? What do you think? I'll count to 3. If you don't object, I'll take it that you agree. 1, 2. Oh, that's right. I wonder what material your robe is made of. It actually has energy waves. Can I take a look?" As he said, he stretched his hand over and secretly touched the skeleton's sleeve. This movement was not important. The moment the sleeve moved slightly, the entire skeleton immediately collapsed onto the stone bed. It turned into powder. Only the robe remained intact and curled up into a ball. It turned out that this skeleton had long turned into powder. It was only because there was no external force that it remained intact. Until Zhang Xiaohua quietly touched it, it immediately turned into dust. This time, Zhang Xiaohua jumped back in shock. Looking at the situation, he muttered, Sorry, old master. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't expect you to be so weak." Old master, I haven't said 3 yet. Tell me, should I still say it?" After a while, Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply again and said sincerely, "Old master, I don't know where you came from or how you came to this deserted island. Of course, if there are no accidents, perhaps you will be my role model in 100 years. There's a saying in my hometown, rest in peace. I don't have anything to show my filial piety to you, so I'll bury your body now. What do you think?" Only then did he stop saying 1, 2, 3. He used the robe to carry the ashes that had already turned into dust and floated out of the cave. This canyon was originally made of rocks, so where could there be a place to dig a hole? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua flew back to the side of the small lake and carefully looked around. He used a small sword to dig a small hole at the side of the lake and scatter the ashes in the robe into this small hole. At this time, there was a soft clang sound. Something fell from the robe into the small hole. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed it. Looking at it carefully, it was a long metal object with a triangular shape. It looked like a command arrow. This command arrow was engraved with words and patterns that Zhang Xiaohua had never used before. A pressure similar to energy waves was faintly emitted from it. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, but he couldn't understand the main point, so he casually put it into his clothes. After shaking the ashes into the small pit, Zhang Xiaohua threw the robe to the side and personally used his hands to cover the small pit with soil, making it look like a small grave mound. Then, from the countless stones on the side, he picked a piece that looked pleasing to the eye and placed it in front of the small grave mound. He muttered to himself, "Old man, I don't know your name, and I don't know how to write this epitaph." "Oh, right. Didn't you leave something in the cave? It won't be too late to write it after I read it. However, old man, in order to write your epitaph, I have to look through it. Oh, also, old master, I'll take this robe with me. I don't think I need to return it to you. You must be much older than my grandmother. I'll kowtow to you a few times to show my filial piety for your juniors." After saying that, he really knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he got up and picked up the robe beside him. The robe was black. When he held it in his hand, it was like fine cotton. Under the sunlight, there were traces of light reflection. It must be of excellent quality. Although it had been in the cave for many years and there was no dust, Zhang Xiaohua still carefully washed it in the lake. However, he soon discovered that his efforts were futile. The black robe simply did not get wet at all. As long as he fished it out of the lake, the water droplets on the robe would immediately drip off, and the robe would not be soaked in the slightest. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He threw away his tattered clothes and jumped into the lake. He didn't care if he could drink the lake water in the future. He happily washed and put on the robe. He thought that the robe might not fit him because he was still young. However, when he put it on, although it didn't fit him perfectly, it didn't grow much. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved. He was growing. It had been almost a year since he came to this deserted island. His body naturally grew a lot. Although his old clothes weren't tattered, they couldn't be worn anymore. He was still thinking about his previous height and didn't keep up with the times. After putting on the black robe, Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the small grave and bowed deeply. Then, he floated away and flew to the canyon on the island. The restriction on the cave was restored. Zhang Xiaohua followed the pattern and entered the cave, which was still hot. Looking at the empty stone bed, Zhang Xiaohua sighed deeply. No matter who the skeleton was, what was the use of it if it didn't have the way to immortality? Just a moment ago, it was still holding the stone bed. Now, it had become a pile of dust. No one would be able to recognize it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had been stuck at the 4th layer of qi refining for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He immediately stepped onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. He didn't even have time to take out the crouching ox stone before he began to cultivate. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua sat down, the Xueqi in his meridians that hadn't moved much for a long time seemed to hear a call and began to circulate wildly in his veins. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released his spiritual sense. There was actually a faint, continuous and somewhat scorching aura in the cave, as well as countless strands of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth seems to be different from the spiritual stones I've absorbed before. Forget it, I can't worry too much about it. I'll just absorb it first. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think. He hurriedly used the 4th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual qi around him. He originally thought that he would be able to absorb all the spiritual qi around him in a short period of time. But when he started to absorb it, he discovered that although the spiritual qi was thin, it seemed to be endless. No matter how he absorbed it, it was the same. As for the Xueqi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, after receiving the spiritual qi that had never been absorbed before, it became even more active. It was constantly jumping, dancing as it circulated in his veins. After an unknown amount of time, the Xueqi in his meridians reached a limit. Very naturally, it rushed towards the 5th layer. Chapter 297. Out of the 18 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the first 6 layers belong to the early Qi practitioner realm. The 6 layers of the early Qi practitioner realm were different as well. The first layer was the most crucial. It was the transformation from a regular person to a Qi practitioner. It was a fundamental transformation. However, this threshold stopped most people. Without the tempering of the first strand of true Qi, they would never truly become a Qi practitioner. It was the same with the cultivation of inner force. If one could not feel the sense of Qi, they would not be able to touch the threshold of inner force. It was just that this threshold was slightly lower than that of Qi practitioners from the path of immortals. Apart from the first layer, the fifth and sixth layers were also very crucial. This was because the early stage of the aura refining realm could be advanced by relying on the accumulation of essential Qi. The middle stage and the late stage of the aura refining realm could only be advanced by relying on comprehension and cultivation. Advancing from the early stage of the aura refining realm to the middle stage of the aura refining realm was a change in cultivation methods. The reason why the fifth and sixth layers were crucial was because they were the beginning of the transformation from the accumulation of true Qi to comprehension. If one relied purely on the accumulation of true Qi, they would be able to advance to the final two layers of the early Qi practitioner realm, but reaching the seventh layer of the mid-Qi practitioner realm would be fraught with difficulties. They would not be able to continue. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaohua could not advance any further when she reached the fourth layer. She had always been accumulating. If she did not have the bit of comprehension that she had gained from seeing through life and death, she might have been able to advance to the final two layers of the early Qi practitioner realm if she had only relied on the innate energy of the world within the crouching ox rock after being struck by the acquired lightning. However, there would be less potential to be unearthed in the future, so the path would become narrower and narrower. Perhaps she would reach the end of her cultivation very soon. Fortunately, back in the Guozhuang house, Lu Qian had already planted the seed of immortality in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. His grandmother's death had watered him with spring water of regret. His attachment to his family had watered him with spring water of anticipation. The cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra had provided him with possible fertilizer. Seeing the skeletons of the seniors from the path of immortals on this desolate island had given him a sliver of comprehension towards the path of life and death. It was this sliver of comprehension that ignited the eruption of all the accumulated energy. This eruption was like a single spark that could set a prairie ablaze. It propelled Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation to skyrocket, step by step. If Zhang Xiaohua had the support of the energy of the world within the crouching ox rock right now, she would definitely have been able to easily break through from the fourth layer to the fifth layer, and then from the fifth layer to the sixth layer. That was not all. She could have easily broken through to the seventh or eighth layer of mid-Qi practitioner. However, the path of immortality was about taking things one step at a time. Solidifying one's foundation was the most important principle. Breaking through several layers so easily was a delightful act, but it was also a great taboo of the path of immortality. It was in accordance with the rules of the path of immortality. It would inevitably cause irreparable damage to her future cultivation. But now, Zhang Xiaohua had understood. She did not have the time to take out the crouching ox rock from her money pouch and draw Qi into her body as easily as before. Just by drawing in the faint warm energy from the cave was in accordance with the rules of the path of immortality. Refining true Qi through water, her foundation was incomparably firm. Even if she could not break through today, the day of her breakthrough was just around the corner. Moreover, in the later years of the path of immortality, the energy of the world was still scarce. Zhang Xiaohua was unable to draw Qi from the world into her body and complete the refinement of the initial stage of Qi practitioner. The initial stage of Qi practitioner was the foundation of the path of immortality. It was the most crucial aspect. Apart from the reasons mentioned above, there was another reason for this. It was to turn the unfamiliar energy of the world into the familiar true Qi through the refinement of her meridians. This process was extremely important. It was to train the meridian's ability to refine the energy of the world. This ability was the ability to convert different types of energy into one's own true Qi. The energy of the world, at its most basic level, consisted of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When the path of immortality flourished, these 5 types of energy were all mixed together. When Qi practitioners drew Qi into their bodies, they could not just absorb a single type or not absorb a single type. This type of drawing Qi could very easily refine the ability of the meridians, establishing a good foundation for future cultivation. The absorption of the energy of the 5 elements was common knowledge in the path of immortality in the past. There was no need to mention it at all. As a result, there were no records of it in the Carefree Heart Sutra. None of the Qi practitioners paid any attention to it, or were aware of it. However, in this era where the path of immortality had been destroyed, the energy of the world had basically been completely wiped out, so how could there be any energy of the 5 elements? Zhang Xiaohua could draw in pure energy from the heavenly lightning to temper his body. Although this type of energy that did not contain any energy of the 5 elements could still be used for cultivation, and it was very beneficial to Zhang Xiaohua who did not possess any true qi. It could directly raise his foundation as a qi practitioner by a level, allowing him to reach a height that the qi practitioners of the Path of Immortality could never hope to reach in the beginning of the Path of Immortality. However, this pure energy also directly caused Zhang Xiaohua's true qi to lack any energy of the 5 elements. This flaw was not obvious right now, but it would become apparent as he progressed. As for the origin stones that Zhang Xiaohua relied on to advance to the early qi refining stage, they contained the energy of the world, which was abundant in earth elemental energy. Right now, most of the true qi in his meridians was earth elemental true qi. Of course, although it was miserable for Zhang Xiaohua to be stranded on a desolate island in the middle of the sea, one of the benefits of his journey on the sea and cultivation on this desolate island was that he could draw in the water elemental energy of the world into his body. Although it wasn't much, it was still better than nothing. Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua had also eaten a fasting pill. Although it was a pill of the lowest grade, it still contained an extremely tiny amount of wood elemental energy. It could be considered as truly meager effort to gather the 5 elements for Zhang Xiaohua. Even though Zhang Xiaohua already knew how to concoct pills, who knew how long it would take for him to refine the pill and circulate his energy again? Presumably by that time, Zhang Xiaohua would have already broken free and escaped from this desolate island to return to the mainland. With his current cultivation speed, he would have long reached the mid-qi refining stage. By then, replenishing his wood elemental true qi would no longer be a regrettable matter of mending the pen after the sheep were lost. This faint pool was filled with scorching energy of the world. It was the rare fire-attributed energy of the world. As soon as the fire-attributed energy entered her body, it immediately replenished the attribute of the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. She was already a level higher than other qi practitioners at the beginning of qi practitioners' cultivation. Only now did the importance of a starting point become evident. The true qi in her body went from pure to full of the 5 elements. The true qi of the 5 elements reinforced and countered each other in her meridians, constantly evolving. Not only did it stabilize her meridians, but it also allowed the true qi to evolve on its own in her meridians, forming a cycle of the 5 elements. How could a qi practitioner who had cultivated the Path of Immortality in the past have had such a fortuitous encounter? Ever since then, as the energy of the world gradually thickened, the energy of the various elements gradually mixed together. It was impossible for another fortuitous encounter like Zhang Xiaohua's. There had never been anyone like her before, nor would there be anyone like her in the future. That was exactly how it was. Moreover, the newly born true qi of the 5 elements was extremely abundant. It continued to flicker forward, but the true qi had evolved on its own, so it moved much faster as well. Before she knew it, she had already charged towards the bottleneck of the 5th layer of the carefree mantra. Due to the accumulation from before and the sharpness of the newly born true qi, the breakthrough from the 3rd layer to the 5th layer was extraordinarily smooth. The true qi arrived at her acupoints, and after knocking on them, she reached a higher level. The abundant true qi opened up brand new meridians as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. By the time Zhang Xiaohua's mantra reached the 5th layer of the carefree mantra, he was guiding the fire-type vital qi from the cave into his body. It was not like the vital qi from the crouching ox rock, which was vast and unstoppable. Instead, it was like a gurgling stream that flowed endlessly. This was the qi refinement mantra that was compatible with the way of the immortals. The true qi slowly refined his meridians, pushing his cultivation level up bit by bit. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua's motionless body twitched slightly. Then, his eyes suddenly opened. The fire in the depths of his eyes disappeared in a flash. Shortly after, he sighed slightly and stood up. According to his original plan, if he were to cultivate on the crouching ox rock, he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th layer of the qi refinement mantra. However, purely guiding the vital qi from heaven and earth into his body was much slower. He had only just entered the middle of the 5th layer of the qi refinement mantra. However, just as he stood up and stretched his body, he heard a series of crunching sounds coming from within his body. Zhang Xiaohua felt that he had grown a little taller. In addition, the true qi in his meridians had always felt heavy and heavy. Now he could feel liveliness within it. Yes, there was even life. True qi could change emotions too? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. However, he didn't have much time to think about these things, because He pulled out a small sword from his pocket and impatiently drove it towards the luminous pearl on the stone wall. Just now, there was a senior skeleton in the cave, so Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed to take action. Now that he was alone, how could he resist? Luckily, he had some experience in driving his sword to kill seabirds in the past year. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to pry the luminous pearl off the tall stone wall without any damage. Zhang Xiaohua only laughed out loud when all the night luminescent pearls on the wall were removed, leaving not a single source of light behind. This senior from the immortal path is really interesting. There's nothing to admire in this cave, so why did he leave these luminous pearls? If he wanted to look, he could have just used his divine sense. Why waste such a precious thing? But after he released his divine sense for a while, he realized that something was wrong. Divine sense was useful, but there were also particular circumstances when it could be used. How could he use his divine sense all the time? Moreover, what he saw with his divine sense was different from what he saw with his eyes. Without any other choice, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly took out a few more from his money pouch and put them back in their original places. At this time, there was a faint light in the cave again. When there was light, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes then focused on the few jade slips on the long stone table. That's right, just now when he used his divine sense, he could only see that there was a red restriction. He couldn't see what was inside. He could only see clearly with his eyes. Those were a few jade slips. Divine sense wasn't omnipotent. Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 298. There were a total of 6 jade slips on the stone table, lying there quietly and plainly. If Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had not been blocked by the restriction, he would have really thought that these jade slips were the same as the jade slips in the cave last time, without any obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua's pupils contracted a little. The jade slip last time recorded alchemy techniques. Although it was basic, I had studied it for almost a year and had just gotten the hang of it. There are still a lot of things that I haven't learned. There are actually 6 jade slips here all of a sudden. What are the things recorded in them? There was only a money bag and jade slips in the cave, presumably left behind by the immortal Dao senior casually. And there is the senior's corpse in this cave. Presumably these jade slips are all the senior's belongings. Hee hee, I'm rich, I'm rich. There must be things recorded in them about the immortal Dao. Cultivation methods? Pill recipes? Formations? Zhang Xiaohua guessed all the things he had heard about the immortal Dao, and the saliva at the side of his mouth flowed all over the floor. But why isn't there a money bag here? Strange, there are only a few jade slips. If there is a money bag, wouldn't I be able to make a windfall? Looking at the luminous pearl in this senior's cave, I know that he must be rich. TSKSK, where did the money bag go? The money grubber Zhang Xiaohua actually did not immediately pay attention to the things on the stone table, but looked left and right, and used his divine sense to search the cave carefully again, but did not find anything like a bag. Instead, he found a trace of obscure primordial qi in the depths of the cave. He wanted to immerse his divine sense in to observe, but was suddenly repelled. Oh, it must be another restriction. This senior is quite good at playing hide and seek. The cave is full of restrictions. Interesting, but fortunately, this luminous pearl does not have any restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked thoughtfully at the jade slips on the stone table. Then, he stretched out his hand, and as expected, when his hand reached out to the invisible restriction, it could not go any further. That hand looked very strange and pressed on an empty place. Zhang Xiaohua touched it with her hand. It was very elastic. She pinched it with 2 fingers and it bounced back. It felt good. Although in the divine sense, it felt like a layer of membrane. Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to use brute force to deal with this enchantment with bare hands. Don't we have a weapon to break enchantments? Why should we use force to subdue others? As he thought about this, his left hand took out a small sword from his bosom, and a smile appeared on his face. Let's use our swords to convince people. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua stabbed the small sword in his hand at the orange restriction. However, because he was close to it, the small sword in his hand was moving from top to bottom. He did not use the nameless sword technique that he was used to. As a result, when the small sword pierced the restriction, the transparent restriction suddenly emitted a faint brilliance, just like the one at the entrance of the cave. With a slight flicker, the small sword was bounced back. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What's going on? Could it be that the method we used to break the restriction no longer works here? Then wouldn't I be looking at a pile of delicious food for nothing and not be able to open my mouth? What a waste. But just now, I used the small sword to break the restriction. Didn't I do it before? Why doesn't it work here? Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head regretfully. After thinking carefully, she suddenly slapped her head. Oh, how could I forget this? The previous 2 times I used the sword technique, a warm current flowed from my left arm into the small sword. This time it didn't. Is this the reason? Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua passed the small sword to her right hand and stabbed it at the restriction. As expected, it was blocked again. It should be like this. It seems that the thing that can break the restriction is not this small sword, but that warm current. Then, holding the small sword with her left hand, she casually used the nameless sword technique to stab at the transparent restriction. This time, the warm current flowed to the small sword. When the tip of the sword pierced the restriction flickered rapidly. Then, there seemed to be a soft pop sound. The restriction burst like a bubble. In her divine sense, a rich fire elemental energy rushed to her face and then drifted away in the air. Feeling this elemental energy in her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was not shocked but happy. She was originally very worried that this jade slip would be like the jade slip of the earth escape technique. Due to the loss of elemental energy, many things could not be seen. Since there was so much elemental energy in this restriction, of course it would be very useful to protect the jade slip. She could not help but feel a sense of respect for this unknown immortal senior again. The broken restriction on the stone table seemed to have disappeared. Unlike the restriction at the entrance of the cave, it could not be restored. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the row of 6 white and delicate jade slips in relief and excitedly stretched out her hands. The jade slip in her left hand was chubby. Zhang Xiaohua did not like it and did not choose it. Instead, she chose a pink jade slip that looked a little slender. She reached out and took it. Her fingers stroked the smooth jade slip, and she did not hesitate to immerse her divine sense into it. However, a circle of brilliance flashed across the pink jade slip. Like ripples, it suddenly bounced off Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Restriction. Zhang Xiaohua secretly frowned and casually put it on. Well, not on the stone table, but in her arms. How could she put it back when she had already gotten it? Then, she chose a small jade slip. It was also bounced off by the restriction and she put it in her arms. Then, she chose a tall jade slip. It was also bounced off by the restriction and she put it in her arms. Zhang Xiaohua was a little crazy. What is this? Why is there a restriction? Are you kidding me? I can use the small sword to break the restriction on the cave entrance and the stone table, but how can I break this jade slip? Only people who use their divine sense will be repelled. I can't stab the small sword into the jade slip, can I? Not to mention that I won't do such a cruel thing. Even if I did, I can't guarantee that the jade slip won't be damaged. Zhang Xiaohua vaguely understood in his heart, but he was also stubborn at this time. Even a clay man had a temper. Why did she have to listen to other people's arrangement? I'm not going to take that fat, short, and ugly jade slip. However, the remaining 3 jade slips were either smooth, concave, or bright in color. They were all restricted. She could only let Zhang Xiaohua look at them, but she could not go deeper. Zhang Xiaohua only chuckled when he put them all into his arms. I don't care whether you have a restriction or not. If you don't let me see it, I will put it away. No one can see it. I am the only one who can see it. As for whether I let others see it or not, it depends on my mood. Ha ha ha. There was only the fat jade slip left on the stone table. Zhang Xiaohua had seen jade slips before, but most of them were dim and on the verge of losing their primordial chi. Only the jade slip from the cave in the snow could be considered complete. However, that jade slip was like a rock, and he had almost thrown it away. Today, he had received so many jade slips, and they were all in different shapes. Although they were all white jade, some of them even had other colors. This difference naturally made him happy and disgusted. The first jade slip on his left hand was very ordinary. Even the jade slip was twice as thick as the others. Zhang Xiaohua picked it up and immediately knew that all his secrets and questions would be revealed in this inconspicuous piece of jade. You can't judge a book by its cover. The same goes for jade slips. They can't be judged by sight. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the jade slip and did not look at it immediately. Instead, she looked at it carefully in the cave. especially when there was a fluctuation of vitality. She paid more attention to it to make sure that she did not miss anything. Then, she sat cross-legged on the stone bed and carefully used her divine sense to look at it. As expected, her divine sense was not rejected this time. She immersed it into the jade slip. In an instant, countless ancient words swarmed into Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She closed her eyes and looked at it patiently. The entire cave fell into a dead silence. Only the faint brilliance of the luminous pearl was emitted day and night. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, sighed. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the jade slip in her hand with a complicated expression. Venerable Fire Dragon. He's actually a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Could it be that foundation establishment is the stage after qi refining? It should be. Didn't the jade slip say that after cultivating qi for more than 60 years, he was lucky enough to succeed in foundation establishment and receive the title of Venerable? He's one of the few experts in the Qiongxiao continent. Where is this Qiongxiao continent? Is it where I'm staying now? Yes, this is the name from 10,000 years ago. It's changed a long time ago. However, I only know Yudu and Pingyang City. I don't remember the name of this continent. It's recorded in Travels. It seems to be the Lai Wu continent? It's from the Divine Continent. Cultivating qi for more than 60 years. This venerable fire dragon's aptitude is ordinary. He's only at the 18th level of qi refining. If it takes 3 years to reach the next level, then it would take 48 years. 4 years to reach the next level. But in 72 years, I actually passed the 5th level in just 2 years. Sigh, it's not good to be too smart. Zhang Xiaohua's tail couldn't help but curl up a little. Oh, the heavens and earth changed drastically. The qi of vitality plummeted, and the immortal Tao was destroyed. The immortal cultivators were looking for a way to escape. They worked together to build the heavenly door, but to no avail. Hence, they all looked for their own way out. Venerable Fiery Dragon was a rogue cultivator and did not belong to any sect. Previously, he did not find a suitable successor. When the immortal puppet appeared, he was still alone. Hence, he had no choice but to leave all his belongings in his cave abode in the Fei LV mountain range. Sigh, old fire, why did you leave Fei LV mountain range? Don't you know to bring money with you? Who knows where Fei LV mountain range is if you don't keep it tight? Who knows where the Fei LV mountain range is? That restriction of yours is something that no one can enter. Isn't that a waste of resources? You didn't inherit the virtue of living a simple life. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that this cave full of luminous pearl didn't have a trace of living a simple life. Chapter 299. It turned out that before Venerable Fiery Dragon went out to sea, he had the intention of letting someone else inherit his orthodoxy. Hence, he left all his cultivation techniques and magic treasures in his cave abode for the fated person to inherit. Although the jade bamboo slip recorded the mountain range where the cave abode was located, it did not record its exact location. Not to mention the thousands of years of vicissitudes, the mountain range might not even exist. Even if the cave abode was still there, its name would have changed many times. How could Zhang Xiaohua search for it in such a huge mainland with countless of mountain ranges? This left Zhang Xiaohua with a heart full of regrets. She could only blame Venerable Fiery Dragon for being unscrupulous. When Venerable Fiery Dragon went out to sea, although he was already in the foundation establishment stage, he could already ride on his sword or use other spells to fly. But at that time, all the spells had been destroyed. How could Venerable Fiery Dragon bear to waste his own vital energy? He could only rely on the boat used by ordinary people. It was unknown whether Venerable Fiery Dragon was lucky or unlucky. Not long after he went out to sea, he met with a huge storm. His boat shook and completely disintegrated, leaving behind only a pile of wood. Venerable Fiery Dragon was glad that he did not bring the other boatmen along. At the same time, he cursed the shopkeeper who sold the boat. He was like Zhang Xiaohua, drifting on the sea for a few days before luckily finding this deserted island. Since then, he had spent the rest of his life on this deserted island. However, in the jade bamboo slip, Venerable Fiery Dragon mentioned that it was not that he could not return to the mainland. It was just that he had found fire elemental vital energy on this deserted island. It was able to prolong his life and thus, He had been staying on this deserted island. This sentence made Zhang Xiaohua extremely excited. If I can cultivate to old fire's level, even if I don't use a boat, I can still return to the mainland. That would be great. Otherwise, I would really lose the motivation to move forward. There was still a lot of content recorded in the jade bamboo slip. There was some common knowledge of the immortal Tao, basic spells and so on. However, Zhang Xiaohua only skimmed through it and did not pay much attention to it. What he was concerned about was the content of the other 5 jade bamboo slips. Sure enough, he found information about other jade slips in a corner of the jade slip. These 5 jade slips actually recorded the spells that Venerable Fire Dragon comprehended on this deserted island. Doesn't that mean that only those in the Foundation establishment stage can use them? Oh, it didn't say. Perhaps those in the Qi refining stage can also use them. What I lack now are spells that can be used by those in the Qi refining stage. There seems to be some records in these jade slips. Should I cultivate these basic spells first and cultivate the other jade slips after I have the foundation? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant, but after thinking about it, she came to a decision. Let's take a look at what spells are in the other jade slips first. That way, I can make some arrangements. Wouldn't it be too boring if I kept cultivating a single spell? Without a doubt, Venerable Fiery Dragon had set up a restriction in the other 5 jade bamboo slips. If one wanted to read the incantations in the jade bamboo slips, he would have to cultivate the restriction first. Zhang Xiaohua searched through the records in the jade bamboo slips. Sure enough, she found the incantation of the basic restriction in one corner. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. To be honest, she was very curious about the restriction. First, it was the snow that looked like real snow. Then, it was the forbidden area in the Misty School that could devour people. Then, it was the restriction in Xinji town that looked like white fog. Now, there was a light screen at the entrance of the cave that could withstand her strength of 10,000 pounds. All of these made her very excited. She could not wait to set up such a magical thing immediately. However, although the incantation recorded in the jade bamboo slips was the basic restriction, it was much more complicated than the incantation of the earth escape technique. It was similar to the complicated incantation recorded in the back of the alchemy technique. However, Zhang Xiaohua could not practice the alchemy technique. She could only look at the simple theory. This restriction could be cultivated at any time. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not delay any further. First, she went outside to look at the sky. After estimating the time, she began to comprehend the restriction incantation in the cave. 4 dozens of days, she comprehended the restriction incantation during the day, and cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra at night. After experiencing countless failures, Zhang Xiaohua finally comprehended the most basic restriction incantation. She successfully placed it on a jade bamboo slip that was about to lose its vitality. In her divine sense, the jade bamboo slip was immediately protected. Without the corresponding incantation, she could not enter it at all. However, when she excitedly tried to use the restriction incantation that she had just learned on the other 5 jade bamboo slips, she was very upset to find that only one of the small jade bamboo slips was unlocked. The rest of the jade slips did not move at all. When she used her divine sense to enter the jade slips, what appeared in her mind was restriction and formation. Zhang Xiaohua almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. Elder Hua, you can't play like this. This is a chain of traps. Only by learning this jade slip can she comprehend the other jade slips. You're really good. At this time, she heard kacha-kacha sounds of thunder outside. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, Soon, soon. It's time to go out and stretch my muscles. After she finished speaking, she put all the jade slips into her money pouch and walked out with her head held high. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua tempered his muscles and bones outside before returning to the cave in high spirits. He already had a plan in mind. Since Elder Hua made this arrangement, he naturally had his reasons. She was only a junior cultivator in the Tao of Immortality. There were many things that she had to cross the river by feeling the stones. Now that there was such an arrangement, she could only listen to it. Either way, it was cultivation. What to cultivate first and what to cultivate later was the same. Zhang Xiaohua first immersed his divine sense into the jade slip that had not been touched by anyone for 10,000 years and roughly looked through it. So it turns out that restrictions and formations are the same type of cultivation. If it's used in a small area, it's called a restriction. If it's used in a large area, it's called a formation. If it's used in a large area, it's called a restriction. Hee hee, I understand now. Isn't this just a person having two names? When they're young, they can be called nicknames, such as Dumbo or Gosheng. When they grow up, they can be called Han Li or Zhang Xiao Fan. That's right, why didn't mother give me a nickname? Nickname? Meng is his nickname, but I don't know what name Jing Xian Shirtai gave him. Her thoughts began to break down. After a while, she was done with her daydreaming. Only then did she seriously look through the jade slip. This venerable fiery dragon was actually a master of formations. He had a unique way of cultivating formations. Furthermore, after he arrived at the deserted island, in order to withstand the changes in heaven and earth, he was even more obsessed with formations. He had a very thorough understanding of formations. This seemingly small jade slip recorded the essence of his 100 years of cultivation in formations. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it for a long time and knew that it was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. Although he despised the fire dragon immortal for not leaving everything to him, he had left a deep impression on the jade bamboo slip in his hand. When she saw the last part of the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. There were a few big words written on it. Jade blood pill refinement. What kind of cultivation technique was this? After taking a closer look, he realized. It turns out that the cultivation of this formation has a lot to do with one's divine sense. The stronger one's divine sense is, the faster one can set up the formation. Moreover, the foundation of the formation is the calculation of changes. The stronger one's divine sense is, the faster one can calculate and the easier it is to comprehend. The relationship between the divine sense and the cultivation of the formation was something that Fire Dragon Immortal had vaguely known long ago. He only understood it when he set up the formation and fought for a slim chance of survival against the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, his genuine chi was limited and he could not comprehend more profound formations. Oh, in order to strengthen his divine sense, he actually thought of a method of exchanging genuine chi for divine sense. Is it called refining elixir heart with jade blood? However, he actually did not master this cultivation technique. He only tried it in the beginning. When he felt that it was effective, he continued to calculate the later parts. As for whether the later parts of the cultivation technique were effective, even he himself did not know. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and muttered to herself. She knew the benefits of the divine sense. Not to mention being able to distinguish between magic treasures and jade slips, even being able to see in the dark and see things in other rooms was enough to move her. Furthermore, the area that her divine sense could cover was limited. If she could increase her divine sense and expand the area that it could cover, she knew that there would be endless benefits. But after all, this is just a theory. What if it doesn't work? But on the other hand, Elder Hua is a big shot in the foundation establishment stage. Although his things are just theories, they are most likely correct. If not, why would he dare to record them down? Isn't he afraid that others will dig up his remains? Curse him behind his back? Following which, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the densely packed formations and restrictive spells in front of her. She felt a headache coming on. If she did not have the help of her divine sense, when would she be able to comprehend all of them? Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was also belittling herself. Her divine sense had appeared early. Moreover, for some reasons that she did not know, the growth of her divine sense was extremely fast. Otherwise, she would not have been able to grasp the basics of restrictive spells in just a few dozen days. Elder Hua's cultivation technique was an unimaginable method. It was to use all of the true chi in her body in exchange for a slight increase in her divine sense. This method was not allowed in Elder Hua's era, nor was there any true chi for him to use to increase his divine sense. Even during the heyday of the immortal Tao, there might not be anyone who was willing to cultivate it. All of the true chi had to be used up and replenished. The consumption of origin stones or pills was not a small number. Especially when one's cultivation was higher, the more they would need. However, these were only used in exchange for a slight increase in their divine sense. How could anyone be willing to cultivate this kind of cultivation technique that was not proportional to the output? However, on this deserted island, there just happened to be such a person who met the requirements. First of all, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was very low, only at the 5th layer of qi refining. She did not have much true qi in her body. Secondly, Zhang Xiaohua had the crouching ox rock, which contained a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. A small origin stone from there was enough for her to cultivate for a very long time. She did not have to worry about not having enough true qi. It could be said that this jade blood pill refining technique was simply tailor-made for her. Chapter 300. In fact, there was another benefit in it. When he first came to the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua understood the principle of destruction before creation. This blue blood pill refining technique exhausted all the true qi in his body every time. From another point of view, it was to train his true qi usage. Every time he exhausted all the true qi in his body, he would be able to enhance the regeneration of true qi, thus increasing his own cultivation. After considering the gains and losses of this cultivation method, Zhang Xiaohua decided that he had to successfully cultivate the jade blood pill refining heart. This was because he knew that now that all methods had been destroyed, there was no other shortcut for him to take. Only by cultivating his spiritual sense to an incomparably powerful level would he be able to master these formations and restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua once again immersed his divine sense into the jade slip, silently memorizing the thousands of words at the back of the jade slip. Only then did he withdraw his divine sense, put away the jade slip, and closed his eyes to comprehend. After a long time, his hands began to change, constantly forming different signs. With the changes of these strange signs, a layer of sweat gradually appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's head, and his brows were tightly knitted. Until finally, his face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Only then did his expression relax, and the signs in his hands gradually stopped. Then he opened his eyes, sighed slightly, and took out a piece of vitality stone from his arms to replenish his true qi. After a while, his face returned to normal, and only then did he put the vitality stone back into his arms. This blue blood pill refining technique is really overbearing. It ignites the true qi and turns it into true fire. Using this true fire to refine one's divine sense, this feeling is really painful. The whole meridians are burning, and the mind is also burning like a flame, more painful than being pricked by needles. However, this effect is not for show. My divine sense is really strengthened a little, and it is worthy of its name. Moreover, after I replenish my true qi, it seems that my true qi can also be strengthened a little, really killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, practicing this technique is a headache. If I practice this technique all the time, I will either go crazy or go crazy from the pain. It's better to have a limit. Practicing 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and evening will be enough. Any more and the pain will be unbearable. What fun is there in practicing? Therefore, in the following days, Zhang Xiaohua only practiced the blue blood pill refining technique 3 times a day, and used the rest of the time to comprehend restrictions and formations. Of course, there was no delay in practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra at night. Even the Big Dipper magical fist, as usual, was a fist technique that he practiced every morning when he opened his eyes. When practicing, there was no sense of time. Although Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow, 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, there were no ships that came by. However, Zhang Xiaohua achieved great results in his practice. He had broken through the 6th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra and was in the process of stabilizing it. He had also reached the 7th level of the Big Dipper magical fist, and the bones in his body were gradually turning transparent. He had also reached a bottleneck in comprehending restrictions and formations. He had already learned the basic restrictions and formations, and could easily set up some restrictions. As for formations, some simple and small formations, such as the 3 talents flag formation, were not worth mentioning in his eyes now. It was just that he did not have a suitable formation flag, so he could not set it up casually. Speaking of formation flags, simple and special formations could only be set up by some magical instruments. These instruments had to be refined to be effective, which was the way of refining. This was not explained in the small jade slip, and even in the chubby jade slip, it was not detailed. Presumably, Venerable Fire Dragon was not proficient in refining weapons, so there was no detailed record. Speaking of Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation results, the most outstanding was the cultivation of his spiritual sense. Although he only practiced 3 times a day, and each time he only increased his spiritual sense by a little, the accumulation over time was very impressive. Now, the range of his spiritual sense could almost cover the entire deserted island. He had just reached the peak of the early stage of qi refining, and had not entered the middle stage of qi refining. According to the records in the Carefree Heart Sutra, he had just cultivated his spiritual sense. One day, when it was close to noon, Zhang Xiaohua stopped comprehending the restriction and sat down cross-legged. His hands began to constantly change the incantation. Suddenly, the genuine qi in his meridians seemed to be ignited by something, and all of it turned into invisible genuine fire, rushing straight to his mind. In the Naiwan Palace in his upper dantian, the invisible void was ignited by the endless genuine fire, and the entire void was about to be scorched. Every time the void dried up, a little bit of vitality would fly in from a mysterious place in the depths of his mind. Once these little bits of vitality entered his upper dantian, they moistened his Naiwan Palace like raindrops, filling it with vitality. Today seemed to be different from the past. The endless genuine fire not only scorched his Naiwan Palace, but also melted the void in his upper dantian. Everything in the void seemed to be distorted. A wisp of genuine fire flashed past, and Zhang Xiaohua felt a pain in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to feel that today was different. The incantation in his hands changed faster, and the genuine fire became more intense. At a certain moment, the entire void in his upper dantian suddenly collapsed, and a few bits of vitality flew in. At the place where the void collapsed, a ball of liquid appeared and absorbed the vitality flying in. In an instant, a 7-colored light flashed and the entire void returned to its original state. All of the genuine fire disappeared, and only the ball of liquid was left, slowly rotating and agitating, just like the heart of an elixir. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the cave, felt a pain in his head as if it was being split open by an axe when the ball of liquid appeared. If it was not for the torment of the past 2 years, he might have fainted at this moment. With this splitting pain, his mind also lit up. He felt that the whole world had changed completely, and the perception of his divine sense had expanded by 2 times. Following that, he felt an incomparable comfort, and the pain in his mind disappeared without a trace. A kind of incomparable joy in his upper dantian instantly spread throughout his entire body. He had to give Zhang Xiaohua a compliment for her good luck. Initially, there was no elixir heart in the upper dantian. One could only use the primordial fire ignited by the vital energy to refine the void. This process of refining was the most dangerous. Although it could strengthen one's divine sense, it was also extremely easy to refine one's Naiwan Palace. Zhang Xiaohua was only a qi cultivator in the initial stage of qi refinement realm and not in the foundation establishment stage. He was far less confident in the primordial fire than Venerable Hua Long. If it was not for the little bit of vitality in the primordial fire, his Naiwan Palace would have been refined and he would have become an idiot. The most dangerous and impossible thing would be the appearance of the essence of cinnabar. That was something that came out of nothing and had long exceeded the capabilities of Venerable Fire Dragon. It was not something that he could have predicted. The cultivation method that he had created was only a theoretical cultivation method and was incomplete. It could also be said that it was a cultivation method that did not exist in the air. It was the cultivation method that Venerable Fire Dragon had imagined. Furthermore, it was clearly stated in the Jade Slip that he had not practiced it. He had only tried the beginning and felt that he could cultivate it successfully. However, it was precisely this feeling that misled Zhang Xiaohua. A perfected cultivator in the foundation building realm was a figure that far exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. In his understanding, the perfected cultivator was only in the 18th layer of the qi refining realm. Since the foundation building realm was superior to the qi refining realm, Zhang Xiaohua was only qualified to prostrate himself in worship. How could he possibly doubt him? Even with this feeling, Zhang Xiaohua only thought that this venerable fire dragon was an expert who did not practice it because he did not have enough qi of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that it was just a pie in the sky? However, he treated the path of despair as a smooth road, and walked step by step towards the cliff of the pie in the sky. At this critical moment, when he was guiding the lightning, the energy separated from the starlight became his life-saving straw. It nourished his Naiwan Palace bit by bit, and at the same time, it condensed the source of the spiritual sense in his upper dantian. It also provided energy for the formation of the elixir refining skill. It allowed Zhang Xiaohua to cultivate the elixir refining skill in the most hopeless and impossible situation, and took the crucial step in the cultivation of the upper dantian. This was the cause and effect of everything. Who could explain it clearly? How would Zhang Xiaohua know of the many twists and turns and the cause and effect of this? He only felt that this foundation establishment stage cultivator's supernatural powers were incomparably strong. This venerable fiery dragon was really a genius and he was really lucky. After he used the primordial stones to replenish his vital qi, he then thought, my spiritual sense is now twice as strong as before. Furthermore, I feel refreshed and my mind is clearer than ever. There are many realizations in my heart. Could this be the sign of the initial success of the elixir refining skill? It's just that this skill has no continuation. Should I continue to practice like this in the future? Forget it, let's not think so much. This skill is similar to the Big Dipper magical fist. There's no need to practice it intentionally, and it's just a routine. I'll continue to practice like this in the future. In the afternoon, when Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the restrictions and arrays, he was delighted to find that he could understand many of the areas that he did not understand in the past. Furthermore, the bottlenecks that he faced previously did not exist, and he seemed to be able to make further progress in the cultivation of arrays. After a few more days, Zhang Xiaohua was able to master the arrays with ease, and this gave him the time to consider the other few jade bamboo slips. At the same time, he was confident that he could unlock the restrictions on one of the jade bamboo slips. This time, he picked up the jade bamboo slip that looked thin and slender. First, he used his spiritual sense to circle around the jade bamboo slip, and then used his spiritual sense to enter different parts of the jade bamboo slip to test it out. Not long after, his lips curled into a smile. Following which, he confidently used his hands to form a few complicated seals and entered the jade bamboo slip. The jade bamboo slip first emitted a crimson glow, then turned white and disappeared. At this moment, when Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense entered, there was no longer any obstruction. However, when the words in the jade bamboo slip entered his mind, Zhang Xiaohua's face flashed with an unfathomable expression. Please accept, please tip, thank you. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.